should be made here.
Yep.
Like computers.
Like computers.
Which some computers are.
Rock and roll. Welcome to the game. And the Great American Experience is live. All right. Hey, guys. I wanted to start out tonight's show with something here. Hold on a second. And let's see here. Okay. Start this off right. Check this out. Okay. All right. Can you hear that? It kind of sucks, doesn't it? Let me try it this way. What he's saying. Hey, Florida, can you hear that? Does it sound okay?
What I say and what I do. I am American. That's what I am. And I bleed red, white, and blue. And I bleed red, white, blue. And I bleed red, white, and
Tell you what, that guy rocks, man. Oh man. Hey, Florida, what's happening, buddy? Oh shit, I meant to get you a link. There you go. Come on up on the screen, dude. Come on up. Hey, check it out. I got my anti-fascist, anti-communist infowars.com. Yeah, come on up, Florida. Check it out, man. Put a shirt on. That's what I did. Yeah. But yeah, man, I tell you what, it's been one hell of a day, dude. Got a lot of shit done. There ain't shit for news other than the same old shit. Same old, everybody blaming everybody else for everything. Democrats ain't happy with none of that shit because they ain't getting their money. And here we go. Dr. Fauci reacts to being honored with his own bobblehead doll. Are you freaking kidding me? What kind of bullshit stuff is this? You know? Good grief. It's ridiculous. That's not a news article. That's fluff. Just a bunch of more bullshit. Hey. Oh, shit. Oh, come get there. There you are. Rock on,
What's
man.
up?
How's it going, Florida?
Good.
Dude, I've been tilling,
doing yard
trenching.
work.
Yeah, tilling and trenching and moving trees. We got all the big trees out of we down to a few trees, and we had to drag them off because we want to save them. We're not cutting them down. We want to save them for the mill. I want to make posts out of these things. You know what I'm saying? That kind of shit.
Yeah. Man, I'm digging a stump out, man. Holy crap. Good day, Jack.
Hey, Jack's there. Hey, how you doing, Zoom?
I had to drill another. That's my new barrel right there. That's not the final. That's not the final.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not bored out. I think that's only like a 5 millimeter hole right there. But
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna have to like take my drill bits and drill some holes, and then take a 22 shell and stick it through and see which one of my drill bits will be the right size. You know what I mean?
Oh, okay. Right. Right.
I don't know what size to use, but see, my drill bits aren't. I can't read what they are anyway. So
Right.
you know,
I
I
have a
mean, it might be a 5/32. Yeah, yeah,
I have
5/32.
a sizer rack that allows me to size them down to the
Right.
30. Right.
Man, this was some hard shit to cut, but I drilled it pretty easy with them drill bits I have. That they're hand me down drill bits. Number one wire size drills perfect.
Jack says a
Okay.
22 is a 5.25 millimeter.
Right. Okay. Because I'm gonna. That's what I'm gonna do. Just you know, guess basically.
And
Jack, there he is.
get yourself a number one wire size drill, rightio. That's how they invented the
Okay.
22 as it is, because it was the common drill size, so they could drill it out. Now that's the chamber drill for a 22. Okay. You want slightly smaller for your barrel, just fraction tighter. You get a proper drill out, but 5 mil reamed out. If you make a pull reamer and pull that through and cut rifling in it, so it's got a twist in it, they should take that 5 mil out to the 5.25 and allow a 22 to fire through it. Then what you do is you chamber with the number one just for the length of the 22 shot that you want to fire. So the length of the case is how deep you go to the shoulder of your drill. Your tip will go past it a little bit more, right? Yeah, but that's sitting in the middle, doesn't do anything. You want to measure it from the shoulder to the end of the shell. Okay. Then have a little space in the back. Remember, it's a 22, so it's a rim fire. So the rim, if it gets compressed, then it fires. So you can't have it too tight when it closes up.
Gotcha. Okay.
Right. Otherwise, you shoot it just closing it.
Every time you close it,
right. Because I'm gonna have some gaps at the back end, and I think it's gonna be okay.
Yep.
I don't think there's gonna be much.
You don't want too much of a gap, but a millimeter in that, it won't blow out too often. I've had them blow out the back of the case.
Okay. All right.
You don't want that. Oh, sorry, I've just got to bring up the chat in case I missed something again, and I'm getting more shit.
You know them emails you sent me.
Yeah.
I downloaded them and then deleted the email, but I downloaded 2 of the same one, and I don't have the 22.
Well, I'll resend them then. That's easy.
Right on. Hell yeah.
So send, and your email started with PH, didn't it?
Yep.
Yeah. All right.
Pat. Yep.
Yep. Cool. So I'm just going through it, and I'll just resend it.
Yeah, that's all. I freaking downloaded 2 of the 9 and 1 of that 38, and then I was like, dang man, I freaking deleted it before I, But that's cool though. I have it offline, so cool. There's Trey. Hey Tracy, I forgot to tell you thanks last week for giving Jack that message for me.
Hey Tracy.
Hey Don.
I know she did, and I didn't. I don't even think I said thanks or anything. Let me shut this fan off.
Don't go too far. Sorry, Darwin, I'm not watching the screen or the chat at the moment. So yeah, there it is.
There's a couple places in Oklahoma that got gas for $1.16 or less.
What?
Yeah.
Damn. Wow. That's cheap as shit.
We got gas for $1.34 out here.
Wow.
If it
Let's
hits a
see,
dollar,
last week it was like 205.
right? If it hits a dollar, I'm grabbing a 55-gallon drum and I'm going to fill it up.
All right, Florida, there's a 22 silence pistol, the 32 or 380 machine pistol, and the 9mm subgun with silencer.
Cool, man. Hell yeah.
I'll send another one in a second. I've got all the Jaco Derringer plans as well. They're lovely little plans. Have been made by thousands of people all over the world. I've made quite a few. Actually, I got pictures of one before I hand it over.
Cool. Because
I
I
fucked up.
think,
I didn't put a serial number on it when I presented it up for fucking licensing and that. And the guy, once it went over the counter, it never come back. No serial number on it.
yeah.
Spent 3 weeks making the bloody thing and that and lost it in fucking 10 seconds. If I'd have stamped 2 zeros and a 7 on it, it'd have been legal.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah, you got to have a number. See, this is the thing. You've got to have a number on your firearms and a manufacturer's identification when you hand that over to get registered. If it's not on it, they don't hand it back. Don't let you do any more work to it either. So,
Wow.
so if I engraved my name on it and stamped the number, it'd have been 100%. But yeah, I made one of these little Jaco Derringer. The guy said, you're just giving me an illegal weapon. And I said, no, I just made it. And he says, yeah, but you didn't put a name on it and you didn't put a bloody number on it. Oh, shit. He says, it's an illegal weapon.
I can't on my bangers. I've seen the other.
And did he take it from you?
Oh, yeah.
Nice.
I already handed it to him. Today I come in to register this. They know who I am. And that because I get the firearms squad up here because I'm a licensed repairer. They come up here and inspect shit. They're up here at least every 2 months. So,
yes. So he took your Derringer.
The two gents in the suits when we were over on Ben's channel who came up here. They were the firearm squad. I didn't say who it was. I just said I'd be back in a while and that and come back 20 minutes. They just go down there. They check my books out, make sure what I got written into the book is in the safe or what I'm doing with it. And then they've never got any dramas. Tracy's been up here and that they come in, they leave, and that Tracy never bother anybody. So it's just part of the system.
You got to play by the rules, man.
Yeah, pay Caesar his due, as a good book says. But also, the good book says when injustice becomes law, then resistance becomes duty.
Yes.
But when they deal with people, like you, and you're right up front with them, they know that. You know what I mean? They know that, and that's good. That's a good thing, because they do run across people that'll bullshit them. You know what I mean? And they know what, they're not stupid. They know. So that's
there was an argument downtown one day, and I happened to just be walking by, and they heard about just me walking by, and the local copper came up here and said, "All right, what happened?" And I go, "What?" And he says, "Oh, there was an argument down the street. Did you see it?" And I said, "Oh, just seeing that someone got upset about someone parking somewhere and that, and then started to go off." He says, "Yeah, that's what I thought." Rightio, thank you, because they made out that it was something different, but it started over the old girl and that parking a spot, and this bloke thinks he owns a parking spot. That's all it is. But he wanted to get he had to get two sides of the story, and that being a cop, he's got to do that. But he knows the bloke's a bullshit artist, so you're parking down there, and that. What happened? Well, old girl parked in his parking spot. He came along 2 minutes later and started going off his Jeep. Then all of a sudden he made out he's a victim and that of the old girl because she threatened to shove a walking stick up his ass. Now she's got more balls than what he's got. He's just a whiny prat with money. Thankfully, he knows it. So Tracy should be happy this morning. I had to race him to Horsham to buy a new mattress.
Oh man.
Yeah, the sword. Yeah, I appreciate your comments there, mate. That was the one I was making a couple of months ago. It's actually gone. But I put the two videos together just to show the billet and the first cut of the sword. The guy came up here and paid me for it and has gone back there and that. But he's coming back with it and we'll take photos of the finished sword. But the day it got back here, he drove 600 kilometres to pick it up.
Oh shit!
So,
Right.
I can't complain. He was keen to get his hands on it, and I was keen to get paid. So, photos I got sort of the thing. I just left it in as it was wrapped. It came up, and then we both inspected it and all that sort of thing. So, and my little mate in Melbourne, and that who the surveyor master is now working as a Japanese chef because there's more money working in a Japanese restaurant than there is making bloody sword shoes.
Right.
It's true. Sushi chef and that a guy just cutting up the fish and presenting and all that sort of thing. He can make $2,000 a week.
Wow.
Big money in sushi. I know what I pay for it when I go down to Melbourne. I'll make it up here and that myself, and then just buy the ingredients. So I've got all the sticky rice and all the rest of the bits, and that we can get. Just get some prawns in, some fish. It's all good.
Right.
That's the one thing in Japan they do teach you is how to use a knife. Anybody who's ever worked at a knife making place knows how to use a knife.
Wow.
No three people should be running masks, and but should sane people be putting other folks at risk? So that's what you've got to ask yourself. Yeah, it's not going to kill everybody. It's not as bad as what they're saying. And I'm in the risk zone. I'm an old fart, right out, and I'm an ex-smoker, and I drink too much. But say the grandkids run around and all that sort of thing, and all of a sudden they come up and visit me, and I get it and drop off the perch, and that technically my grandkids will kill me. You don't want that on their ass. I know a lot of people don't give a fuck about anybody else, and everything is everybody else's fault. I know. I've been learning that.
Yeah.
Yesterday,
Well,
I failed to read something out in chat, which I actually went back in video in the video and had said it out 2 or 3 times. But I can't make people do stuff, rightio? And I refuse to try to make people do stuff.
Yeah.
And I just mention it politely and all that sort of thing. But because it never got rectified, fucking I'm in the shit. But just call me Donald from now on, Donald Jack instead of Donald Trump, because I know what it feels like. Fucking blame that poor bastard for everything. Apparently the virus, fucking New York, the equipment guy, he said, we asked the mayor to buy new stuff and that, and he refused. He had all these other projects on that. Their minimum stock list had been run down under the SARS and the previous viruses and that. So what they did, when the feds went down and said your inspection levels, they just gave them a green line across. Yeah, all our stuff is normal. They didn't say they were down. They cooked the books. They could have had this stuff and that when Trump first got in, because that's what he did. He went around every state and said, what are you short? And one of that was all the emergency stuff for pandemics and all that sort of thing. There was stuff for National Guard. There was stuff there for this. There was stuff there for all this other stuff. New York has got a thing out there. They're supposed to keep in 5,000 tons of salt every winter before that and all that sort of thing. They didn't get it in halfway through winter this year. You know what I mean? Because they said they had it, but they didn't. They've been spending the money on. Well, they gave Planned Parenthood and that $12 million. They gave the transgender mob and that $15 million. They gave all this money to all these illegal citizens and that, and then they handed out driver's licenses at a cost of $120 per person. And that, we're not allowed to know how many they handed out, just that they cost $120 per person.
Yeah.
Michelle?
Right, man. You go get a license down here, boy. You got to have your birth certificate, 2 bills.
I got to do that just to renew mine.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. You know, just
Veterans ID, I get a discount on the thing. I got to have my birth certificate. I've got to have my old photo ID license. I need another form of independent thing, then they prefer passport into there, and 2 other,
Right.
bill,
Here's where
electricity
you live.
bill,
With
or,
your current address. Yeah.
or a
Proceed.
rates notice, and that which is the land tax.
Preferably a
I tell you
credit.
though,
Yeah.
if you got an ugly girlfriend, all you gotta do is say, "Look, they say it's better if you wear a mask, so only during sex, though."
Well, you reckon if it's, people are still going around 3 bags? What do you want for her, in case they both fall off? That would be something to throw up in.
Right.
Hey, pro-life.
Look, to be honest with you, in my relationship, it's me that wears the paper bag. So.
Yeah. Well, that's what you need two. Yeah, you need two in case one falls off.
There was a guy in the service. He said, "Oh, just what the hell? Just carry around a flag, put a flag over her face, and do it for old glory."
No, I'm the one that has to wear the mask, pro-life.
Yeah, that's what we're saying. We're the ugly old parts here, and that we wear the paper bags.
It reminds me of JSUK. He wears that Union Jack thing over his head.
Hey, Emerald, be cool. You're around clock 2 a.m. Hey, look, you know what we're like. We're not going to take the piss out of girlies. Heck, I know that many ugly blokes are married to good-looking sorts, so that was off the money. So that doesn't go. And to be honest with you, if a bloke's got the hots for a girlie and that, no one's going to convince him that she's ugly. Not if you're thinking right.
Yeah.
And
Right.
people will try. People got it in the Tracy's head and that, saying, bullshit like that. No, don't listen to it. Don't listen to it. If someone's doing the right thing by you and looking after you and all the rest of it, and they ain't paying any attention to the rest of the world, just look after them back.
Yeah.
Tired of YouTube messing with your channel? I took away all my videos yesterday. I spent waste half a day re-uploading the bloody things. But as soon as they come back, and that because of the same file names and all that sort of thing, all my hits actually came back. Who's puppy?
That was Ranger. He's probably having a bad dream.
He's getting chased by turkeys, is he?
Nah. I only heard he went once like that today, and I stepped on him. He was up behind me, and I had to step back to get my balance because I was moving a tree. And stepped on his paw. Yeah.
Now, you folks heard anything about the 3-day outage that's coming up?
I've heard about it.
I got an email notification that my satellite services may be interfered with for scheduled service, and that, but they can't tell me when, and it's going to be outage for between 60 and 80 hours, and they don't know when.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So this is true. So it's true.
Well, all the folks that I know, and that all the ship-to-shore folks, same deal. They got special things for them. Non-US ships are not exempt from it, but if you're registered out of Colombo, India, you're exempt. You can apply for an exemption to the outage. How's that possible?
Right. What the heck?
They're just isolating fucking South America.
Yep.
And New Zealand, there's the
New Zealand's actually got four folks on hold and waiting for them to be picked up. I've been told there's a C-130 left Hawaii a couple of hours ago with a Marine Guard attachment dressed in combat gear. They're all MPs.
So they're turning them over?
Yeah, Kiwis have got it. One bloke called the police on the Maoris because they've locked him out of it. The Maoris are protesting, and he's going to move in then. he couldn't get through. And he's got 200 big Maoris out the front of him, and his pissy little 4-man security team and up against 200 Maoris. Yeah, good luck with that.
Right.
They never got anywhere near it. The cops came out and said, "Well, mate, there's not enough cops in the whole South Island to take this on. So, like, just back off a bit and don't agitate him anymore." And then all of a sudden, there was a warrant out for him.
Oh wow.
So he was one of the IT guys. He was at the former thing, they built the private server and that, and they had the private security company and that, and they did the check and that, and the FBI weren't allowed to look at it. They had to read what the private security company did. Well,
Oh
yeah.
Well,
the boss of the private security guards, the bloke and Mrs. that we're talking about.
Blackwater.
No. It was like Mission River or something like River.
It's not CloudStrike. It's the other one. The security company.
You let me back in.
The security company.
Yeah.
Huh?
He's got to duck out for a second.
Let me.
Okay.
Let me refresh real
I'll
quick.
keep an eye out for you. All right.
Yeah, he's locking up a little bit.
I'll keep an eye out for you, brother.
Hello, Tim. How you doing? Hey, you see little micro tomatoes? And that I had a photo of them up the other day. Let's see if I can find them. Florida's coming back in.
They might be fixing to throttle me back, man.
So this spam along with you. I never really understand exactly what he's trying to say sometimes.
Yeah.
God love him.
But, I know he's not a troll because of, because we've seen him and all. You know what I mean? That's
Oh, yeah.
He,
yeah.
We don't
That's cool.
He's a troll. Very intelligent person.
Yeah.
Just
right.
getting stuff across.
He's just stuck on them greenhouses, man. That's cool. Ain't nothing wrong with that. I get into stuff too, man.
Well, I think
You know what I mean?
he
Like,
was actually in a class for it or something. I think he was going to school for it.
Ain't nothing wrong with that, man. Nothing.
I'm going to share a picture of my
Himself,
Tin Fan application window. Share. If you can allow that.
Yeah.
Yeah, turn. There's these ancient thing. I've got a bowl full here, but as you can see, there's about another 50 ripe ones ready to pick, and there's about another 150 green ones there. That's 3 little plants.
Wow.
That's this 400, 600-year-old ancient tomato, forerunner of there. But the nutrition on them's off the charts. A friend of mine's come back and said, like, these things, micronutrients full of them. You don't need a multivitamin. You take 2 of these a day.
Oh shit!
Yeah, got everything in it.
Did you ever send the seeds?
The seeds are going across to Lady Liberty to direct the nut to send them up to you.
Oh, okay.
There's 5 packets of seeds in there of 20 each. So there's 100 seeds in there. And I got another tray in here drying now.
Going good, Zoom. Going good, man. Cool. Hell yeah.
Hey, Tim.
Man, I ain't been fishing in a while.
Yeah.
I think I'll piss that off. Stop shit.
Yeah.
And there's the next lot that are just drying up there now. So you partially dry them so it concentrates the juice on the inside. That gets that enzyme that gets them ready to propagate, and then you wash them off in water and dry them out, and then pack them away in a dark envelope, and they'll store apparently for years. So I'm just learning, but
Oh shit! There's Wild Bill.
Hey, Buffalo
Hide
Bills
women.
and Owls.
Hide all
Hey,
the women.
Ryan, welcome in.
Okay, Mr. Ghost, how you doing? Shit. I left the jug over there in the kitchen. Sorry.
Hey, T and Fan, if you're still here, check this out. I'm gonna show you my garden. Let me get the yeah.
You know them palmetto bushes they got down here in Florida?
Yeah.
If you dig them up, they got these roots that look like a potato. Let me get a piece and show you what they look like. I'll be right back.
A tuber. Yeah. That's how they grow.
Yeah, I'm gonna show you what they look like.
This is my garden. I just I got about maybe 50 by 50 spot tilled up. That was a total drag getting that cut though. Oh my God. But yeah, there's my garden. I got a peach tree. I'm keeping a peach tree right in the middle. I didn't want to move it. So we're keeping a peach tree in the middle of it. And I've got it all tilled up, set up. So yeah. 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 You got the tiller out there. I've had to go over.
Look at this one.
It took a day. It took a whole day just to, what is that? Roots?
That's what a palmetto bush. You know, it's got the palm fronds.
Yeah.
Bush. That's what it's at the root of it. It's
covered
by. Yeah, it's covered like with almost like a fur looking stuff. Hell no, Bill. It's been cold as shit here. I've been having to warm up my chocolate just to eat it.
Whatever.
Yeah, we had a cold front or something come through, man.
Oh no shit.
Yeah. I'd shut my window.
Yo. Hey, I got and then I'll tell you something else. I don't know if you guys seen this, but I got
and I ripped back of the pants too. Back of my shorts.
Oh yeah.
Big old tear.
Big old tear. You're showing your ass. No, damn it, don't be showing your ass.
Big old tear about that long. I had a pickaxe and I went and I bent over and I heard rip.
Oh no.
Yeah. Oh.
Right. But yeah. I got this one too, T and Fan. You may not have seen this. It's got my rabbit, and that's the male rabbit, and we got the female rabbit here. We just got the rabbits, and I've had the rabbit cages for a while, built them along.
He's getting fat. I ain't getting fat, man. I'm still waiting to get fat. That ain't happening.
Don't get fat. That's when you get it.
I'm trying to get fat, but it just ain't happening, man.
But these are my rabbit cages.
And they said when you turn 40, and I've been 40 for a little while now.
They need some work.
Now, when I had bad teeth, I did gain weight. When I had bad teeth, I gained weight, and I had heartburn constantly, every day, every night. Sometimes I'd wake up at night, it'd come up the back of my nose and like burn my whole. That's crazy. But I haven't had heartburn since, man.
Yeah, it just started raining here too, Ryan. And that very heavy. Out of the blue. Which I'm glad.
What?
I was just saying it's raining here too. I had to go into town and buy a mattress this morning, and so I'm glad I got in there in between the rains. It's worked out real well.
Yeah, I got all the tilling done and stuff. All the trees are moved and stuff like that. I got the log staves out of the way and stuff like that. And now it's raining this evening, so it's
I
this is
don't
my
know how much
chicken.
more weight I can put on. I don't think I got any room for any.
Right, this is my chicken coop. This is just the yard for the chicken coop. It's 16 by 32. There's the chicken coop itself right there. But it's fully covered in chicken wire. And now see these over here? Those are the pallets. Those are pallets in between the uprights, 4x4 uprights, and then we're framing it in from there. That's what we're going to be doing with the greenhouse. Same kind of construction. Now, this is the chicken coop itself. That's the water, and that's the food right there. It goes down, and that's how I got the shield on it like that. So they can't, desecrate your food, right? And they get to it just fine. It works out great. And this is the watering pipe with the little chicken nipples there. See those?
Yep.
Yeah. And that's how I get the water. And this is the head layer here. It's gonna, and this is where I need to put hay in there, but yeah, this is, and I had an egg. I was like, yay, I got an egg. And you can see the chickens back there on the mail bars that come off of the second level in the chicken coop. Okay, and I got the feed.
Is that where you deliver the mail?
Yeah, do what?
Is that where you deliver the mail to them?
That's where you pick up the eggs. That's where they. That's where you put. And see, they kicked his ass out of the upstairs on the roosting bars. Now he's sitting out on the floor. I was like, "What the?" And see, Ranger's right there.
Chicken nibbles.
He's all good with the chicken. He was born in a chicken coop. See, the girls are all up top. They won't let him up there.
Hey, I've only got a COVID 50 on me. Can anybody break a COVID 50?
COVID 50.
I'll do it if you'll take SARS.
I'd like to get a.
I've got a whole pile of individual SARS here, and that'll. I've got 50 SARS, and not for your COVID. If you don't mind taking singles.
Hey, check this out, Jack. This is the other thing I wanted to show you.
I'll check with my Ebola. Oh. If my Ebola can handle some more viral load, I'll do it.
That's my backhoe. That's my backhoe.
Oh, it's got stanchions and supports and everything. So yeah, that's a good one.
Oh,
it's a 5 ton.
Can I borrow that?
580 SE.
Can I borrow it just for a day?
It don't move forward and backward right now. I'm trying to figure out what the hell's going on with it. Everything works on it. All the hoses are fixed now. Everything's ready to go, and she won't move forward and backward.
Yeah, right.
Does it engage in any gear? Does it engage into a gear and then not move?
No, there's no gear. You only have a high-low transfer case.
So that's all right. I'm not an asshole, so I'll say good day. Hello, Dave, Chuck Jones.
So it has a transfer case with the. I'm just curious because I really don't know.
But it's got a forward and backward. You got you move that lever there on the side, that one right there. If you move that forward, it moves forward. If you center is neutral, and then back towards you is reverse.
Right.
I mean, she starts up. She's running. I drove it to right there about a year ago.
Yeah, Bill.
We blew the hoses on it, and it stopped moving. So I just left it there, and we got the hoses on it.
Try getting it really, really warmed up. I don't know, maybe.
And if they've got a pressure sensor on them on that main hose. If he doesn't have 100% pressure on that sensor, any fluctuation or shut it down. Shut down the drive line anyway.
Well, she's got enough pressure. I mean, everything's moving, everything's operating. The stanchions up and down, everything. The bucket, front bucket up and down.
I guarantee you, on the ball seal of that, where it pushes back, it's got a sensor on behind it. It's not pushing that ball bearing back on that spring and the sensor hard enough. She won't operate.
Right.
Yeah,
And
that sounds like
sensors around
yeah.
49, 50 onwards, and that to stop them, because blokes would get out there, they leave the motor running and they joggle them, rightio, and the thing would just sit there, and they rough idle, and the sticks would move, and that, so they've got their own leverage and all that sort of thing. But if you had a damage thing, you couldn't, it wouldn't lose power, it wouldn't lose brakes either, because that's the same line that controls your hydraulics for your brakes. Everything locks.
Actually, the brakes are more mechanical on this than they are hydraulic.
All right, yeah. So that's another difference of the SC. So the S ones are all hydraulic brakes.
Two brake pedals here. Those aren't. That's not a clutch and a brake. I can steer with my tires. Those are two brake pedals.
Yeah. Do you have a throttle slide on that one as well? Just underneath the cab and that. And
no, it's got a foot pedal. It's got the foot pedal.
But it's got the ratchet on it, so you can lock it down and lock it in. Cruise control.
Yeah, kind of. It does have that, and you can also. It's got the foot lever in it to knock out to lock the tires together on the same. It's got that foot thing. Hold on a second. This is just.
They got the S model over here. Well, he's ugly.
Yeah, I don't know who he is. He's just the next video.
Yeah, it's definitely not a farm mate.
Right. But there's Ranger.
Hello, Ranger.
He's getting so big. He comes over. It's so cute. I'll tell him front center, Ranger, and he'll come over just like this and sit right in front. He's been such a good dog. He's taking his training well. He was just sitting there watching me and doing his thing, just kind of like guarding the area. Sorry about the sideways video. I don't know why it's doing it. But yeah, everybody's been telling me they want to see video of Ranger. Well, there's Ranger.
He's getting big, man, just since like in a week.
I know, right? I took him back to I took him with me down to Sleepy Hollow, and there was still two dogs there from his litter. And he was twice their size.
Wow.
Yeah.
Just letting him out and getting about. He's growing. Oh yeah. Man, that's pretty right there. That looks now I like that right there. I like that.
Yeah, I got a shitload of these off that little thing that just dried out. So I'm getting there. Not big.
That looks like Northern Lights right there.
I don't know what it is, mate. I know. All the big buds are seed, and half of the flowers have gone male, and that was just getting stressed out. But
man, that looks like it's something good to smoke there. Now I damn sure try some of that.
I can share vicariously and that with you, and then it's blow it at the microphone. It's the best I can do.
Too bad I couldn't mash it for you, man. If I could mash it for you, you would freaking be amazed what comes out of there.
Maybe you can mash it for us.
You would, man. My Northern Lights broke ground today. That's cool, man. Northern Lights is pretty good. It's actually a pretty good strain. It's all right, decent, but it's got a lot of hairs on it like that.
Oh, see, Deb got hooked up and that through Don Trump. And,
yeah.
And he hooked up 3 of my friends. They're not from here on the channel. They're just folks I know smoke and that, and they've been buying their seeds in Canada. But now with everything, and we've got contact with Don Trump, they're buying off him now. And they all said the same thing. She said, shit, this is a big operation. Have a look at how it was packed, you know. We're having a video chat. I'm showing this professional printed sticker and that, and the little rolled up stuff, and all sealed up. So yeah. And I said, "Would you believe it's one old fart in a house somewhere?" And they go, "Yeah, serious." Hey, Uncle, how you doing? That's what we got now. There, Zoom. We got some more moonshine again. So it's looking very dark and very reddish. I know. But, what you got there?
Some of this, but
yeah. Pinot Grigio, yeah. That's the Australian one from South Australia.
Is it?
Yep.
Cool, man.
2016. That's a good one too. I'm glad I got this. It's a 2017.
Cool, man.
Don't get this 2017. If you're going to get something in a few years' time, and get a Botrytis Riesling and that dessert wine. Because it got hit by the Botrytis bug. They had these early seasonal frosts in there right on harvest, and everything went bad and brown and went sugars and all that sort of thing. 2017, but for Botrytis wines, it was a magnificent year. And so, 2020, 2023, in between there, if you've got Noble One or Di Bartoli or something like that, one of those Botrytis type wines, it's going to be magnificent. But yeah, 2016, can't go wrong with the Pinot. That's a good one.
If there's my Huckleberry, she's finally in.
Hand me down.
It's been here for a while. Well, that's a bloody good hand me down, man. Seriously. I think I've got a bottle exactly. Oh, hang on, no, I've got. We've drunk the Pinot, all the Pinot. What have we got in there?
The cannabis connoisseur.
It's got.
Hey, baby. How you doing?
I got some Shiraz. I got some Coonawarra Cabernet Sauvignon.
Jimmy B.
Jimmy B.
Hey, Jimmy, how you doing?
Everybody's here.
Right? No shit.
Cool, man.
Rock on, brother.
That's
Pinot.
The gift.
You know how people throw fruit in wines and all that sort of thing, and it's actually quite horrid with most of them, unless you're talking about champagne or the Pinot Grigio.
Hunch.
No, just a squeeze your lemon and just put your little bit of lemon in the top of it, and it's very nice. Shitload of ice. You can put in ice in with Pinot too, and it doesn't retract from it because of the nice acid finish on it. It doesn't get affected by the water.
I'd try that lemon if I had some lemons. Shoot, if I had some lemons, I'd do that with the lemons, man. I like them. I like lemons, man. I just don't have any, except the one life dealt me.
Cannabis connoisseur. Who are you talking to? It's like everybody's got my phone number. We're busy.
You ain't got my phone.
Yeah.
You might, unless I sold it to you.
I think it's just somebody trolling.
Yeah, I get that. But if you want to talk, come in, and if you really are a cannabis connoisseur, and come in and educate us, because I'm only new into it. I'm just mulling up at the moment.
Oh man!
But yeah,
you were in the right place, boy.
Fire in the Bowl brought to you by Sausage Gravy Biscuit Farms.com.
You're in the right place now.
Fire in the Bowl.
I think I know who Yummy is. I'm not really sure. Sometimes I haven't got a clue who Yummy is. Sometimes I think it's Jonah in disguise.
Chris is your friend with the I don't know any Chris. No. Do not know any Chris.
I know Christina.
Right.
I don't know a couple of Chris's.
It's your friend.
Oh, the
with,
Union Jack. The Union Jack scarf.
No, that's Tim.
Tim.
Yeah, JSUK.
Oh yeah.
Oh, you talking about the one that yeah. Gaines what was that guy? He come on a couple times.
Yeah.
Gain
J-
Chris
it's
Gaines.
Tim, JSUK. Yeah.
Okay, right. No, it's with Yummy. It was
Yeah,
the Yummy's friend. Yeah, I
Chris
think.
Gaines or something. Gaines.
I don't know.
Yeah, I remember. It was the one I said that was chopping a line on something.
Oh, okay.
Like. Remember that dude? When you was having bandwidth problems, he kept coming on.
Oh, okay.
Remember? I remember.
Okay.
Oh no, that was a gift,
All the
Aaron.
ones I know are hot too, and that, but they're all crazy. One of them's actually, I tell you, crazy.
Aaron,
One of them's on at his governor's pleasure thing. There hasn't been to serve at the governor's pleasure sentence for 150 years here, and that. But this Sheila went around, got upset over a social media post, killed another woman's 2 children, set fire to a company, and that where another woman worked, and that where there were 50 people working inside. Dry cleaning company, so all the chemicals there, and that went up like a bomb. And all, yeah, that's one of the Christinas I knew. And
Oh no, this is yeah, he's Yummy's. Yummy is his sister.
I don't know. Sometimes I thought Yummy was Jonah playing jokes.
No, no.
Just Yummy seems to know a lot more about me than what I'm comfortable with, unless it is someone like Jonah taking a shit stir.
No.
Man,
That was strange.
got some blood, boy. Whew. Man, wish y'all could smell this. The whole
Right.
house
Right.
smells like it's like lemon. It's like lemon, and you blow it out, it almost tastes like pepper too.
Now, TN Fan, I'm going to be working here soon with a bunch of foamcrete, expanding it with soap foam, and actually making soapstone out of it. But you take the simple concrete and you expand it with just simple foam off of like oil hair shampoo. You know what I'm saying? The cheap stuff. And you get it all foamed up and you add it to the concrete and it increases its volume by 5. Now you do lose some of your integrity and the strength of it, but it becomes an insulator instead of a mass.
Connoisseur, yeah. I'm sorry to hear that. Hope you're doing okay. Don't tell that to Amazing Drop though, because he'll call you a bullshit artist to your face and fucking tell you there's no such thing. So just be careful. We'll be in here later for sure.
I'm gonna find out, like within the next couple of weeks, how I can get that test for me and Mom, because I'm pretty sure she had something. Well, I know she did when she got back from her cruise, and I caught it too.
A lot of folks and that got exposed to it. A lot of people caught it and that and carried on and that. But if you're not in the thing, major zinc deficiencies and that, major history of smoking, serious old age and complications caused by like this, like that veteran, 100 and what years of age, and that beast never smoked a day in his life, and he's pretty fit. Still walks 5 to 6 miles every day. Right, so his pulmonary, bronchial pulmonary system's pretty bloody good. Rightio. So, but you know, I'm been a smoker for 40 odd years. I'm still pulling these things. You can see the black shit in that. I probably wouldn't fare so well, but that's like any flu. But the thing is, I've never had a flu shot, or I've never had any one of those vaccines or anything like that. And I'm a hell of a lot healthier than most folks my age.
I want to know just if we've had it or not. That's all. See if we got the antibodies or whatever that's called. 'Cause I heard they're coming out with something soon where we'll be able to find out if we have had it or not before.
Right. Right. It's just another flu, guys.
I think we did have it.
It's just another cold, another flu, and it depends on your zinc intake and your normal zinc levels in your blood. Okay, that's pretty much what it's boiling down to, which is still the same thing. Like as if you use silver and you keep your nutrients up with your vitamins and your antioxidants and stuff like that, you're gonna be fine. You're probably not even gonna get sick. Okay.
Well, I know what we had. I'm gonna tell you, it was just like they said. We didn't even know we didn't even know we had it. Is how light it was. It was so non-existent, really. It felt like I was catching a cold. The next morning, I says, "Oh man, I know for sure I've caught a cold now." And then that was it. It was like nothing.
Majority of people. And like all these, we went through this SARS, remember? You had what?
Yeah.
400,000 cases in the US and that, 1,000 of deaths and all that sort of thing. But the average folks, when they went through and they finally developed the test, so many, like millions of people had the antibodies in their system. So they'd had it, they'd caught it, they'd dealt with it, and moved on. And now they've got the antibodies for it, so they can't get it again. Problem is with this one, and this is the problem. It doesn't leave a huge antibody signature behind, and that because of the linkages in between the two parts of it, which is man-made. Everybody's agreeing that the linkages in this thing's man-made. Okay, China's trying to say the US has done it. The US media is trying to say the US has done it, and everybody else in the world's going, what? Talkback radio here in Australia this morning. So it's Saturday morning over here. So you've got all the little old dears talking about, knitting and the price of veggies and all that sort of stuff. But not this morning. All the little old dears on Talkback Radio over here today goes, how stupid are these people over there to put up with these things? This CNN and this MSNBC and this ABC and these CNNBCs and all these other things out there. They're spreading lies. We know this is not the truth.
Yeah.
But they're telling people lies. Now,
and we put up with it.
A deer here in the bush in Australia talking on community talkback radio can figure this out. Why the fuck can't fucking 90% of your country over there figure this out?
Oh, seriously. They did. You don't understand. Nobody's listening to them. Nobody here watches them.
The thing is, they have the platform.
They don't even have the audience that Alex Jones does.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, nobody's watching them. The only ratings they got are the ones they manufacture because they got TVs in every waiting room in every fucking airport in the nation. That's it.
Hey, do you still have to put fucking money in to watch those things for free now?
They have a small audience, and they believe it.
My first trip to the US, if you wanted to sit in the airport waiting rooms, and that you used to have to put a coin in the slot and press the number of the screen that you wanted, and then go and sit in your chair and watch it. And then
I've never seen that.
Then you get about 40 people, and they're all crowding around you, and then stand in front of you. You're sitting down there, and you can't see what the thing you're all paid for because everybody's standing in front of you. This was the airport in New Jersey.
Oh, shit. That was your problem. It was New Jersey.
I learned with California, I just get out of the whole fucking state as fast as possible. I landed at LAX. I could get my ass down there to the Greyhound bus thing or up to Stan's Rent-A-Wreck.
What to do? Miami? You go to Miami? Yeah, you get the phone. You just get the phone.
No. I've only been to Miami driving, so I've not dealt with the airport.
I dealt the one in Puerto Rico.
Landed down there behind Pensacola. There's got an airstrip. I flew in there, and that when I was in the military, but thankfully didn't have to go through the civilian side of it.
Eglin.
Well, I had to go through. You tried going through Puerto Rico.
Eglin.
I didn't have to show any ID when I went to Puerto Rico. I didn't have to show any ID. Didn't have to do nothing and all the rest. Right. We got down there with the Marines.
Yeah, I was just show me the door so I can smoke a cigarette. You know.
Hey, they've got a skid out either side of them. Fucking stand out there. It's a little bit hard to use your lighter and light up. That's why they've all got cigarette lighter, car cigarette lighters. Well, all of ours did.
Yeah, they got the little battery operated one. Just stick the cigarette in.
You just press them in and that, and the little thing pops out later, and then it's got the glowing end, and then you light your cigarette off that. It lights in any wind. With all the Australian Army helicopters, all the cigarette lighters put into them, and that back there, and that you got things like first aid pouches. And we toss them in cigarette lighter.
Right. Right. That's what you got to put for. Damn it.
Well, you got all the wiring running up that column by the door there, and that stick it in there. You go down the Tandy and that, buy a fucking $3 car cigarette lighter, and that drill a hole in the panel, and just put it in.
Hey, did you ever see the ones that you just push a button and it's got the element inside of it, and you stick the cigarette in the hole, and it just acts like a cigarette lighter, but it's a handheld unit, man. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, 3 days ago now. My time anyway. 2 days for you. Wednesday morning, the wet market in Wuhan and Chongqing and Shaoxing all open, and they're the three biggest ones. Wet markets are where they sell live animals.
I think the wet market is just the plan B story. It's not the. I think that's bullshit too.
Look, this thing was
blame it on that. I think that's the fallback.
Everybody agrees this thing is man-made. They're trying to figure out whether it was botched, not done properly, or whether it was absolute stroke of genius. Because the problem is with this one, it doesn't leave a huge antibody signature, and so you may not have enough antibodies if you get reinfected again to fight it off. So the second time may knock you over. This is the thing you got to worry about. Nobody knows, because the only secondary infections are all in China at the moment, where it started, and they ain't saying nothing about it.
Yeah, no, I think they're on day number 8 or 9 of no new infections. Boy, that's a miracle, ain't it?
Taiwan is the one you got to watch to get the information from Taiwan. But the World Health Organization doesn't recognize fucking Taiwan because China says fucking Taiwan's part of them, and they're dealing with it, so they treat Taiwan the same as China.
Did you see there was a news article released today about the guy who was at the UN representing and who promoted China? That guy. He was the head of the Communist Party for another country or something.
Yeah. In Spain.
Hello. It was just revealed that's what he did before he got where he is.
Hey, you know what? He's not a doctor either. So how does he get ahead of the World Health Organization? I'll tell you what. His degree is in marketing and psychology. How to figure out how to get people to buy fucking a story.
Yep. Propaganda.
Yeah, the bat soup is just the fallback.
Right.
The other lie I don't
want to copy the link. Just put in there. She's gone live. Grab the link, send it out to your friends, put it on your social media, and all that sort of stuff. So there it is.
Oh yeah. Rock and roll.
Parent with adults get PBT, training, education, self-worth, job, and skills required for daily.
I think it's just got to keep going with the way the media is until everybody understands what is going on with it. They just got to keep going, because I mean, it's not like we can convince each other more. You know what I mean? We just, you know what I mean? We can't convince each other more of how bullshit it is. It's just got to keep going until everybody sees.
Yeah, we're making
it's not there for any of us. You're not looking after none of our best interests. None of us.
Pangolins. Isn't a pangolin sort of like an anteater? Not except he's an armor-plated version.
No, penguin is a
pangolin.
Pangolin is. It was different. I think that's what she's. Maybe she's trying to say penguin. I don't know.
I don't know.
Right.
Huh.
Damn,
I always
fan.
pangolin looks like those big fucking long anteaters, and that except the armor. Except these guys have got armor plate on.
Well, that's an armadillo.
We're trying.
And
Hang five.
What? We know.
Oh,
Is there something I'm not seeing?
he
Hold
knows
on.
best. Where's you got to jump on something? What's this?
I don't know. I was checking.
Too. You got to go back. Yummy, yummy.
Yeah, I'm firing a ball. Hold on.
Yes. Crikey, that buzzard's noisy. He's out on the back porch. It's not a big place, I must admit. Yeah. When he calls out, he comes right through. You can hear him come through the bloody speakers.
who plays hacky sack?
They took my hacky sack away and that because you're not allowed to have it made out of human parts.
Man, no, that's fun. Anybody ever play hacky sack? That's just fun. I don't know
I
what.
used to
Maybe
be real good at it. So we used to have foot juggling competitions over here, and that, like what I found out, and because that's a game that the Aboriginal kids over here play. They get a flat pebble, get it about that round, so it covers the whole top of your foot, but you want it flat, and then they just toss it and they catch it from the next guy, and they pass it over to the next one, flick it off, and all that sort of thing. We were doing that as a kid, and then tin cans. You play like soccer, but you use an old tin can that you'd just kick that around because they lasted, because nobody could afford balls. You were rich.
And that
if
was
you
their Twitter.
had a real ball and that, you were rich.
That was the extent of their Twitter.
I actually had a cricket ball, but we only had allowed to use it on proper cricket games. For everything else, we had a tennis ball. I had to buy that bloody thing myself.
Oh shit.
Yep, that's funny. But yeah, there was a baseball and a softball, and bats for that, and catches, mitts, and all that sort of stuff. There was a soccer ball, there was a football, but they all belonged to the school and all that sort of thing on the community and all that sort of thing. So you could only use them as a school. But so weekends you had to use your own, and everybody else for a few years said, "Oh well, everybody else has got balls, so we don't need to buy them one." But that wasn't the case until they all come around and said, "Well, why the boys all making their own balls?" And well, we thought you bought it. We thought you'd buy one, or we thought you'd come together. So you're telling me there's not a single football in the whole community? Yes, except for the school. So you went straight up there, grabbed the keys on the way out, and that because the keys had a big. It was unique. It was a big white tag wood key tag on it. What's you going to the store? And you just got out, come out, and he came out with an armful of balls and that, and said, "Hey, oh you kids, get around here! Start playing with these." He said, "We'll have more come Monday." This was on Saturday. So yeah, let's all go down to Florida's place. Have 200 people rocking up all at once.
You know, my friend, his aunt is married to a Mexican, and the lady went to. There's this lady that lives down the street, and she's got a young daughter, and they went up there and says, "Hey, we've got some old clothes, that you might could wear if you're interested." And she looked at her and says, "I don't wear no clothes from no effing," and called him a Mexican. And the lady was like, "What?" I said, "Damn."
Hey, look, bigotry tends to screw the bigot more than it does the intended bigot. It wasn't always the case. It's going that way nowadays. There is such a thing as karma, and then there was also the thing is, people have a gutful.
I mean, and she was just being nice, offering clothes.
Yeah, I know. This is the idiocy of it.
And the whole family stays there. There's only one Mexican there. It's not like they're all Mexicans. You know, you know what I mean. So it's not like that. It's not like a whole bunch of them. Just one guy. And it's not like he runs around with his. It's not like that over there.
Well, a friend of mine, John, married a tiny little Mexican girl, 4'9", Mennonite girl. Her dad's 4'11". Right.
Damn.
So they're tiny little people and all that sort of thing. But crikey, they hard workers and all that sort of thing. But doesn't matter what
these people got money. Yeah, they're not broke. The guy actually pays people to work for him. He can't get people. He can't keep people. He pays people to work. They do the pine needles. They'll go around and get pine needles.
Yep.
And they pay good money.
Yep.
And the guy, he's good people. I met him.
What are you getting a 50-pound bag over there?
Oh man, they get they'll pay them by the bale.
Well, over here, you get a 50-pound sack, rightio, and you fill that up until it's 50 pounds, rightio. If it's over 50 pounds, then they'll take it, they'll empty it out, give you a sack back. If you go up there, you've got 44 pounds in it. Don't waste that time.
Well, what they do is
your total. But they $14, and you can do that in 10 minutes. Figure it out. That's good money. If you chop in,
they got these like square things they fill up, and they just fill it up and then tie it and then load it into a trailer. Now they get some good money for it when they take it where they do, but they only pay, certain amount of money, but it's good money still though.
Well,
the
point of extractors and that they're paying over here, they're paying $1,200 a ton for it. Rightio. Now you can go out in the pine forest and get it for nothing. All you need is a permit. It costs you $22 to get a permit. Right. Yeah. And then you go out there with as many people. They're all covered by the one permit, as long as they're all working for you, and all that sort of thing. Now, you throw up, you get 10 ton on your truck in a day. You got 15 people working for you, say. Right. So there's 16 of you. And everybody's going to take home $250 for the day, and the boss is going to take home $3 or $4 grand.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So we're talking serious money here if you're prepared to work, because you got to strip all those needles off all them branches and all that sort of thing, and it's rough on the digits. I know I've done it.
See, now here, all you got to do is rake them up off the ground.
See, they're the ones I don't want. They want the live green ones. Over here, we got tea tree oil. Now
that's sticky. That right there, that'd be sticky work.
And it burns. Pure tea tree oil has got so many acids and compounds, natural cyanide in there too. Pure, undistilled tea tree oil will kill you long term. Okay, simple as that. Don't no ifs, no buts. Any experts out there say I got 100% pure and that, you're an idiot. You distill it off, they get all the bad stuff out of it, and then you get the pure oil that you want out of it without any of that. That stuff's worth $30 an ounce, $1 a gram.
Oh wow!
And like that, and that's what they're getting for it. The distillers are getting. So you can imagine what the pickers are getting, but the pickers are all getting sick because they're all getting lazy and that, and going out there on hot days and that, and wearing short sleeve shirts and all that sort of thing, going through tea trees.
She's been with the same guy since the 80s.
They'd get a little bit, and that
same guy. He's been with him since the 80s.
Get the oil, get some water, then wash most of it off, and the little bit of oil that would stick to their hand after washing it, that's what they'd rub on the wound, and that because they knew there was some bad stuff in there, and most of it would wash off with the water, and that, so they weren't getting too much of the bad stuff. So to distill it to food grade, and we got pretty strict food laws over here in Australia.
Yep.
It can't have any sign of that cyanide compound in it at all. Not like we can't almonds here. Almonds in Australia, and they had to get a special exemption because there's too much fucking cyanide in each almond. Now, food standards won't let that amount go through.
Yeah.
Almond has too much cyanide for the food standards. So they had to get a special exemption for the almond industry.
Now, I got a shitload of pine needles out there, man. I had a girlfriend that used to rake them up and put them on her shed. She was growing these calla lilies. Had a big, like an acre thing. She was growing them. And I said, "You want pine needles?" I said, "I got a whole bunch of them." And we loaded up my truck, and I went down there.
You know anywhere where you sawdust?
I do. Yeah, I do.
All right. Get your pine needles. Get your sawdust. Put them all in a bucket. Put 4 pints of water in and 2 pints of PVA glue into there, rightio, and mix them all up, and then press them up into logs. You know, the pine needles and the sawdust and that and all that sort of thing. Just set them out to dry on a piece of newspaper. And the water will evaporate out of it, and the PVA glue and that will halfway die and that because of the sun and all the rest of it, but it'll leave enough in there. And you're going to use that as a log fire. And PVA,
I got a burn pal.
hooves and snouts and all the and bones and all the rest of it.
That's that orange shit.
Not the PVA glue shit. CVA, which is the old clag. You know, the flower and horseshoe based glue. You know, the old glue.
Like Elmer.
Yeah, Elmer's glue. Yeah, we call it clag here.
Oh, okay.
Don't know why I'm talking PVA. That's that polyvinyl acetate stuff. No, the CVA.
Yeah, that's that orange shit, ain't it?
Yeah, it's that white woodworker's glue. White woodworker's glue. No, you don't want to burn that. No, the stuff you use as a kid and that for doing posters and shit like that.
Yeah.
Because that's all natural. If that burns, it's not going to cause dramas. It's not got no toxins in it. It's rendered to bloody horse hooves and bones and fucking everything else.
Wow.
Actually, that's one of the ingredients. Like when I do like that pour type. Let's see, like this one.
Yeah.
Man.
That's a great idea. You know, that's a great idea. I might do that myself.
Let me get up.
Make some logs.
Go snake fishing.
Oh yeah.
Go snake fishing. I would just go down to the river and just take off, just disappear, go down to the boat ramp and just fish down off of that somewhere.
Oh, that's how I do it here. I get the shits with what I'm doing and I say, fuck it, just grab the yabby nets and that and go down and grab the little surf ski and that and get some meat out the freezer and hopefully it's heart forward by the time I get to where I'm going. Catch some yabbies, drink some piss, drive home fucking way over the limit, but I'm going back paddocks and fire trails all the way. So
that you mix it with
go down to the river and just
they're not registered roads that I'm driving on, so they can't.
That's what it looks like when you mix it with glue.
Yeah. No, all I got to do is just go down to the river and pull over.
Hey, TN fan, now that's insulting, Dale. Oh, sorry.
What's going on?
No, white bread heaven. There is everybody is cooking white bread. Who cooks fucking white bread here? Seriously. You've seen me cook enough bread TN fan?
He's trying to say he's saying we're soft.
No, we're over processed.
Are you kidding me?
I make my own black rye bread and a good old fashioned rye bread. It's good for
I'm
cleaning.
giving this shit away.
Lots of fibre. I'm an old fart. I've got to eat that healthy stuff. Look at all the shit that I put in myself.
I don't eat white bread at all.
Hey, Canoe's got it right. Black bread lives matter. Absolutely.
Where's touch? Right.
While we're on about it, hey, battery. Still waiting for that email, mate. So, yeah, please.
Would that be the Pillsbury Dough Thug?
Canoes.
Yeah, Boom. Canoes is a good value.
Right.
Got sunflower seeds.
Dude. I already showed all my videos. I got them all.
I wonder how Aaron's planning on escaping from New York.
We're working on it there, Bill. We're working on it. Getting toasted, yes.
Right.
I'd do it at night. And I'd hit back out of there. That's how I'd do it.
I was worried you were getting serious for a second there, Jack. I was like, what? Oh, man.
Toasted. Yeah, toasted. Yeah, just
Toasted,
about, Bill.
roasted. Oh. Dude, I can feel the sun on my back still, man. It was so good today.
The toasted old white dudes, crusty like old crusty bread. Stale as shit.
Yeah. Maybe so. I'll tell you what.
That's a compliment. If you can believe that.
You got time for crust. I just scrape it off.
Yeah. May the crust be with you.
It's amazing what compliments get misconstrued as not being compliments.
You know, when my mom, she'll say, "How was the meatloaf?" I'll say, "Oh," I said, well, the doc says I got the meatloaf, I got the corona loaf virus. That's what I told her. I said, I got the corona loaf. I said, I might not make it out of there.
Yeah. They're looking for little South Korean fellas and Vietnamese fellas and Malaysians. $6 million worth of pot found on Aboriginal land, and that apparently the deal went sour, and that they were gathering, just about ready to gather up the crop for that, and all of a sudden the deal changed, and the folks whose land it was were going to get a shitload less than what they were promised initially. And they put up with all the fucking around with these guys and their fucking whinging and whining because it's remote, right? This, forget about toilets and all those nice things, you know. But yeah, and they said, what? He said, yeah, and there's nothing you can do about it. You're complicit. And then they go, fuck it, we'll plead guilty. What are they going to do? A bunch of elders sitting up there. All these guys came up there and offered us a shitload of bucks and that to grow pot on their land. Now they won't fucking pay us, but the pot's up there. And that, well, don't do it again. And they send 50 fucking cops up there. Cops have got the pot.
Oh, shit.
I got one for you.
Community's got $100,000 reward for putting them in.
Here's an article for you.
They got their 100 grand anyway. They got off the cops though.
Oh shit.
Look, I love it. I love it. I really do.
They arrested a guy for trafficking cocaine. Well, when they tested it, he told me, he says, that's not cocaine, that's lidocaine.
Which is cocaine.
Yeah, they didn't believe him. They threw him in jail. Well, when they tested it, it was lidocaine. So here they got this guy charged with trafficking, and he ain't got no cocaine.
Hey, did you see that bloke on the paddle board out there in New York Harbor who fucking pulled up at gunpoint? Cannon point. They had the fucking minigun pointed at him.
I didn't see that.
Coast Guard vessel comes up there. They got the 40mm Votus fucking pointed at him. They got the minigun pointed at him, and they got 6 blokes up there with fucking the big rifles that they got. I think it's some version of the AR or Colt. I think they're Colt looking one. But you couldn't tell really. And all these guys got this, and the guys out there. And I am self-isolating. I'm away from everybody. And where I go up, no, bang, and they're going to fine him what $1,100 or $11,000 or something like that.
I'll be right back.
And then they're going to make him pay for the police action.
Yeah. They'll make him pay for the boats and the gas. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
We had a couple here, and they live. Their house is right on the beach. Right. You walk off their patio, you walk down the dunes, and there's the beach. Right. And that's it. So they're sitting down there at the bottom end, just off the grass. So they're lying on the sand there, on towels, and that. Surf Patrol comes up there, fucking arrests them, fucking puts them in. You're in a fucking jail with surrounded by other people where there is no fucking safe spacing and all that sort of fucking shit at the moment. You know.
Cool. I'll tell you. I bet the next one they'll run.
I'm over 60, so I'm in the target zone. I'm an ex-smoker, and that's so I'm and a heavy smoker at that. So I'm in the target zone. I drink too much grog. I partake in too much weed. All these things. So I'm in the target zone for this bloody thing, and that you ain't gonna see me running around in fucking masks and hazmat suits and all the rest of this shit.
Right.
I've got 16 M17 A1s down the back. If anybody doesn't know what they are, they're gas masks. US military issue, 1980s thing. Got a range of gas filters for them. Nerve reagents, VX.
I know what those are. Those are the yeah.
big heavy goggles there, and the big 2 black things.
Yeah,
there.
they look like they're drooping. Yeah.
And I got the biohazard suits to go with them, the green ones, and they're all booty all in one piece. Slip on.
Cover of a song called Dolatron. It's on that cover of that song. Assassins is the name of it.
I'll be over there as soon as I can there, Michelle. I got your link up in the background here. I just haven't been over there.
My mom said she was in Walmart, and she said this dude picked up, speaking of lemons, he picked up a lemon and then like put it back down and then coughed right on it. And I said, maybe he just figured it was a cigarette cough and it was okay. So then she goes to the line. They were all lined up, and then they had to walk around this thing. And Mom walked by, and she said, "Boy, they sure got you trained, don't they? Panicking as hell, scared as shit."
Yeah.
And I said, "Don't say shit like that to these people, man. They're gonna think you're crazy."
Look, I got to agree with you, Mum.
Well, no, she's right. Yeah.
To be honest with you, they're taking advantage of a thing, and that look.
Yes.
Look up event 201.
Yeah.
They did scaling and all that sort of thing, and then they brought in another plane, and it was called Event 799, and that's how to take over, and it names them, and I think it's 166, 167.
Okay. I know
198. 201 is included in all that. These are things where you can then extend your power and authority. Right. This is put out by the globalists. This is not put out by Trump. This is by the fucking pricks he's been fighting all along. Deep state is what some people call it and all that sort of thing, but that's only part of it. There's a lot of factions in deep state. Sometimes they work together, sometimes they work opposed. They've all got their own goals. Sometimes those goals are aligned, sometimes they're in different areas.
Yeah. Now I kind of explain that to my mom, because she thinks the Democrats are in with it with these Chinese. She says, I know they're in on them with it.
A lot of them are. A lot of them are getting fucking on the payroll there from China.
Well, she thinks they had something to do with it,
Well, look how powerful Feinstein was, and that for so long, and that and until it fucking got outed, and that she had a Chinese driver who had access.
Makes you wonder, was that why they held on to it?
It was her driver for 20 years.
Remember when they had the impeachment Remember they held on to it for a month? Was that why they held on to it? To let it take hold? You know, she thinks they were in on it from the beginning, but I don't seem like it to me.
I don't think they're in on the virus.
No,
I do believe that the Gates folks were, and those groups were, but that's a different group again.
Yeah, right.
So look, the Democrats are a fucking political party, who over the years, from very long time ago, have played a very corrupt, populist game and played the hook. They started off, their hook was the nigger
Republicans are right in there with them.
Controls them. And so that a lot of folks followed that thing, and they made a lot of money out of these people and all that sort of thing. Then all of a sudden they started vying for the black vote, and got a lot of money for supporting those things, and they raised up all these individual black speakers, but a lot of them spoke out against them. Have you noticed a similar pattern? Not everybody gets huge, rightio, but a lot of the folks who speak out against the Democrats or go independent tend to get assassinated. Martin Luther King is probably the best well-known of them. You know who Buddy Rise was?
Nope.
He was a blues singer, and he's best known for his singing, but he is actually a political activist, and he talked about the brotherhood of men, and again, judge people not by the colour of their skin, but by their character, what they do with their lives, and this is how we should do. You know, you got scumbags in every fucking race, and you got hard working fucking stand up folks in every race as well, rightio.
Yep. That's right.
And I like the hard work and stand up folks. Pricks who turn around and want to fucking play fucking advantages or play victim or play fucking whatever fucking game that's going to make them the fucking dollars or get them the attention or give them the goodsies feelings that they want at the time. They can all go get fucked.
No. I think Republicans are right in there in the scam with them. They're playing the game.
Well, most of them are, and look at them.
And they already agree to it. Look, well, sometimes we'll be the bad guy. Sometimes we'll be blaming you guys. Sometimes you just blame us, and we'll all just go down the road happy as shit, rich as shit.
Well, you've got a bloke over there. His nickname's Turtle. Right now, everybody says is supporting Turtle all of a sudden because he's standing up against Pelosi and all that sort of thing. But I remember him fucking 15 years ago when he was selling every fucking American out left, right, and centre to the Chi-Coms. He was one of the first backers of the movement to get China fucking most favoured nation on the World Trade Agreement.
Well, the Clintons had these Chinese visiting the White House, and one of them donated all kinds of money, and they was in the dang the triad.
Johnson Wu, who ran Singtel, and that was one of the biggest fucking supporters of the Clinton Global Foundation.
Yeah,
and he was 14K.
Yeah, and see, these people paid their money. You know what I mean? They want what they got coming. You know what I mean? They already paid their money.
And what happened to Johnson Wu? He went up against them. He went up against old Richard Wong over there at Hong Kong and said, "Look, I want to buy my way out." And he said, "No, we own your ass. You play it this way." Johnson Wu went out there and bought a private fucking army, and it didn't fucking matter. And that because Richard Wong went out there and that brought in the Japanese, and they just cleaned up house. Do you think some of these action movies and that out there? This was the top floor in a fucking building in Hong Kong for real, and the cops were fucking. There's blood trails from 17 different bodies. Not one body ever fucking showed that.
Right.
They got the bodies out, but they couldn't clean the place up. They just left it. They know who's dead. That from DNA and all the rest of it, because there's that much fucking blood around the fucking joint. And the word's been out now. That's 5 years down the track now. No one's seen Johnson Wu for 5 years.
Right.
The board has voted one of Richard Wong's fucking puppets into the chairman of Singtel. It's like Sabir Bank, Alpha Bank. in Russia. 5 guys walks into the board fucking meeting, shoots the chairman of the fucking board, and that we're now taking a vote. Everybody vote for fucking Alexander Ivakov, and that is the new chairman of the board. Fucking vote now, and that they all voted. Fucking bang, yeah, thank you, and that, and we accept the former chairman's resignation, and that was written into the minutes.
Sure. I tell you, man.
That's what it was like, and that before Putin got into fucking Russia.
Yeah.
Dancing Boris let all the Ogolovs and that fucking do whatever they like, and the mafia. They're not the oligarchs; they're different. Ogolovs, criminal concerns. Oligarch is just a big, rich, powerful man. Right. Ogolovs, they're rich oath. OAF, I think, oath. Yeah, sort of like the troll, dumb, stupid.
Okay. Yep. You're right. Yep.
So, Nikolterny is what they're called in Russian. They're not cultured, whereas the proper mafia are fairly cultured. They're polite and they don't fuck with the general population and that. But you don't want to be a cop and that and going up against them.
Right.
Don't want to be a politician going up against them and that. But the man or the average bloke in the street, the average Ivan's not going to be worried by the mafia. He don't give a fuck. Mafia is more likely to do him a favour than the government is. Okay, Mariam, how you doing?
Hi, Mariam.
Yeah, this is the other side of this, the dehumanising talk. One end's got it in one. Let someone else call me non-essential again, just one more time. That's
like the epitome of devaluation. You know what I'm saying? Seriously.
That's making human beings disposable.
Yep.
It's crossover that they've got all these reality TV shows and that about dating and all that. We've got a show over here, Married at First Sight. And I can
tell you where it comes from. I can tell you where it's coming from. It's coming from the communist idea.
Oh, yeah, family.
To each as his need and from each as their ability or something like that.
Pancake heaven.
Useless in their society if you become lower than if you become lower than their value assessed, then you're a liability and you need to be dealt with.
Oh, I got an acre and a half here, and that's
that's what it is.
If I have to, and that's fine. I'm rather lucky. I've got 40,000 acres up the road, and I can walk there in half an hour. And let's just scrub, and that can get cleaned up real quick.
Right. But that's really kind of crazy.
I'll say, they get friends be a liability.
What?
That's what I tell my friends. I say we can be friends, but don't be a liability.
I was watching a show last night, or probably just a clip off internet, one of these movie clips. People send me, "Oh, you got to watch this. You got to watch this."
Ben Frank's in the house.
I get to watch them, but I can't remember what all of them are. But in one of them, they said, "A good deed done just means someone will remember. Someone will remember your name. They need another favour."
Right.
Crikey, I know that feeling.
Right.
Hey, if it seems like I'm interrupting y'all, I'm really not. I'm trying to
I know you're lagging worse than I am.
Okay.
No, I get that. That's all good.
Okay, so if you stop talking, don't stop. Just keep going.
No, hey, if you got something to say on that, I'll let you have a say. I talk too much anyway. I had to go mattress shopping at 8:30 this morning. Give me a break.
I noticed.
Very rarely do I have something important to say.
Right. Yeah.
Very rarely. Sometimes.
Your cop friends are. Yeah, Ben Frank. I was wondering where you been, bro. But
I think I have a pretty keen eye when it comes to deciphering the news. Very good, I think.
Ryan, your cop friends are livid over what?
My cop friends?
No, Ryan.
No, Ryan.
Oh.
Ryan.
Oh,
Ryan.
What? Man, don't say that shit like that around here.
Missouri government issues stay-at-home order.
The what?
Missouri government's just issued a stay-at-home order. Ryan Bardwell, they have families and obligations. I understand. Hey, look, yeah.
Yeah, so did Ohio. I saw that too. I saw Ohio go.
Hey, Ryan, and that, like, here, because everybody's got to do stuff, and the supply chain's fucked at the moment. I don't know if you saw the article. Australia got bled dry of surgical gloves and all this sort of stuff, and that just before the major outbreak over here, all the dive-ons and Chinese-backed corporations sent all their staff out there shopping for everything. So I've got surgical gloves here because I play with acid a lot, and I use them to line, when I'm playing with acids and that, etching Damascus and all that sort of stuff. I can reuse those gloves and that for a thing. So I've got half a box here for myself. But the local cops, they couldn't get any, so I gave them a box. The rail workers, because they've got to clean the trains. Okay, they can't get surgical fucking gloves. It's bullshit. So I give them a box. The old age care home and that down there, they had 3 or 4 boxes, but that wasn't the last one because they use them all the time. So they got the rest. So unfortunately, you've got to take care and that, and you've got to look after the folks who are looking after the infrastructure and all that sort of thing, and that who are cleaning up after people and all that sort of stuff. So the cops, the ambos, the fireys, the cleaners. Cleaners are always underestimated. Janitorial staff, whatever you want to call them, and that. But they're the folks who look after us all, and they're the folks who really look after. So,
see, we smoke taters here. We don't need them.
Welcome in, Bubba.
I miss that one, smoking taters.
I was telling Bill, we don't smoke. We only smoke them around here.
Taters fried with onions are the best. Oh yeah.
Or hog leg.
Now the funny thing is, I'm now facing a $10,000 fine because I sent Tracy a bunch of N95 masks. So I got them over here and all that sort of thing. I used to work with who cleaned up.
I'll wait for
shit.
Yeah, cleaned up bodies, and worked for the Department of Housing. And so you've got the aged care, like the individual old ladies' housing who might pass away and be dead for a week before somebody actually kicks the door in, and all that sort of thing. So yeah, and that removing the old mattress that and all that, or the chair that she passed away on, or the piece of carpet that she was on. You've got to get rid of all that stuff and that, so then they can come in and refurbish it. But you've got to get rid of all the biological hazard material. So I had some N95 masks here. I actually found another packet here. And there's 3 masks in there. Left over. Just left over. And that we used to have to buy them ourselves, all that sort of thing. But we got paid for it.
Did you give you a ticket?
Hey?
Did they give you a ticket?
No, it's just the day that I posted it, the government changed the laws. And that, so I posted it out at 10 o'clock, and the announcement came through at 9 o'clock, and I didn't hear it until about 12. So technically, I could get pinched.
Oh, they didn't confiscate them, did they?
I got a friend on the border patrol over there, and that, the regular dust filter masks and all that sort of thing.
I know canoes.
and all that sort of thing. I sent him a box of them and that last week because they can't get any.
I think you'll be all right.
These guys are dealing with illegal immigrants everywhere and all that sort of stuff. They've got good gloves. They've all got good gloves and all that sort of thing, but they've got no flesh mark.
I started. Well, I
got silver. I don't need a mask.
I quit touching my face.
I am a weapon against the virus.
A lot of this stuff is psychosomatic.
Listen,
if you have
you don't need a mask.
The flu.
You don't need a mask. As long as you got the silver in your nasal cavity, in your mouth, and in your system, I'm telling you, you don't need a mask. You are a weapon against the virus.
I only touch my face with my feet now.
Hey, you believe San Diego had to issue a notice to rim jobs to each other? Seriously.
I want to see this shit.
They spent $40,000 buying ad space in the gay magazines and on the gay radio sites. It's not giving advice is not to give each other rim jobs during the coronavirus epidemic. This was funny. I had to look up what a rim job was. I'm a Mennonite boy, and this sort of thing. A rim job is something you do on your car wheels. The car rim.
Right. Yeah.
That's like it's kind of like tossing the salad there, bro.
About this. So I typed in the DuckDuckGo. What is a rim job?
Oh my god!
Hey, darling. There's me girl in the channel. She'll tell you I'm not an expert at this sort of subject. Okay. Well, I'm not an expert.
That's some funny shit, man.
Oh my god! Get away! That's the Dirty Sanchez, man. Oh my lord!
Dirty Sanchez.
Yeah. No, I took it and I measured an even gallon out today. Put it in the jug. The other 3 are chockers, and there's still a little bit in the keg, but I'll leave that in there to flavour it up. I'll take the head out of the barrel in about a week's time. The rest of the mash, and I'll char what's left of it, and the little bit that's in it should make the char sort of stand back and toss a match. Same as before.
You don't know. Okay. You wouldn't believe all the guys would light their farts on fire, and we would get them in the med station. With these, and then I said, "What are you gonna do for her? Here's some ointment, man."
I knew this dude in prison, right? He had hemorrhoids. So they finally talked him into going to the nurse, and it was a new nurse, and she gave him a tube of analgesic balm. He didn't know the title of it. So this guy gets it, and he goes in the bathroom. He puts some on right before count, man. They come through, they holler count, and everybody's got to sit on their bed. This dude sat down on his bed, jumped up, sat down, jumped up. He ran to the bathroom, put his ass in the mop bucket swing. And also, then we found out, what we couldn't believe it, man.
It's true. Ben Frank, has hand sanitizer running through his veins. Well, it's a simple fact. You cannot get a viral infection, and that if you've got a blood alcohol content of 0.12. Most people are unconscious at that level. Through dedication and practice, and that's just a start level. That's what I get. That's what I got the next morning.
Ask Aaron. Aaron's seen me use this stuff.
Right.
I've been using it like this for years, man.
Yeah, just beer, and that's too much data in, too much data out. You need hard spirits, man. Seriously.
Like, you know, I'm a little bit limited on water sometimes. And alcohol gets the oil off, like if it gets on anything. But I can wipe my eyes with that alcohol right there. Yep.
Yeah, Billy. I agree, Jim. But hard liquor is even better.
Yeah, I have to bust open this wine in here and become a wine.
Oh well, man. I tell you what.
Maybe after I finish my coffee.
Yeah.
If it doesn't rain too hard, I might be able to get some stuff done outside tomorrow.
What? Tonight? You crazy.
Dude, I've got shipments that are coming in. They're supposed to be in March 27th. That still ain't here. And stuff that I had ordered in to, like my Dremel set, so I could take care of some of this light set stuff. I need to make one of them.
Huh? Yeah, one of them Dremels in school.
Yeah, with the school on it, and yeah, I ordered one of those. Got a great deal on it, but it was supposed to be here the 27th, but it's still not here. And I'm like, shit. And it's supposed to rain tonight, so I won't be able to do anything outside.
The guy might be on a ventilator right now. You got to give him a chance to get there with it.
No,
let him heal up.
Who knows?
Before he.
Well, does UPS discernate that they don't deliver packages that they just consider non-essential?
UPS guys, there's coronavirus out there. Fuck that shit. Fuck that dude and his Dremel. I'm going to the house.
Right. Everything should be labeled urgent medical supplies.
Yeah.
And just put a note and in your notes when you order your parcel. Please mark urgent medical supplies.
I bet it's on the way. I mean, it's out there somewhere. You ain't got a tracking number? The tracking number will tell you right where it is.
Yep, well, that's what we were doing yesterday. And that went to the number, and that his parcel's still sitting down there. Fucking Melbourne's been sitting down there for 2 days. Correct?
Yeah.
But that's how it works over here. What they're waiting for is a flight to follow.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it's not the only thing I got.
From experience, it'll go Tuesday. It's Saturday.
Well, it's not the only thing I've got coming in, but yeah, I'm just kind of ticked off. I've got like 2 or 3 of them.
Somebody could have got it too. That's
no, I checked the tracking, and it just doesn't seem to be moving from where it's.
Yeah, that's what happened. It's sitting.
Quick notice to folks in the thing. About 2 minutes ago, my cat updated finally because it was sitting there speech. So if I missed anybody and all that sort of stuff, or you asked me questions, I'm very sorry. But yeah, I got about 1,000 messages through in like 10 seconds, and that was been sitting there not doing anything for a heck of a while. So, Uncle Bubba, how you doing? Bill, I know you were there before. Zoom's back. Huckleberry's back.
I hate
Frank, how you doing? If I didn't mention you before. Marion McCoy before. Carol Southern. Yeah, trying popcorn.
Are you still gonna? Hey, Canoes, are you still gonna video that? Put that together.
Cool. I'll watch.
Oh, he's got that lower. Yeah, yeah. Killer, man. Killer. Dude, up until like 2 or 3 weeks ago, I didn't even know what any of these, the definition of these things were. Of the
Gun parts.
None of them. Yeah, right. None of them.
It's not a problem, Miriam.
Did not know, but I do now. I do now.
Hey, look, people have been building guns for a couple hundred years now.
It's not the building the gun that's the problem.
Air guns too. They got air guns that are freaking badass, dude, from the 1700s, man.
You had two explorers, Lewis and Clark. Look up the air gun that they took with them.
Yeah, with the little round. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Now that thing had a higher muzzle velocity than a fucking 338 lapel Magnum.
Right.
And that was firing a bloody 60 caliber bloody ball.
Right.
They got some
paintball gun.
It was quiet.
They got some cool stuff that they made.
Paintball gun kind of shit, guys.
That's
what I'm saying.
They really did. Now that one I started that I got from you. Now that is a little bit beyond my skill level.
Nah.
For now. Because I don't have a way to like cut that freaking, I don't have a way to like cut this to exact to make a I can breach. Maybe it's something else. But I don't have a way to do that exact, man. Maybe, but I doubt it. I'd have to really take my time.
The way I'm thinking about going with this stuff, right? I've already told you so. It was a while back when I told you, but I'm saying I do a paintball gun kind of thing.
Right.
You get that, you do a paintball. You convert a paintball to aluminum paintballs.
Right.
Okay. And you can utilize the same system for launching.
Yeah.
Or so you really don't, you can use other forms of repellent, but
and that aluminum like hammer thing, that was like a side project I got distracted on. That was like something different, once I started learning what these things did, I was like, wait a minute, I had to rethink what I'm doing here. So then I got some of this shit.
Well, if you needed more, see, one of those tanks on a paintball gun, it carries for a while.
I used to have one.
Okay, and if you have aluminum paintballs,
well, I got ball bearings.
They will go. The ball bearings are too heavy. You want aluminum paintballs. You want aluminum balls,
right.
Aluminum bearings. Okay, and you want them you want to try and get a hollow kind of deal. Okay, so it reduces the weight, only about 50%. Okay, so
yeah,
just 50%.
I don't have any of that stuff, but I got the hit.
Okay, but those will go through windshields, man. We did it over in Germany when we were testing things out. We're like, watch this, dude.
Carol, very good.
Me and my buddy, we used to ride bikes in Orlando, motorcycles, and we carry
running from blow darts, man, with dream catchers will work today. God bless you, dream well, Patriot.
plug
Hey, Wiz, you want to okay that screenshot there?
Right. Yeah. Oh, sorry about that.
That's right.
Oh yeah, that's one. I don't have that one. Yeah, now see that's
okay. So you buy yourself an AR-7. This is the conversion: 1 to fully automatic, 2 to a pistol.
All right.
So you're a 22 caliber 30 round machine pistol.
Man, that's shit, man. That's badass. there. That's cool. That's freaking cool.
And they're dead set. That's a dead set easy conversion. A good friend of mine, I love him to heaps, and that, but he's a bit of a lunkhead. And you talk about some of these all thumbs. Yeah, Jerry's the guy. But he even knocked himself up one of these. Drilled a coyote one night with it because he's got a very nice set of sights on it, and then got it pegged out pretty well. But at 100 yards, he ripped off a thing and got 9 rounds in the head of the coyote. It was not.
Hell yeah.
That's why I better put some
Fire in the bowl. Damn right.
Man, look at that.
I'll do it this way. Tilt that down like that. Crappy thing.
Oh, you're.
That's how I do things, folks. Not very high tech or anything like that. Just grab it.
Right. Hey, I want to show. I want to show Jimmy Bean my my backhoe, even though it's not working. But I want to show.
Yeah. I don't mind a repeat. Good track, one.
Get you some of these, Jack. These are good right here.
Oh, I got the good stuff inside. Let me go. I'll be back. You show on the tractor, I'll go get.
This is Bessie. This is our 5-ton backhoe. And that's all the fluid, spare fluid we got. I've been underneath here. I replaced the damn hoses on it underneath there. Getting everything set. Got the hose replaced. Got everything done. I guess now's the time we'll find out whether or not the battery's got charge in it.
Man, that was quick. You gonna move it already? Oh yeah. Now the two guys, those used to be the best right there. Yeah. Is that bottom one the clear? Is it clear?
She's got charge.
Cool, man. That's awesome.
There she goes.
That's awesome, man.
Cool. That's running all right.
Yeah, but does it move?
Hang 5.
The part that sucks is coming up.
No, you got a lifter problem there.
Well, it's been sitting there, he said.
Yeah.
It might just need to warm up real good, you know. When that shit, once it gets hot, then maybe that lifter will start unsticking or whatever. You know. I don't know. I don't know about that.
That lifter's sleeves is fucked to near it.
I do not know about those. But I do know what a lifter is.
Diesel engines.
Well, at least you could pull it. You know what I mean? You could drag it wherever you need to move it.
Yeah, no, well, look, the lifters, they can whine and make noise for you. Well, and I'll admit that. Not a good thing to have, but because it means wear. But if it's just wear on the side and all that sort of stuff, and that's why that happens too. Because you get crap build up on the inside where the valves sit. Well, that's not good.
Okay.
What was that?
That sucks. We're gonna have to
What was that?
what else is wrong with it. All right, but that's the forward lever. There's the intro to my backhoe. So get this here. You got fuels.
I like it just run out of gas. Gas is all.
All the hoses are fixed.
Man, just leaving them sit, that's the worst thing for any like especially a motorcycle.
Right.
You've got that engine oil additive that clears out diesel build-up and all that sort of stuff over there, Wiz. Over here, we've got a company called Newlawn, and they've got a very good product, and it gets out, cleans out engines and that, and the emission build-up and all that sort of stuff.
Or something.
Oh, okay. Yeah, they got seafoam. They got this stuff called seafoam, and we use
engine additives. You add it to the oil, and then it goes through there, and that and gets rid of all your build-ups and all that sort of stuff.
No. Well, no. That's the seafoam stuff. I haven't.
So I know Newlawn's trying to get it over there to the US, and the whole pile. You had about 3 or 4 car parts changed.
Yeah. They got stuff for that. What is it that you're talking about?
It's called Newlawn. It's an Australian invention. It's an engine cleaning system for diesel engines. You put it in with your oil, it goes through, and it breaks down all the junk, and that bonds to it and gets down there. And then you do an oil change after 2 hours of running time afterwards, and that after putting this stuff in, run your engine for 2 hours, and then do it oil change. And get this stuff out of it. That'll take out a shitload of those build-up deposits. When you're starting up, you got that, and it started up nice, right? Yeah? And then all of a sudden, they're your valve lifters, right? Yeah. Now, whether it's most of the time, it's because of build-up in your valves. So you got valve springs, and then you got the shafting that goes in there, and that's rubbing on the shafting some way. And most of the time, that's emission build-up. It's crud coming out of the exhaust gas coming out there and building up.
Sure.
You need to get rid of that, and this stuff will get rid of that stuff without you tearing the motor.
Okay.
That high-pitched squeal.
I'm sorry.
That high-pitched squeal towards the end and where you stopped the motor. I don't know what that was, but it didn't sound good.
That was my seat. That was the seat.
I was like, fuck for that.
It's like that's the seat.
And
that's raw bearing, rubbing on bearing. I don't know what that was. Going across slow and that. But in other words, your 2 wear faces on your seat are rusted to buggery.
Right. I told you. I'm telling you, this thing's been outdoors for the last 30 years. Okay.
That's all right. As long as that's not an engine noise.
Yeah.
Right. I know, right?
And see, Emerald, you got to figure
brake pressure, everything
can be wrong with it.
If I can't get the damn thing to move forward and backwards, I could always walk it.
Yeah. But you got to figure it ain't going to be too much. It's going to be wrong with it.
I'll just bring down the arm and walk that son of a bitch around like an inchworm.
Yeah.
Hey, build a cheap-ass trailer with 2 wheels on it and fucking drag it around on that.
Yeah.
Well, I got a tractor. I got a 50-inch tractor.
When I was in China, they had this backhoe right here. It had no wheels on it and all that sort of thing. They built this little cheap-ass trailer, dumped it on there, and you can see, obviously, it had run off a cliff or run off the road somewhere, and one of the whole axles was fucked, and the other axles was bent up like this. The drive shafts and that for the motor and all that. Forget about all that. Doing that, they just threw the whole thing on a thing, changed it all down, and used it on that and just parked it there. And there were these 2 dinky little bloody wheels either side, and then they had these 4 jacks that they pump it up, and once it got level, bang.
Oh, right.
It'll move once it got warmed up good, hot. I bet you that Joker would move.
I'll figure out what it is. It's got to be something simple because I got it everything done and everything's back the way it should be. But I'll take it. The linkage has a weird little deal on it. It almost looks like an oil filter right on the shifter, and it won't move. if that's not on there.
Right.
Okay. Right. So, and it's on there, but I've had it fall off before because it'll unscrew itself.
Yeah.
Right. But it's a safety deal. Now it's not hooked up, but there's a mechanical safety piece inside of it.
Yep.
And once it's screwed in, it should engage and allow me to move forward and backwards, because that's what happens when it falls off. You just can't move forward and backwards.
Oh,
So
okay.
it's on there. It's on there, so I don't understand why it's not working. So maybe I just got to take it off and bang it against the damn frame or something and put it back on, some shit like that.
I know the worst thing for these things, for especially motorcycles, and I guarantee you, like something like that would be the same issue. Just to have them sitting and just the regular, age or wear maybe. But
no, you don't understand. These things are like beasts. They're literally. It's really kind of funny the way these things work. They have a character of their own.
Yeah, I tell you,
special little problems that nobody else has ever seen. You got to deal with it. And I got a great deal on it. I bought it for $8,000. It's a $23,000 unit. Even old like it is, I could get $15,000 for it right now. You know what I'm saying?
If it was in pristine, you'd be lucky to get 18. I'm talking Australian.
Yeah, this one.
$12,000 US.
Man, I wish I could.
We don't get
the
buy one. Okay, yours is an SE. We don't get the SEs over here. We get the S's, and that so the
well, I'm telling you now, I know for a fact that if I was going to buy one that had been refurbed or newly produced, it's going to cost $22,000-23,000.
They're bringing better money over there than they are over here. But then again, we've got a lot of the competition over here is Kubota.
Right.
They've been over here for a lot of years, and they're bloody good little tractors. Maybe Korean, but they're fucking good tractors.
I just bought it. I bought it used for $8,000, so I was happy to have it. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying.
That's cool.
Little 40 horsepower Kubota over here, and something like about $9,000 Aussie. Yeah. So that's got to be like.
Well, the guy even delivered it for me, man. $8,000, and he delivered it. So
no, look, I know the model that you're talking about. The only difference is I've never seen an SE. I've seen the S's, and they're common over here. And they're a good working vehicle. A lot of guys, plumbers, have got them, and that because the attachment on the back, get it in anyway. It's a short wheelbase backhoe front end loader combo. And you can put all the different buckets on it and all that sort of stuff because it's well-known brand. It's got all the attachments in the world. You've got all the aftermarket attachments. You can even put a giant fucking chainsaw on the back of the thing and that.
It's even got the auxiliary pressure hookups for the jackhammers and stuff like that.
Yeah. It came out with all the options, the S's, and the hydraulic blocks on the back there, and that's got 16 valves in it, so you can have 16 different movements, and that combination that you want.
Oh man,
it's a standard, and I don't know about the E's, the SEs.
Speaking of hydraulic, that's what the inside of one of them blocks look like.
Yeah, all holes running all over.
Yeah, something else. Not one of those, but it's a hydraulic block.
Yeah, that's off a marine gear shifter though.
Yeah, marine. Yeah. It was a marine.
I thought about. I got to paint this thing. I was thinking about doing a camo paint on my backhoe.
Hey, do you got forks for that thing for the front?
We're going to be making the bucket attachment forks. Yeah,
that's cool as shit, man. Right there.
Well, we're going to have it's necessary because we get a lot of our shipments. A lot of things we get ordered in come in on pallets when we get the bigger stuff.
Yeah.
And so it's gonna be necessary. I'm gonna have flatbeds coming in, and then have to unload them. So it's I gotta have it.
Man, that's a lot of weed, man. Haul it in on flatbeds.
Whatever.
I can help you smoke it though.
Right. Well, if we can move flatbeds,
man, Jack's got it going on.
Yeah, I'm saying. Right.
I'm all those little buds there. I'm now down to those little ones. All the big ones, they end up going hermaphroditic and all that sort of thing. But the little side buds, if you peel all the roof away, you've got these little bundle of little tight brown hairs, and they're quite nice. But that's the end of it. That's all I have left. So I'll skirt through that for the next 3 or 4 days. Then I'm on butter.
What a joy, huh? What a joy, man.
Well, Jimmy, I've got an arc welder, I've got a TIG, and I've got a acetylene torch. I've got a forge. I got a lot of body working tools for auto body kind of stuff. So air hammers and stuff like that. I've got that. I just got to put it all together. What? What do you think, Florida?
No guy.
That's a pound.
Ooh.
It's in the freezer. It's all chopped up and all that sort of thing. That's just over a quarter of a pound and all that sort of thing. So that's what I'm turning into butter tomorrow morning.
Oh, man. Nice.
So, yeah, Don Bear, if you get to watch this, thank you ever so much.
Hopefully you made some.
It'll be called the Don Bear Memorial Roast.
Have you made some yet?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. It come out good, didn't it?
Yeah.
Pretty color green.
I can't actually imbibe in one while I'm online, and that half an hour afterwards, and that you totally mumblefuck, and I'm bad enough already just on the booze and the smoke in the pipe. But have a cookie and that, and it's
yeah, that's a totally different thing there. That'll hammer me now. Eating it, that'll hammer me.
I got all these takeaway food tubs and that, so I basically put a pound of butter in each one. I get the Betty Crocker chocolate chip cookie mix, and then in the box, one of those trays with a pound of butter makes 3 packets of those chocolate chip cookies, and absolutely.
No. Bear would call it smash brownies or smash brown.
Yeah, well, these are the. Was it?
You can make them strong as you want to.
No, what's the other? Who was the lady who was locked up?
Martha Stewart.
The Martha Stewart. Martha Stewart.
I don't know why I said that, but I was reading your mind.
Yeah, Martha Stewart. Yeah, I was thinking Margaret Fulton, but no, it's not. I only got empty packets in there in the bin.
That was weird.
I'll cook up another pound and a quarter. And I'll using Bear's recipe.
I've been using his same one the same way every time I make it.
Yep. That's what I'm doing.
Same, everything.
So, and speaking of pie, there, Mariam. You know what a butter hazelnut pie is? I reckon I can put half a pound of fucking butter into a hazelnut pie.
Oh, yes, it's time for pie. It is time for pie.
When I make brownies, I usually substitute like the vegetable oil for butter. And I'll only put like a egg in it, depending on how like fluffy I want it, or how long I think I might eat them. You know, because sometimes it takes me a week to eat them. And then I'll only put enough water in it if it needs it. Otherwise, I won't put any water.
What you do is you make up a mix of you take 2 cups of milk, a pound of butter.
See, I don't use milk.
Heat the whole lot into a mix. Then put a quarter tablespoon of nutmeg, half a tablespoon of cinnamon, about 2 tablespoons of caster sugar, like icing sugar type sugar, super fine stuff,
Right.
all that sort of thing. And whisk all of that in together.
Right.
And
Yep.
put your hazelnuts, clean them and peel them and all that sort of stuff and get them clean, and fill up a tray full of the hazelnuts and that mix, and put them in the oven at about a 140, and just leave there for about 4 or 5 hours, and the hazelnuts get soft, and they get this lovely thing, and then you make the pie out of them. Right? You put it in your pastry and all that sort of thing, and because your milk and all that sort of thing is cooked off and all that sort of thing, it's now quite thick. It's like custard. You put that in there as well, but you finish the top off with brown sugar, and it comes out sort of like a creme brulee top, and that roasts in the oven. 20 minutes at a high heat, 280, 290, 300, whatever, to roast it all up. Get your pastry all nicely cooked and all that sort of stuff, and your brown sugar in the top, quite roasted. And that's a butter hazelnut pie.
And I'll bet you one thing, and I'll bet money on it that that's the exact way to make it. I guarantee it. I bet money on that.
Well, there's lots of different ways of making it. That's just my way of making it.
Try the traditional way, or the
Actually, CWA Cookbook, 1937.
I guarantee you.
Country Women's Association Cookbook.
I'd be willing to bet money on that now. Just saying as an aside.
Well, if you can't give accurate information and that shit, fucking
right.
Unless you have a joke or a fucking pun, but if you're trying to say something and give people a hint, it might as well be accurate.
Right, exactly.
Make a fuck up, admit it. There's nothing wrong with being human and making a fuck up.
Yeah. Ain't nothing wrong with that either, man.
Yeah.
Nothing.
I don't eat Cracker Barrel in Pennsylvania. That's how we cook. But when I went, I get the pecan pancakes. We don't get that many pecans over here. Never been popular.
See, down here, a pecan is something you keep by the bed.
Yeah, and throw the shells on the floor. Or on the opposite side of the bed.
Hey, man, I'm just getting started.
Makes it a problem when you get out of bed on the wrong side. Yeah.
Hey, Battery, how you doing? Send me that email with your postal address.
Man.
Well, so the sensory's back, huh?
I'm just getting started, man. That's
ridiculous.
Hey, if you let your toenails keep growing and you don't never cut them, they start looking like Fritos.
Hey, Clive, what's this one? Canute's postal link.
I only noticed that because I've been scratching my face with my feet.
Oh, yeah. Ecuadorian city, and that bodies have been left in the streets.
One of my friend's mom used to work at Cracker Barrel. She passed away 3 years ago this year.
See, that's what I was wondering, and that's what I was thinking is that how bad some of these places are in Mexico.
Yeah.
Or they're gonna get, or they're
America.
Yeah.
I mean, it's bad. If it gets down there, it'll wipe out whole towns.
You know what my mom said? She talked to her sister in Turkey. My aunt, she lives in Istanbul.
Cool.
She said they'd about run all the, I don't even want to say the name of the race, but the something people that are there, they done run them all and beat them. I mean, beat them down the street.
They did. I'll say it. They beat up the Chinese.
Yeah. So, and I was like, whoa. He says over there, they are pissed.
Man, Wahhabis, no. Unclean. Asians always been unclean. But then again, have a look at it. Old Muhammad himself referred to the Nubian people or black Africans as raisin heads.
We're not Muslims. See, mom's family's Armenian,
Yeah.
and you know,
You know, I know the dramas the Armenians went through with the Ottoman Empire. They fucking wiped 90% of years out.
Yeah.
The Armenians and the most endangered subpart of the white race.
It's fucked up, man.
It is. Hey, look, everybody talks about white men being this and that, and white this and that. White people are 9% of the global population.
Well, I'm Caucasian.
The minority.
We're Caucasian.
Yeah. Oh, what Caucasian technical term? I know, but yeah, the Yazidis, the Armenians, all that sort of thing, all Caucasian races and all that sort of thing. But the other thing is with it, most of the Caucasians are Christians.
Yeah, Ben Frank. I talked to him last week.
Man, it's a big deal too up in Boston where my cousin lives. Man, they are all into it. They got I even got pictures of this church. It's real nice, you know. Yep, Armenians were genocided by the Turks. Yep. That is cool.
And then some still are. The Yazidis, and that just went during the ISIS uprising. I'll be honest. I bought a lady in that for fucking $50. They didn't know who the fuck I was. They just thought I was another jihadi over here in Australia. I got her across the fucking border and that and told us, no, I'm not a thing. I'm an Australian guy. You're now free. Get your own way fucking wherever you can at your own fucking pace, and you use $300 fucking US dollars to get you on your way.
Now I've been to Istanbul.
I had a chance to buy the Lady of Freedom and that, and we were monitoring fucking a jihadi group over here that was very into ISIS over there. And the ISIS guys offered one of the jihadis over here a girl and that, and he didn't fucking take her up. I did.
Yes, he is, Ben.
I don't know what happened to her, but she got out of the ISIS control zone into the government controlled part of Zurich, and that was $300 fucking US dollars. So good luck to her. Now,
Mom says the Kurds are mean. Nobody even looks at them. Like when they're on the bus, nobody
they're hardcore. They're hardcore.
I don't know.
My big problem with the Kurds is they fucking have always tend to lead socialist and communist. They did so under Tito and that the Yugoslavians and all that sort of stuff and that Tito pulled them in separate and kept their heads down. But outside of Yugoslavia and that they all went the Chetniks, which is a classic one. And that they were the communist fucking partisans during World War II. They always tend to go socialist or communist. I got a lot of time for the folks and that, but they do tend to go that way.
I've been to Istanbul.
And then some. Hey, look, Bill, Kurdish girls, I ran across a couple. I was working PMC. And absolute dead set spunk, just in camo and that, and dirty faces. And man, these girls could have put them in a glamour dress and a pair of pumps and walk them down any sort of thing, and the faces on and the eyes especially. Like Iran too. There's a province in Iran. They had internet cafes and everything else like there, and they run around and they say fuck the theocracy over there. I was over there visiting a knife maker, and but the girls over there, damn good looking.
Sorry about that.
Pretty eyes, man. Problem is, once they pop the first kid out, they all look like the old ladies in the big fat hijab.
I had
family.
Hey, Michelle, what's up, man?
The bathroom was a hole in the floor. That was it.
You'll have to say all that again, Battery.
Oh, my headphones just had stick the crap on me today.
Did anybody get that?
I was charging for hours at home. I put them on.
Yeah.
I can.
I put them in my ear, and then it said
headphones took a crap.
Off.
I got that he had it on the charger for hours, and then something happened, and then it dropped out again, and I just went to that.
I put
He said his headphones took a shit.
Ah,
I put them in my ear, and it said shutting down. Like it's dead. My other ones ran dead because I'd been running them for days without charging.
You know what you got to do next, battery? You got to do this right here.
You know what?
This is what you got to do next. This right here.
I can't see anything.
Gotcha.
Nobody's moving. Nobody is moving.
You
yeah.
gotta
You
put
got to refresh battery.
Yeah, you're gonna have to refresh, man.
Yeah, every time
Florida was holding his hands up to
you
his
guys
ear.
the video locks up every 5 minutes. I'll be starting all night long.
Yeah, I was just holding my hands up to my ears, like cupping them.
Since you don't have headphones, you have to cup your ears so you can hear better. Joke. Yeah, there you go. Make your ear bigger. Yeah, what did he say?
The problem is that Jamie Farr wasn't Lebanese. He was Egyptian. Farr is an Egyptian name.
I can't hear Jack.
I'm sorry. We're talking about Klinger, Jamie Farr, being Lebanese, but he's actually Egyptian.
Right.
Farr's an Egyptian name. His father, he made a joke one time. His dad was a cab driver in Egypt. He says, if you want to learn about weapons and that, hire a whole pile of Egyptian cab drivers and that, and get them to drive your atomic bombs.
The guy that plays Monk, Tony Shalhoub, he's Lebanese.
No, Shalhoub's a Lebanese name. Yeah, he'd have to be. And Tony, that'd be Anthony, and so he'd be Christian Lebanese.
Yeah. Makes sense.
Well, I'm not going to call Mustafa Tony, are they?
I remember when they pulled me out of confinement, and I've been in there 6 days, and I had a full beard, and the captain was down there, and when they pulled me out, they says, "What are you, one of those goddamn Iraqis?" And I said, "What? Hell no!" And I went and looked in the mirror. I said, "Oh shit, I do look like one." I had a beard, man. I was in confinement already, and they put me in a psych cell. And then I finally got out of there. It was right at the time of the time
that goes to my
when we first
microphone.
invaded Iraq. Right then, at the beginning of 2002, or this was about May. This was May 2002. And I said, Iraqis? I said, hell no. And then when I got out of confinement, I seen what secret war.
What are you doing?
I didn't know that happened. Yeah.
I'm just practicing something. I got a new microphone part coming so I can put this Blue Yeti like hanging upside down. You know what I mean?
Oh, don't tell Aaron. He'll be trying to marry it.
Huh?
I said, don't tell Aaron. He'll fall in love.
There's something wrong with my nose.
Canoe was on my live stream.
No, I meant Aaron. Aaron, I meant. What'd I say? Canoe? I meant Aaron.
Should be.
So what I want to do is take this Blue Yeti and buy a part so I can hang it up. You know what I mean?
So you want to sell a Yeti to buy a part?
No, I want to buy the Blue Yeti part, the shock mount. That's what it's called.
Shock mount. Okay.
To go on this arm here I have.
So you're trading in Yetis now?
I'm not trading in the microphone. I'm just getting another part for it.
You could put it on a long pole, kind of.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I only
That's
say that
what she's
because
doing. You know?
all these connectors are quarter 20 threads, so you could make it. You know, if anything threads in there, not the big part, but like the little threads, those are all quarter 20 threads.
Not
Yeah.
very rude. And that, I did a contract in Saudi, and everybody talks about Jewish and having big noses and all that sort of thing. But I tell you what, hang around a bunch of Saudis for a while, you'll start wondering where the big noses really are.
Right. They got some honkers now. They got some honkers. Yep.
There's a guy, he's a finance minister, Abdullah fucking Abdul bin Absalam.
I knew an Iranian man that had a freaking beak on him, man. He could pry open manhole covers with his.
Yeah, well, I see this guy, that you wouldn't want him for. He'd never land face first on anything, and that his nose is fucking.
I seen the same dude hammer kick a wooden sign and split it in half. He hammer kicked it, and it was like this tall. It was higher than your face. He hammer kicked it and split it. I said, "Holy shit!" I've never seen a hammer kick like that, man. I mean, like that high. It was over my face.
Oh, over there in Saudi, men own these clubs and all that sort of stuff. This bloke's there one day, and he's surrounded by all these fucking dealers, but he's wearing a pair of, you know what Speedos are, and you see his fuck all downstairs. So it must be the nose that's attracting him, the girlies that were hanging off him, or either that or the money that he's throwing about everywhere. I can't think, because that's the biggest part of him. Hey, Michelle.
I hate this freaking chair.
We tried looking this guy up.
There she goes, off again.
I'm going to take this freaking chair and
For a better chair to Goodwill.
No, my husband wants me to actually put it back at because we have a breakfast bar. That's what it's for. It's one of those breakfast bar chairs. So I've been waiting forever for my computer chair to come in. It finally should be here by the 9th.
So how was your day,
From China?
You got a chance to get out.
I don't know what the frig is going on.
The box is full of corona.
There's like 12 people that are missing, and I'm worried about them.
No news is good news.
Well, there's been Frank. When Frank is back.
Yeah. No, usually no news is good news, honestly.
Like, where is everybody? Is nobody being notified?
People take breaks.
Because
I'm not getting half my notifications now.
I
Yeah,
go live.
Sure,
It's not like I changed my times, right?
Oh, hey, by the way, YouTube,
I go live at the same time. I've been going live at the same time for
Michelle.
year.
You can't even get upset about this because you know it's out there and you know it's happening and you know it's back.
I know, but I'm worried. What if one of my followers gets the coronavirus and I don't know about it? Like,
Well, then look them.
Michelle, before you left, you heard us ask
If I get it, I'll tell you.
to put your link out there to your independent social media, because that's your best thing. You can't rely on YouTube, and that's why I say that.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to steal folks from one of the suggestions on Discord. Yes, hello. Made out that I'm stealing folks from the channel. No, I'm just saying, put your links out there on alternative social media. Don't rely on the YouTube links.
you're right.
Yeah.
Friends haven't got links for things. I put a new video up yesterday, and that because YouTube took all my videos down except one.
I heard that. That's messed up.
And all
Are
that
they doing that to save room for storage or something?
I don't know, but as soon as I put them back up, they came back with all their likes, all the comments, all the history, and all the viewers.
Wow. That's
How's
weird.
that?
I grew up with a girl that had freckles and red hair. Fell in love with her the first time I saw her.
Well, don't worry, man. We'll get to the before too long.
Alrighty then.
I'll be right back.
I gotta go put some freckles on my face. I'll be right back.
Huck and that, like,
And she's well known.
They're gonna let us wear masks, Battery. So don't worry.
Her name is Melissa Gilbert.
Oh yeah. Woo. I'd hit it with the 2x4.
Oh,
I grew up with
want
her.
to hear
We're the
that,
same age.
dude. Don't want to hear that. Don't want to
With a
picture it either.
4x4 maybe. 4x4. She probably eat that 2x4. She'd probably take it from you and eat it. She'll whittle it down into some toothpicks. Say, now, my turn.
Oh, good Lord, what I walk into.
Where'd Wiz go?
I don't know.
Well, I tried getting on to StreamYard with Samsung internet, and it still freezes up.
Yeah.
The only one that is different is if I try Firefox.
Yeah.
But Firefox won't let me on because it won't turn on my mic.
Huh. Because you got to give it permission, I think, because that's what I have to do.
I do that every time, and it never goes past that.
I think Bruce Wayne had went through that with somebody, and I think he knew there's a.
Bruce Wayne was on Pete the Patriot today.
Oh yeah,
Yep.
I was on there earlier, making some.
I saw you there.
Oh yeah, that's right. I was trying to make stupid jokes, just having fun, not trying to be.
So good.
I was like, man, I haven't seen you in a while. Didn't say a word to me.
Oh, see, did I miss you? I'm sorry, man. I'm so sorry, dude. I swear.
No, I'm talking about Bruce Wayne.
Oh, well, fuck you then.
I didn't see you.
I'm just kidding. I hate it when I miss people, man. I hate it. I do. That's the worst thing. Yeah, see,
I always wish that
I go, well, this is what I like to do. When mom asks me how it is, I'll go.
I'll break this over. You guys are still on. I see you. What time is it? See you in about an hour.
Okay, man. Take it easy, Brad.
That is really weird.
Where did Emerald go?
He's talking on the phone.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm sorry, Pro Life. I didn't mean to.
Oh no, it's okay.
Because I will clean up my language for anybody.
Yeah,
Not
right.
a problem. Not a problem with that.
This one came with everything, man. I should have just got this one.
That's what I said earlier. I said I got 99 problems and
Yeti.
COVID-19 ain't one.
Microphone.
You know, I wonder
With
if I
her
put
allowance.
COVID-19 in the bank, would I get interest? Maybe get back a few bills back.
Yeah.
Bills.
If you put COVID-19 in a bank and that, someone will fucking do you for copyright fucking theft.
You know, I think I'm gonna let it roll. I'll let it ride, double or nothing. Play the Chinese roulette. Chinese roulette. You be thinking you're eating bats, but it ain't. Ain't no bats in the world, buddy.
Hey, don't call it Chinese roulette anymore. Now it's the mainstream media roulette. They're the one who are pushing for it, wanting people to die so they can fucking blame Trump for it. While covering for fucking their Chinese masters.
Right.
This is the mainstream media that you got nowadays.
Yeah.
How much fucking far behind this? I thought ours
I
would be.
think it's got to keep going like this until everybody sees with their eyes, man. Until
It's
everybody,
gonna go
I
like
think
this until they round
on
all
stupid.
of them up.
They're stuck on stupid, man. Just stuck.
It's gonna go like this until they round them all up.
And then they'll realize none of these people are.
And Yahoo brings them all
than that.
together, destroys the temple of Baal and all of its followers at once.
None of them are looking out for us with this, you know. Even them too. Even these freaking idiots lost their mind. It's got to keep going until even it's so clear that they just. That's
We know how the story ends.
Sarah, did you charge $20 on my credit card?
It's amazing how this is coming together, man. Guys. Yeah.
I'm glad we know, or we know what we know.
Right.
You know, I mean, they
How
are
about ask next time
full
before you do it?
blown lost their
Psycho.
mind. Yeah.
Yeah, could you imagine the nightmare of coming across this information without, somebody to interpret it for you or something kind of thing to put it in
Well, it'd be
perspective?
hard. It'd be real hard to believe. You could see how it would be true, but it'd be hard to bite off that big a bite all at once, man.
Right.
I mean,
You're just
really,
the average guy's out there going, man, the world just went fucking stupid.
dude, I suspected propaganda for 30 years. 30 years.
Right.
Honestly. And I'm still surprised at the control, man. The control.
Yeah.
It's shocking to me.
Well, DEFCON 3,
Well,
folks.
no, I think there's some real patriots.
DEFCON 3, be on the guard. Just be careful. Yeah.
There are some real patriots, man, and they got us, man. They got us. And I feel that. I do.
Yep.
I do. That's not much to rest my faith on, but it sure, I feel fine.
You're not getting no allowance now.
Yep. DEFCON 2 now.
I always suspected some funny business.
Wow.
Because see, back in the 90s, man, it was a little bit different, and it was almost like
Kids. I'm telling you, man.
rock and roll went away. And then all of a sudden you had Tupac and Biggie, and that was music, and then something got subverted there. Something happened.
Oh, man, dude, it's been that way for a long time.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
And, what they were caught up in was something that I had been caught up in myself, but kind of like with a different thing.
I swear, man.
Yeah. Now, I ain't been out in a while.
You're right, Michelle.
I don't want to go out there and somebody just mess with me, ask me what I'm doing out there. I only go out there if I got weed.
What's going on, Michelle?
She ordered the Star Wars movie, and my credit card's on that TV. When they do ask, I buy movies, but this time she just did it and then told me.
Okay. Well, what are some of the things you talked about on your show?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, I talked tonight about an article about President Trump doing really good about this whole coronavirus thing and how the left is trying to fight him. And then I also talked about what ABC did. They trashed Mike Pence for his Christian faith.
Yeah, that was shitty.
He talks to God.
And
they tried condemning him, saying, well, if you talk to God and you're such a Christian, how come you're not doing nothing about these people dying? Well, first of all, the Trump administration was one of the very first administrations to enact how to handle this coronavirus. When Barack Obama was president, how many months did he ignore all them people dying from H1N1?
Yeah, and when he did make a statement, he was like, yeah, this is a hard one. You're going to have to buck up.
Yeah.
He didn't say
Trump started right away.
Let's fix it. Well, we just got to wait until they make a fix for it. A vaccine Wait a minute, you already got it. You don't need a vaccine. You need a damn cure.
What are some of these people? Who do they think have been running this country up till now?
Right.
What do they think has
And
been
here's the thing:
happening?
the governors that are saying that they don't have enough supplies, like Governor Cuomo, that one day he said, "I don't have enough face masks."
Lied.
And right behind him was a whole stack of gloves
Yeah.
and masks and medical supplies and stuff like that. He lied his ass off. And second of all, who's in charge of taking care of their state when stuff like this happens?
Yeah.
Is it the president's job or is it the governor's jobs? Just saying.
These people are
Because
retarded.
governor did so much wasteful spending, we're out of money. This state is literally bankrupt because the way that man spends money.
Not including the grifting off the top. So,
Yeah. Oh,
Right.
that's priority, of course.
so,
Oh yeah, he was supposed to fix the subways. Do you think he ever did the subways? No. He was supposed to help fix the Penn Station in
Yeah.
New York City. Did he ever do that?
yeah,
No.
He did. He went up there and he fixed a booger to this wall. That's what he did. He affixed one.
He made all these beautiful New York signs. Welcome to New York. What you can do in New York, all throughout the whole state. And it's like that was so much wasteful money right there.
Well, at least he's got some place to stick them signs when he's done with them.
Right?
I wouldn't know. I don't live there, so I can't say that. But seems like he's already got some place he could put them. I don't know. I'm just guessing.
See that picture I didn't want to see.
Never trust a man with nipples.
Oh shit.
You know, my mom knows this lady she doesn't like Trump at all. You know, but mom, she hasn't told her that she voted for Trump. She just, listens to her and agrees with her.
Right.
She told her not to come back and work because she's distancing herself because of the virus.
Oh really?
And then she was complaining to her about how Trump was saying it was a hoax at first. And it made her mad. She almost said something back to her, to correct her. But, the lady disowned her son because he voted for Trump. So you can't really say. And I said, well, mom, these people, there's nothing you can tell her.
No, that's the problem.
Right. Just the only thing I have, the one thing that I keep telling people that when I just can't believe they believe what they do, I was like, you just don't realize how badly you've been lied to.
Yes.
And how badly they lie
Yeah.
to themselves.
Yeah. It's so bad you can't even tell. And see, and look, this is the shitty part. The whole time, here's Alex Jones. They got him secluded off to the corner, talking about he's they can say whatever they want about him. They call him all kinds of shit. He's been right the whole time.
Not all the time, but yeah, most of the time.
Yeah, much all the time.
He gets carried away. But all the his reporting
his information's always dead on.
Yes. A year, 2 years ahead of time.
Well, look at all the Larry Nichols stuff.
What you doing? Yeah, now that's 20 years. Yeah. So, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
Your lawyer, Larry Nichols?
Well,
a little bit of information for you out here. Anybody remember this guy, Eric Renz?
Eric Renz.
The Obama-funded solar.
That wrote Obamacare. Right?
Yeah, he had a hand in writing Obamacare, but he also had a thing of developing the policy that got Solyndra all that money.
Yep.
Guess where he is at the moment?
Making money. Yeah. See, they got to keep it illegal.
Socioeconomic, ecologic development. Eric Renz. Out here, move it back there. He is the co-founder and principal consultant. One of these NGOs out here taking over small communities. Like there's a town not far from me, 150 miles, but that's not far, that's Australia. called Natty Muck, and we did a group deal. We went around the whole town. Everybody's getting solar panels right out. Save your money. Let's do a group bulk purchase, and with the money that we save, we're going to charge you regular rates, but we're going to put a big solar thing out on the vacant ground next to the football field and build a giant battery bank there, and that'll everybody runs into that, use yourself, the excess runs into the battery bank, help charge that, and then you get the electricity after hours when your solar's not working, pulling out of the battery bank. And the whole town basically went off grid. Guess what? That fucking bastard's out there, and he's set up an office in fucking Natty Muck. We got these people off the fucking system, and he's going to drag them back in. I'm trying to do the same thing here with pricks like that. I haven't got a fucking hope. I'm trying to get them bull off the fucking grid.
Jeez, man. So this guy, he only disappears. He just scurries off into some hole where
he writes these magically huge documents with all these fucking fine fucking print fucking traps in it.
Right.
Oh yeah, that's what he does. So what he's going to do is present something to the federal government to get a shitload of money out of Australian taxpayers, and to take over the fucking Natty Muck system. People in Natty Muck are paying between $35 and $50 a month for electricity, whereas before they were paying $200 to $300 a month for electricity. Because over there, they got privatised. They're so far over and close to the border, they're actually on the South Australian grid. South Australia's the most expensive electricity anywhere in Australia because they don't have anything except for a diesel-generated electricity generator system. So they use diesel fuel to run the generators. Most expensive fucking way of doing it out there, but they sold the whole lot out to the French. And this is what the French have done. And they've fucked them. Because the French are also selling mobile diesel. Mobile is owned by the French. You know what I mean? They're really fucked. This is what happens when you get socialist governments who sell out taxpayer-owned resources, like the generation system. They converted it over at taxpayer expense to diesel. Went through a number of brownouts and blackouts and that in the process, and then got this 3 times the price of electricity as a reward for it. What? Partnered with Mobil Oil, and so there's 3 or 4 tanker loads a month with Mobil diesel fuel. Offloaded off the docks of Adelaide every month. Anyway, but these guys, this is how it works. They try to go around and fuck everything up to their globalist ideals and all that sort of thing and drag money out places. At the moment, people saving money. He'll get it government mandated that people got to pay into this sort of thing and they have a license for it and the thing. What they've done as a community, they got 4 guys. Well, actually, 2 guys and 2 gals. And they sent them to school and that to maintain the battery system and to maintain the solar. Now, if you have a call out because you've got a solar outage on your roof and all that sort of thing, it costs you $50. It doesn't cost you $300. It costs you $50. Right out. And they'll rock out there and they'll reconnect you and all that sort of thing. If one of the panels needs swapping out because it's under the group deal, they've got quite a few spare and all that, they swap it out and then they claim that back. The community claims that back off the manufacturer because it's got a 20-year guarantee. Right there, so it's backed up by a warranty and a repair in place policy. Maximum charge $50.
Here.
And that so. This thing is working. And the community owns all the assets and all that sort of thing, and that's going to save money. Everybody's contributing in there, and guess what? Their bank account has currently got $183,000 profit charge. Now, they're paying something like around about 12 wages out of that. They've got insurances, they've got a little office rent, and the costs of maintaining all of that system out of that. And they've got $183,000 profit after 2 years. running. So they're not making them. You know what I mean? They're covering their costs, and they've got a little bit left over. So they can buy a little bit here, a few more panels, all that sort of stuff, some wiring, all that sort of thing, some framing, whatever it needs. Storm damage gets recovered instead of doing an insurance claim. I can just go out there and fix it. Have your insurance rates go up. And but now we've got tricks like this one rocking out here, and that
right.
It's like what you're doing in through all of your little town, local governments over there. You're getting the leftists and the globalists in there, bringing in Agenda 21.
This is all going to come to an end very soon. I'm telling you. Oh, man. This is all coming to an end, guys. This is all the answers. Everything's coming together.
Tales from form.
God is in control, and the Patriot are his command. I'm telling you guys.
There's not going to be. It's going to be staying like this, though. I mean, it's just going to. People have to. I think this is going to. I mean, as far as like the grocery stores, empty shelves and stuff like that, I think it's going to be staying like this for a long time. But it's, you know, it's not like they're out of food, but I just think it's going to be like this for a while.
We should be prepared for it, though. In all honesty.
Yeah. I mean, when you go grocery store, do it with common sense when you go grocery shopping, you know.
But see, the only thing I've done different is I have changed history right here. That's the only thing I've done different since last time I've seen you a week ago.
It's a little bit hard to hear the goat through Florida, and that because he's got a bit of a lumpy end to his each word. Tow truck's here too.
There's a tow truck. What's up, tow truck?
Firing the ball. fellow commentator.
I'm going to mute my mic just so I don't accidentally interrupt anyone.
Don't cough in your armpit, Florida. Don't cough in your armpit.
No, I started coughing into my feet. I only use my feet.
I want to see that. I've been waiting to see that, Florida.
I cough into my feet and then wipe my eye. I pin down my eyebrows. You know, like wipe them down.
I understand what you're saying there, Mr. Buffalo Bill's ghost, and that, you know, all the negative news, all the coronavirus, all that sort of stuff. Hey, but there's a shitload of good stuff happening in the world. Let me give you a small part of it. There's 12 young girls climbing Mount Everest at the moment, and this morning, and that 2 of them reached the top of them. The rest of them aren't going to make it up. So the 2 that made it to the top, and that did it at night, and that, so got down there, and they're there by themselves and radio contact. They're going to reach the rest of them. They're all going to come back down. But all the rest of the climbers up there, the whole mountain. There's about 50 videos out there on YouTube and that getting uploaded and all that sort of thing, because, you know, they've got cell tower aim at the thing, because there's so many people going up Everest nowadays. It's like a bloody procession park. But schoolgirls made it from some school in Ohio somewhere. So they've made it. Other good news, there's a breakthrough in melanoma cancer. They can wipe out half the melanoma cancers and that's with a fucking pill.
Wow.
That's done. And out there,
there's a cure for cancer, and now we're going to have a cure for the common cold and flu. All corona-based viruses will be affected by this new cure.
And the disabled Kiwi guy has just finished his round the world solo sailing thing in his 16-foot fucking. Looks like a tinny with a song.
What?
My pants had a breakthrough earlier today when I bent over. And that is no lie.
So here's some good news for you.
I tell you what, no, there are good things happening now. Yeah.
Now,
You know, I only get
weird news today. I don't know exactly if it's accurate or not, but you guys, I know some of you are familiar with a guy named from the UK. He was
Yeah.
Sick Pat and the Ron Gibson crew.
Okay.
Yeah, Ryan Gibson.
Actually, Mikey B posted a video earlier today on YouTube saying breaking news, something to the effect that U.S. Marines and Navy SEALs rescued 21 children from some tunnels somewhere in Canada.
That's old,
I
old
looked
news.
everywhere and I couldn't find anything.
Yeah, no, it's old news. It's been up there. InfoWars had it a while ago.
Wow.
Yeah, there was a thing. They're chasing a Romanian guy who's got ties to Planned Parenthood. His main thing, basically, they chased his bank accounts once they identified who he was, and his main source of income was Planned Parenthood, right? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the adrenochrome link, and that for fucking kidnap fucking kids and that, and traffic fucking children and that, tortured and scared the fuck out of them, milked fucking for the adrenochrome, because they put out fucking 100 times what a fucking aborted fetus fucking puts out. That's why they butcher them so. They don't do it humanely. They fucking
That was fast.
create as much pain and agony and that to get as much adrenochrome out of each sample they can. And that way, every bit's worth so much more. It's called VAR, value added reselling.
Right. Well, we're talking about Yahoo brings down the Temple of Baal.
Yahoo?
Yes, Yahoo.
As in
Hey,
Yahoo
there,
Internet?
Colonel. How are you doing?
What the heck is bail?
As in the story of Jezebel.
Yeah, but like, didn't Yahoo get bought out by fucking Alphabet on the side? I know the fucking Alphabet got caught going to Hong Kong, buying a fucking holding company, and then investing heavily in Yahoo because it was a two-step outside US brokerage laws.
I don't think that had anything to do with what I'm talking about. We're talking about I'm talking about prophecy.
Yeah, all right, but who is Yahoo in prophecy besides Yahoo Serious?
The one who brought
I'm
down
only on
Jezebel
Yeehaw.
was the one that took Jezebel was trying to get power from, and Yahoo destroyed the Temple of Baal.
I prefer Ricola.
If you read about it, and then Second Kings, it's quite the story. If you want a background and an overview about it, Jonathan Kahn and Jezebel correlations. Check it out. That's where I got started, and it's yeah.
So where do you get Yahoo out of that?
King Yahoo.
It's Yeehaw.
Was the name of the
Yeehaw.
king. Was the name of the person that Jezebel was trying to usurp power from to regain the seat of power. And
Do you
gotta have
pronounce
a beer
it
in your hand.
Yahoo now?
it's
You gotta have a beer in your hand. Yeehaw.
H-O-O. I think
It was J.
J-A-H-O, maybe O? I don't know.
Yahoo.
Yeah.
Sure she wasn't taking it from Jehovah?
No, it's Yahoo was the how they pronounced his name. Look at the I'm asking you, I don't know all the details. I'm just saying I don't know the spelling, so but yeah. The proper spellings because it all changes from language and translation. But in the story of Jezebel, the second time she tries to rise to power, which is where we're at right now. it was said that the King Yahoo, the king, the one that she was in competition with,
Nah, you're talking. Shit, you're talking about Jehu.
Jehu, yeah,
Jehu.
right. Okay, there you go.
Sorry.
Wild Bills.
Now, he was a general, if I remember correctly.
Jabba the Hutt.
Yeah, he was a general, and they were there was a contest for power, and I don't understand necessarily the politics of the details of the politics, but there was a contest for power, and had to deal with the selection from the people or something like that of the time.
Now, her speech is actually not recorded in the Bible, but it was actually recorded by the brother of Ahab, who was her husband, right? Who was the prince of Israel.
Right. Prior. Right.
They ruled as king and queen, but she continued to worship the nature god Baal. Right, and that's part of the Gaia cult today.
Right.
Baal and Gaia go together. Right.
Correct.
And if anybody's interested in been talking to the Gaia cult folks and all that sort of thing, they'll tell you the opposite until you get so high up. It's like Masons. You don't find out that it's a Luciferian thing until you're so far up there, you're bound into it by so many oaths. It's not funny.
Right, but I'm saying that, and he gathers the temple. He gathers them in a ceremony or something like that, and kills them all.
Yeah, and she gets eaten by dogs and all the rest of it. But the thing is, she was trying to look. At the time, Israel was split into two nations. There was Israel and Israel in the north, Judea, in the south, and North Israel and all that sort of thing.
Right, but the correlations of what's getting ready to happen is that I was bringing up was that he gathers the temple of Baal, all these evil people, all these child-eating people. Okay.
Yeah. But for years, his missus and that had blinded him to the facts of what was going on, that she was allowing behind the scenes and all that thing. All this evil stuff was going on in Israel. And he was trusting his missus to do that while he was running the foreign wars, because he was all this sort of thing. But one of his trusted guys, Yehu, and that, who was a general, and that then fucking outed her, and that he was the guy who spoke out against her. Now, she thought she was going to get murdered by the guy, so she dressed herself up in finery and all that sort of thing and dove off the parapets into the sub-area. The sub-area was guarded by dogs, and that, vicious dogs and that and all that sort of thing, and that. So they let the dogs out and run around in this little area in there. Like if you're sneaking into the place, you had to get into this area, over the first wall into this area first. That's where the dogs were, and they would get you. And then you get the big walls and that, and you'd have to scale them after that if the dogs let you go. But the dogs would spot you and all. So she just threw herself off the high parts down there and got eaten by the dog. But she was actually revolting against Yahweh, which was the name that they knew of as the God of Israel. And Yehu, and that, which translates into English today as An. Hold on, I forget how you spell it.
How do you need a translate?
Kung Fu Slayer? Who's that? Sounds like Barry.
That is me.
Yeah, how you doing, Barry?
I'm good.
You gonna email me your fucking address?
Huh?
You gonna email?
You emailed me too, didn't you, Jack?
Yeah. You've got my email there, darling. Okay. But Barry, I don't have your email. You've got mine.
Michelle has mine.
All right, Michelle, would you email me Barry's address?
Okay. I'm trying to
address
find-
and
I'm
that,
trying to
and
find your
so I
breakdown.
can get onto him, so I can get these bloody coins to him. Because I'm going to be running out of bloody income very soon, and then I'm going to be worried about fucking getting them to you.
What does it start with?
Mine?
No, Jax. What's your email again?
Dimballer,
Dimble.
Dimballer Bladeworks at gmail.com.
Okay.
At what.com?
Gmail.
At Gmail.
But see, back then it was Yahoo, not so serious.
Well, no, the website. It was on the website, but now it's on.
Wow, I
You
typed in
can
Deed and
get it off
found one.
Google Maps, and you can get it off YouTube too, because I put it in there like an idiot.
On your channel.
Yeah.
Carpenter, I've been watching those. Those are pretty good, man.
You wouldn't believe some of the sick stuff I get asked to make, and that's coming out of the US. Like I'll make chastity belts and chains and all that sort of stuff for folks and that, but like out of the US, they're serious, man. They want a fucking Iron Maiden.
People set fire to the damn.
Excellent.
Yeah. Turned around and quoted them $12,000 Australian.
Oh,
thinking
yeah.
they'd say fucking no, and they said yes. Because of what I forgot at the time, though. See, Trump had been in office about 6 months at this stage of the game. So the US dollar had shot up in value. I was thinking fucking, it was back in the Obama days, and that an Australian dollar and Aussie dollar was fucking pretty much close and close. I think it was $1.08 Australian to $1 US.
Hey, Carpenter. What's up, brother?
Yes.
Weekend Warrior is a good channel worth watching. How you doing?
Yeah, it's Friday night in the hood.
What the hell
So,
happened to that
yeah.
email?
That was all good.
The only issue I have is that sometimes a picture is just a picture of two people. You know, that doesn't mean anything. You know what I mean? That's the only issue I have with, you know, making an assumption just because of the picture.
Going into the store, guys. I have to mute this.
I mean, people take pictures, you know.
Jack, type something in the chat
People
so I
take,
can go to your
you
channel, make
know,
sure
I
I'm
take
subscribed
pictures
to
of
you.
me next to a car. That don't mean I'm drinking gasoline. That's the only issue I have with some, you know, with just the pictures. But I love those videos, though, Carpenter.
Refusing to comply. God bless you, brother.
Yeah, boy, my mom's been telling them off in Walmart. I tell her, I said, don't make yourself a target. She should know.
I tell you what, if I didn't have a girlie and that, I'd be asking you for an intro to your mum. She sounds fucking dead set fucking decent. Straight up and down.
Yeah, she says, I know them
Hardcore.
fucking Democrats are in on it. Yeah. And the thing was, you know, I started her off slow, you know, and let her see for herself. She really saw with Kavanaugh.
Colonel Short, haven't you heard? I'm a Russian bot.
Yeah.
That's how I got banned off Twitter. And you know, remember when they banned 4,000 Russian bots? No, they banned 4,000 Australians who all shared the same Pepe meme that was going around, and it was an Australian kangaroo, and that with because we've got the kangaroo, the boxing kangaroo, and we use the boxing kangaroo as a knockout blow over here for a lot of different memes. You probably don't see them because they're only local Australian things. But what we had was one where the boxing kangaroo had a little Trump jump out of the pouch and give Kim Jong-il a straight right to the jaw, and that for a little knockout. And everybody who posted that got banned off Twitter. Right, and they said, we got rid of 4,000 Russian bots. No, we worked it out. They got rid of 4,000 Aussies for posting the fucking pro-Trump, anti-fucking Kim Jong, whatever he we're up to now. I mean, that's what happens. So, Yeah, so I'm a Russian bot. I do speak Russian. First rule of warfare: know your enemy. So everybody I've been up against, I speak their language at least. But the old Rusky, I know now that they're not commoners and all that sort, they're not bad folks.
Mom's learning now. I tell her, I said, Hollywood, all you need to know is they're Satanists. They all are. Don't matter if you believe it. They believe
Yeah, Dobro jutro, tоварищ. It means good afternoon, comrade.
Yeah, Mama's she's come a long way, man. But she saw it for herself. You know, she's seen it with her own eyes, put one and one together, she come up with 3 or 4, whatever that comes out to. You know, come to that on her own. You know what I mean? She's saw it herself. Because you can't just come out with it, you know. But I'll say, boy, isn't that funny, Mom? You'd almost think there was a worldwide satanic pedophile ring, huh? Nah. But I mean, you know, 3 years ago we did not know. You know, I didn't. I suspected a lot more.
See, the thing
With
with
no way to prove it, you know what I mean? I'm not gonna go out there on a limb if I can't prove it.
this Epstein shit, he was Fantasy Island for them, okay?
Yeah. Ain't no telling, man. We don't even know
All
what
right.
we didn't know.
I saved it on my new phone now. Now I have it on my
We
new
don't even
phone.
know how bad it was. I'm glad. I don't even want to know. 'Cause
Right.
that's good.
Trying to get that shine off there.
You know,
Trying to get the shine
Zoom
off.
bait,
There we
man.
go. There we go.
See, Zoom don't know. I'll talk his ears off if he let me.
Yeah, no, I just explained to the Colonel and that, like, yeah, I just shit stirring. I love throwing back to my Twitter ban and how it made mainstream media news in the US and how they twisted it.
Yeah.
I like to talk a little smack, but only like joking around. You know, I like to
How you doing?
I want
Long time no see. I said hello earlier, but
I don't know if battery knows how to take me yet, but I mean him multiple at best when I tell him stuff.
how do you want to be taken?
I hope so, man, because I really do mean well. You know, honest.
I'm sorry, I'm bad. I'm bad.
Okay. You look like you're gonna fall out, dude.
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, it's this chair, dude. It's this chair.
I think a little more than what's in that chair is probably what's in that thing you smoke on.
No, look, Florida's all right. Look, I understand what he's saying with the chair. I had a blue one. Ask Tracy. And it was, you'd end up in some weird ass positions in it, but it was comfortable. I can't explain it. It was a cheap ass blue thing. I get it from the next. I want to tell you what that reminds me of.
Right.
Guys.
Woo!
Looks like a used hanky.
She wants to.
Man, this is some
Woo! I got paid today, so how much you want to bet she wants more money?
that right there is some straight up. Whack.
Yeah, speaking of money, I saw an interesting article today.
What's that?
Your company, Sam Adams from Boston, they are doing a program. They're offering grants for $1,000 to a bunch of Americans in certain states that are working in the restaurant industry and the bar industry that are affected by the virus. You know, like if your restaurant or bar got shut down and money, you can apply for a grant and you get those.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, the one of them are making a shitload out of Australia, and they're making no such offers out here.
Man, my was closed.
They've got a range out here, and that we had a small brewery. Samuel Adams bought them out. It was 50 lashes, 150 lashes, and a few other things all coming out of this small little brewery been around for years. The history of it is there was a bloke who stole hops from a farm to make beer. He made the best beer, but he stole half the hops that he got right out. He bought some, but he stole the rest. Ex-convict and all that sort of stuff, and that, but released and that, never to return to England. And that, so he's got to settle out here. He's got a little bit of land he's renting, doing all this sort of thing. He got 50 lakhs for it. There was another bloke who got 150 lakhs from making whiskey, and that out of stolen grain and all that sort of thing, and not paying tax. Well, they call the grain stolen. He didn't pay tax on the grain, so that's stolen automatically. Didn't pay tax on the sale of the whiskey. That's stolen too. So that's how it worked out here in the old days. And all that sort of thing. They bought him out. Samuel Adams now owns those brands. I've been a regular buyer of
Sam Adams, good beer.
150. And no, they changed the things. They stopped using bloody fresh hops growing in Tasmania, like the small brewery had been using for like 80-something years. They go to these imported bloody things growing.
I'm so thirsty I could drink a Foster's.
Say again?
I'm so thirsty I could drink a Foster's.
Oh, don't do that. There's a shit like better beers than fucking Foster's been. It hasn't been a good beer for 40 years. Not since the fucking Brits bought it out, and then they sold it to the Japs.
I got a Guinness at home.
Who owns it? Who owns it now? And where's it made? I know they recently opened up a plant back up here in Australia, but it's a subby off a microbrewery. Send the cans out to be filled and capped and all that sort of thing, all ready to roll. But yeah,
Apparently,
because
Outback Steakhouse is not Australian.
No, it's not. What are you talking about? It's two Israeli and two New York lawyers and a chef.
Hey, I'll be right back.
Trying to mention
And the chef's the brother-in-law and that of one of the New York lawyers, and he was a famous barbecue chef there in New York, and had a deli and did a barbecue on the side. So the deli was on the corner. They bought the shop next door and put the barbecue in there, and the ribs and all that sort of thing. So used to do what they call New York ribs.
All those big back ribs at Outback, they just fall off the bone.
Short ribs
So
or baby
good.
backs.
Oh shit, we lost Pro Life. Where'd you go?
She'll be back.
She'll be.
Yeah, I'm dropping out now, and I'm not even doing anything.
Hey, look, with everybody stuck at home over there, and that your network's bound to be worse than what it normally is. So look, it's a suck it and see situation, folks. You got to deal with it. Sorry.
Yep.
I'd like to have an X for you, but I don't. And it seems like a bit of a cheat that I'm going through the same satellite link that I go through and all that sort of thing. And it's the same as normal on it, but you can only ever have 256 customers per bird.
Yeah.
On the old birds, anyway, the new ones, and that take millions of customers.
Where do they make the dry as a bone hats?
Where make the what?
Dry as a bone hats.
Well, they used to be made in New South Wales, a town called Newcastle. They used to make the felt and that in Tamworth, because I used to sell the rabbit furs to the farm.
These are the oil. These are oilskin hats.
Yeah. Well, the dryers of bones and all that sort of stuff. Somewhere in the Riverina, they used to be made, and then they moved to one of the cities. I'm not too sure where.
We call them cackadoos sometimes.
I have two of them. And my wife has one.
Cacadoo, right?
I think it's a model. Kakadoo's a model. Kakadoo's actually a national park up here, and that's wetlands up there in the Northern Territory.
Yeah, and they were selling dusters and oilskin dusters and things like that under that
You know where
name.
they shot Crocodile Dundee up there? A lot of that was in Kakadu. And where he went, he went up there and said, what do you call this place? Blongamik. That's up there in the ranges up there above Kakadu. Tungamet is the local name for it, and it's basically where I used to live.
So what is the oil that comes from that region that might have been used in that for that type of tanning or whatever you might call it, that oil treating? They got a tree up there that makes that kind of oil or something?
We've got something very similar to turpentine and all that sort of thing.
Sure,
I had to buy the brand name oil. I didn't have any other choice.
Seems like they'd use like.
To be honest with you, because it's an oil soaked cotton, it's going to be a non-mineral oil. Could be whale oil. It could be veggie oil.
I think it's some goddamn koala bear fat. They render koala bears and smear it on your coat. I don't know what they do down there, man.
That would be an alcohol base, wouldn't it?
My dry as a bone was my grandfather's, rightio. So technically, it's 103, 104 years old. I'm not sure.
Wow.
I've only ever used beeswax and that in a hair dryer. I
live in Oregon, so it rains a lot here.
And it's a fast. You get a summer shower and that, and you put it on and that, because after the thing and that, all the bees come. The bees in it swarming. It's true. I get fucking chased by the bastards. The little black wild native Australian bee. They're the worst. They just won't give up. Them bastards. They're the bees. They just don't give up.
Battery, if you ride your motorcycle real fast, you can go right in between those raindrops.
That'd be a mountain bike.
Oh, my great grandpa told me you walk slowly to get between them.
They hurt.
Bread.
Hurt.
Yes. This Fred Meyer has the bread I'm looking for.
One time, my friend had a bird flew up into his helmet.
Oh my god. We're getting all.
Check out this advertising.
National Guard.
That's cool.
But look at the number, 1-800-GoGuard.com. It's all in one. It's the very first all-in-one phone number and website ever developed. Right there, 1-800-GoGuard.com. It's one of the marvels of modern technology. It's a digital camel app, but
that's cool. I like
number 1-800-GoGuard.com.
That's cool. I like that. Those hats don't look good on me for some reason. Only a few of them if they shaped right. I don't know. Maybe I got one of them funny shaped heads or something.
Very important. Your hat be shaped right.
I think it's something like that. I mean, it looks funny. I don't know.
Mine's like Tim McGraw.
I think they got a funny shaped head. I don't know what
shape. Shaped like Tim McGraw's.
I know most of it's round. I don't know what the rest of it
that
is.
Sure is a nice color. Hey, let me get my cup, Jack. Oh wait, I don't have my cup. Here.
It took 6 weeks to get the colour. Actually, I left it a little bit to get. It's a little bit dark at the moment. But actually, yeah, we can do the same. It's that way, yeah.
Oh, I used to listen to Michael Savage, man. He's been talking about the two-party system for 10 years, man.
There we go.
He says it's a scam. Democrats and Republicans.
Oh, don't drop the cap. Ross it.
Michael Savage does not like it.
I should have had a couple of people there.
That's the only
He's
thing.
been tight for many decades, man. Coast to coast is right, man. No, I don't listen to it. How do I listen to that? I should be.
Well, they took him off there, Mike Savage. They took him out
Yeah,
there. He had number one radio.
That radio?
Yep.
You got a satellite radio or a DAT radio?
I think he's still on. Yeah, he's still on.
If you got a DAT radio, you can tune into him, and that because they got relays via digital audio.
He's along the lines of Martin in a lot of ways, but he'll get what he'll lay it down. You know.
I'm sorry. Hey, go. Can you mute battery for a sec? Every time Florida starts talking and that, you can't hear him. Yeah, cheers. Yeah, say again there, Florida.
Oh shoot, I forgot.
Uncle Savage has been a little crass along the way.
Yeah, he will. He'll speak his mind. He's not okay with the weed, you know, but he's really intelligent guy. He's a really intelligent guy.
I mean, that's fine. Everybody's in their own, as long as they don't dictate to somebody else.
I got the bread.
I guess
it's the background noise there, battery. Sorry, mate.
And plus I mumble, I mumble.
And that, yeah, I know he doesn't like the pot and all that sort of thing. His overall message I like and all that sort of thing. And I can see his point.
Orders, language, and culture.
I maintain that there's a fine line here, and this is my argument. And I actually had it out because I called in one night and we had it out. And he got back to me in an email and he says, I see your point. He says, I spoke to the two people that, because I referred him to two friends of mine. One is a university professor emeritus with life tenure at a high-end US university. And he knew him straight off the bat as soon as I think, gave him his direct line number. In through there and all that sort of thing. He spoke to him and he said, yeah, I've like this, but he says, I have problems with the hydroponic stuff and that because they all use steroids in that and I can feel the effect in me. It's too much of this stuff coming through. And he says to be a passive consumable. That's why he grows his own. Same as I do. I don't know what mine is and if I get some stuff from the friends, all their stuff blows me away compared to this, and they all brag mine out, and I don't care. Mine does me. I smoke the leaf and the male buds and all that sort of thing. The female buds I'm turning into butter now, thanks to that. Some of the stuff's knocking the shit out of me. I'm mixing that much tobacco, or now my herbal pretend tobacco. Mix. I'm mixing that, maybe 8 to 1, 1 part pot, 8 parts bloody herbal mix.
Yeah,
I don't smoke to get stoned. I get smoked to relax.
Michael Savage has written books on botany.
I got booze and that to get wasted on. I much more enjoy
for 2 years and collected plants and wrote books on botany. Michael Savage is,
yeah. So and he took my point, and that they're fucking around with the natural plant and nobody knows what the natural plant is. And I said, but look, and I gave him my nice pipe.
There's mine, tow truck.
So you've got a mix in your tube there, tow truck, and you just pull that out. Cool. Well, see there
air pressure.
All right, you have to turn your microphone on to answer the question. I know that's a tyre pressure gauge, but what is the container with your mix in it?
I'm lost.
You don't know. No. All right.
Hey guys, I just wanted to step in and get one last blast from the goat before I crash. I'm trash.
The goat. That sounds funny.
Yeah, I got to take off too, and then after this one, it's time for me and Tracy to have our chat. And if you see your wife, I'll drop in later. Whoa, what's that one?
Oh, yeah. One of them Pilkingtons.
Yeah. I've seen them. Life vial, they call them. Yep. And they come with all this survival gear. Some of them come with survival gear in them, the ones I've seen that size. But that'd fit. Yep. All right, cool.
Oh, there's that good.
I wonder how they got him to sound like Howard Dean like that.
I thought it was more representative of Chucky Schumer the first time he took a bloody like a cucumber up the back passage.
Well, it must have been a long time ago.
He still had that shrill voice. I heard him during the bloody.
What sucks is we've been the ones getting butt fucked ever since they've been office.
Since we was born, long before we were born, brother. Long before we were born. Screw us.
Don't pop at me. Me coughing. Y'all got me coughing.
He's got the corona.
Oh no! Y'all get me corona. Oh shoot! I forgot to get the case of corona again.
I'm trying to keep my language clean, actually.
Well, you better get it soon because the company that makes Corona is shutting down production in Mexico.
Yeah, I bet.
God is in control. I'll say this. God is in control.
COVID-19
Patriots, yeah, and the Patriots are at his service.
light.
You should come out with a COVID-19 brew.
Yeah, might as well. They might as well.
Not worried, and God protects you. And I'm telling you,
we don't really feel like H1N1.
Thank God for each and every one of you.
Reach for the COVID-19. When you're not in the mood for Ebola, just grab you a COVID.
Okay, I'm getting some. Yeah, I'm completely out of it, guys. I'll see you guys tomorrow. God bless you. Dream well, Patriots.
Take it easy, Luke.
You know that
Peace out, dude.
You know we're winning, so don't let the fear get you. It's all crazy bullshit. Just don't worry about it. Dream well.
Yeah.
I'm trying not to worry about it. You guys keep reminding me.
About what?
How crazy it is out there, man.
Oh yeah.
That's crazy.
Well, it's just got to keep going. It's got to keep going. I really think, man.
They're surrounded by food.
It's going to have to keep doing what it's doing because,
No, it ain't going to have to keep doing what it's doing. It's going to have to change, my brother. It's going to have to localize.
Yeah, it will.
It's called nationalism. We should start using that word again, too,
Well,
it's time to get this going. This is all going to change. This is a wonderful opportunity for change, man.
Michael Savage has been talking about that since 2010.
Oh, didn't you get the memo, though? Nationalism is racist.
He's been saying
third party.
Apparently, I've been a long time.
Well, I believe it. It's not racist.
You're going to have to.
Michael Savage has been saying that for 10 years. I promise you.
You're going to have to read your dictionary. I know.
Before the media recently turned it into this shitstorm they did.
Well, the choice. Either nationalize or socialize. So get it right.
The problem, if every one of us was to realize, these people, they're crazy. They don't know. You know what I mean? They don't know. But
well,
if they realize
destroying all the liberties,
man. We get already know these idiots because they don't make us, man. They do not make us.
Well, this just became fascist. Hey, Hey, this just became fascist, man. What the fuck happened here now?
They got a label for everything, man.
Fascist. No, we've been fascistized, and that's my word. I don't even think that's a word, but I'm telling you, fuck that.
It's a
Now what?
freaking shame what they've done to this country.
Huh?
The
Hey,
old case of
now what are we gonna do?
Uh-huh.
What the fuck are we gonna do?
Fucking shame, man.
Serious, man. We got
No, the-
pigeonhole segregated, beat into fucking everybody's pigeonhole, and now what? We don't have any moves.
It ain't like that here, man.
Well, what do you mean?
According to liberals,
Talk in place, or what? What do we do, Jack? What the fuck are we gonna do?
I don't know. I'm actually going to jump offline and call Facebook. That's what I'm doing. I don't know. I can't speak for anybody else. I refuse to speak for anybody else because I don't want to be a slave owner or a ruler. I believe an armed society is a polite society, and that if everybody had Colt 45 on their hip, there wouldn't be any problems in life. They'd all be sorted real quick, and that we'd have a lot less conflict around the place, and we'd have a lot less politicians.
That's what he said. We had the gun cabinet. We didn't used to use safes. There's no point in having a safe. We used cabinets.
You know, what the thing when you get it, so you put the shotty out, or the rifle out, and go meet the threat, whether it be the fox at the chook house, so you got the shotgun, and that or the rifle at the thing, that's somebody fiddling with your tractor or your wheat bin or whatever. Somebody's backed up a trailer to under your wheat bin. Yeah, you take the rifle out, shoot them and shoot the fucking engine.
Well, the other day we were talking about handguns, and I said, well, yeah, there's no safety on it, but that's what the holster's all about.
This is my safety.
Hey, what's that town in Georgia? I keep on forgetting. It's mandatory for everybody to carry. There's a place there that makes ladies' purses that has a slip-in side pocket, and I got my daughters one each for Christmas year before last because it fits the Rock Island XT40s that I got them each. So I got them those and that because it's very similar to a 40 cal unique one that I have here that I train them both on. So
I seen a cool fucking gun on that channel, man. Killer gun. It was a 43 Russian Studiev PPS 43. Man, that thing was a badass gun, dude.
Yeah, PPSA, Shogun. Yeah, my oath. They're ripper bloody little submachine guns.
From what I could tell,
there's a blade floating. There's a blade floating about. Show that again, but hold it still if you would, please, and that because the resolution's not great.
Oh no, that's nothing.
That's your bug out bag.
No, that's my fag bag. I call it my fag bag.
All right, yeah, fast action gun bag.
Let's see a fanny pack.
You got one of these? You ain't got one of these?
Not anymore.
Far. Let me tell you, brothers and sisters.
You're legging out.
You ain't got.
Hey, tow truck.
Legging out.
Yo.
Keep your voice quiet. When you shout, I've noticed you slow down on your video, and we miss a lot of your voice. You start yelling, and then we don't get the rest of it.
Oh yeah, you're seeing.
Yeah, it's if you start off loud, we miss. It sort of like jumps a few seconds. We miss a few seconds of what you're saying.
I discovered something today.
Yeah, what's that, battery?
I thought the gun shops were all closed, but the gun shop near me was open. Open on the way when I was on the way to work.
Didn't you realise a day and a half ago, Mr. Trump made gun shops an essential service?
You have to help me out here.
But they won't. But they won't approve the licensing. But they won't approve. They won't push.
No, the states are imposing
checks are
themselves
not
over
essential.
federal and constitutional law. And
Hold on,
Sorry.
time out.
I already got mine.
Time out. Brother time. Brother. Okay.
I killed it.
What?
That's funny.
no, where'd they go?
Where'd he
What's
go?
she doing? Why do the cute chickies always fucking interrupt everything?
He had to roll a joint for her.
Oh, is that it? So she shut him down so he could roll a joint. Well,
No.
being cute is one thing, and being bossy, well, that's a fucking dead killer.
Maybe she doesn't roll them well.
Yeah, and that you can ask a lot more polite than that, though. Seriously. Hey, look, I got to get going. It's phone call time for me. You all have a good night. I might be back. Goat kebab.
I got it.
How long are you going to be on for?
I could be.
I'll be on for
a
at
while.
least another hour.
All right, I might catch you towards the end of that hour.
I got all night. I'm here.
Appreciate you
Okay.
sending that, man.
Hey Jack, can you put your email address in the private?
I can do that.
In the
Okay.
private, I can do that for you there.
Oh, okay.
Cool. Yeah, because as soon as I'm gonna go do some studying.
There you go.
There's some things that are within my skill range, but some isn't. Some
I hit the wrong fucking link, didn't I? Instead of hitting private chat, if you look in the StreamYard thing, you see the login?
Yeah.
It's right above private chat.
Okay. I got it anyway.
Solo
I
Blade
just
Work
went
at
there
gmail.com.
and the mouse overshot because
Got it.
I could email Battery it too if he didn't get it.
and so you did too. I can see it in private chat. It's excellent. Thank you very much. I
You're
better
welcome.
go. You take care.
All right,
All right,
God bless.
Take care, dude.
appreciate
Everybody
it.
out here in chat world, take care, folks. You all be good.
Cheers, man.
Cheers.
I set the phone down and I lost StreamYard.
Yeah.
Shit happens.
Well, you're still here.
Well,
We see you, so
The address is gone now.
Yep.
I am having a hard time with that.
I wouldn't fuck with it while you're driving. Now they'll write you a ticket here. If they see you looking down like that. That's what they say. One of the main giveaways is if you're looking at your phone, pull you over. Of course, down here they want to pull you over and see what you're doing. They are going to.
Did you watch AOC's new video? She was pouring alcohol and talking shit again. This woman, I swear, there's something really wrong with her.
Yeah, I
Well,
saw something
she should
about
be
her
good at pouring
bitching
it.
and moaning that she wants reparations for minorities affected by COVID.
Well,
Nancy Pelosi's bartender.
she's learned something from somebody because last time I seen her, she was jumping around and waving her arms, and she was trying to learn the lingo.
She's an alcoholic,
Yeah.
man.
Somebody's been teaching her something.
She's crazy in the head.
She's trying
She's
to.
not probably a happy
trying to-
drunk. She's
she just
probably
wasn't doing
she's
it right.
probably she's probably one of those wenches that, you know, when they drink they become even more of a wench. That's
Well, it
probably
don't
what
come
she is.
natural to her. That's why it looked funny. That's what she was trying to do. She was trying to walk the walk.
She's Nancy's bartender.
Well, yeah, she used to be a bartender, from bartender to congresswoman, just like
Yep.
that.
I'm sure they're smart because they've met a lot of people, but that don't make you. You got to have some brains up there.
If you stump her in an interview, she'll say, "Oh well, I'm not an expert on this."
I knew I should have bought that other microphone. This one's really heavy. I'm afraid if I buy that part for this thing, it's going to break.
I guess mine's been hanging in there. I can't hear myself though, so.
I hear you.
But I am like talking low, kind of mumbling, and just sitting way back away from my computer.
Yeah, you sound pretty good tonight.
I hear you a lot better than I hear Jack.
Hold on, my daughter's calling me.
Because this microphone right here. And I got a mute button.
Jack, it always sounds like he's far away.
He is, man. That guy
I mean from the microphone. Yeah, I think the gun shop was just out of stuff, so they closed.
Tin Can and Strings has tin cans and strings.
Hey, I worked in communications in the Air National Guard.
Do you know that, Battery? Where Jack is, his tin cans and string has tin cans and string.
Yeah. We had somebody drew a picture and put up on the wall, and it was one of those Saturday morning comics. But it was they did the tin can phone, and had two kids talking together, and they would have a problem.
She just got $25 from her dad. She's trying to scam me. And she just bought that Star Wars movie. See, what the hell, man? I used to get $10 for allowance, if that. She thinks she deserves $60 for vacuuming? What the hell?
I'm thinking
I love my kid, but hell.
Something rim
you know? Kids, man.
Oh, bomber's close.
So my kid just called me for money. That's funny.
You're a poet. Didn't know it.
Well, see, I didn't know her father gave her $25 until I just found this out.
Good night, Hook.
And then I bought her movie she wanted, and now she's asking for more money.
Well, in the National Guard, we had a picture up on the wall of two kids. It was from the Saturday morning Sunday paper cartoons.
Yeah.
And it showed two kids talking on their tin can phones. And one of them found there was a problem. So they had customer service tied off in the middle. It was cute.
Kids do chores and earn allowance. Learning to manage money has never been easier.
I did.
The only app where allowance turns into real stock. What? Kids can share allowance too. Also, yeah. I wonder how much they charge my bank. That's what I want to know.
Man, I haven't had a bank account in 8 years.
Oh, I have one.
I'm going to get me one, though. Cash this check.
I have one specifically just for paying bills, and then I got one just for my PayPal.
When that big check comes around, it's going to be one of those. It'll be just like the FEMA check. It'll look just like it'll have the Statue of Liberty on it. And there ain't no doubt about it. This is the check. You know what I mean? One of those you get just like your income tax.
Promise, she wants everything right away, like right now. Right now.
Wow, all the videos working good now.
She wants to have my credit card to buy some kind of game. And last time we did this, it wasn't funny.
See, I have the barrel, but it's just making the rest of these parts is one of them is going to be real difficult. You know, might have to rethink some of that, and
yeah, last time I gave her my credit card, she went happy spending. I remember. Yeah, I remember because when I got to DC, I wanted to change my from a bus ticket to a train ticket. So they refunded me. It took a couple of days to refund me, but I had money in the bank to get the ticket anyway. So when I went to the train station and I looked at my bank account just before, and I'm like, what the hell? $600 was spent like that. And I'm like, and I had to call my husband. I'm like, look, you better order me a train ticket or else I'm not coming home. You know how long it took me to fight to get that money back? It was crazy.
Boy, I tell you, you know how bad I was as a kid?
Love that hat, Battery. Looking good.
I was bad, man. Just be great.
I wore that into 2 Fred Meyers. Didn't have any problem. I don't even get strange looks anymore.
Yeah, I don't either. When I went into DC, I did, especially if I would walk to the train station back to the Airbnb. It wasn't in the most prettiest neighborhood.
I want to find a shirt that says Trump train doesn't stop for snowflakes.
Man, just think, dude, these people in 20 years, they'll realize, you know, all this shit, and they'll be like, golly, man. I'm just glad I'm not a closed-minded person. I'm willing to hear anybody out, man. Hear their side of it or whatever. You know, as long as they're not freaking a hedonist, you know, or a degenerate. I mean, if they're a degenerate, I don't want to hear shit you got to say. You know, save that for somebody else. But, you know, I'm willing to give anybody the benefit of the doubt, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
Over and over. Sometimes. But I'm a Libra. So.
Okay, that's all good and done, but how do you send money?
The phone was down to 7%.
Oh,
They don't charge.
I better read into this before I do this. Watch it charge me like $6 or something to do it.
Tropical storm Debbie, I think it was, came through here, man, blew a bunch of shit down, and the water, it flooded up around the trailer. A FEMA guy come around, and he looked at my trailer, and he was like, golly, you know, he was telling me all kinds of stuff that was wrong with it. And I said, well, I guess, you know. And about a week later, man, got a check in the mail. I said, wow, look at there. Opened it up, $1,700. I said, what? I walked to the bank. It's about 1.25 miles up the road, and I walked right then and went to open an account, and they said, well, were you going to want to have any cash back or something? Like, I said, yeah. They said, oh, well, you got to wait 3 days. I said, hell no. I said, I didn't come up here to not get any money out of the bank. I said, I need some money. I walked here. So I walked across the street, the First Federal, and I opened up an account there with a, you know, deposited most of it. And they gave me a debit card right then. And I think I got like $300 just so I'd have some cash. And then I walked to Walmart. That was a good day.
Get you a bike.
Well, I didn't have one at that time. I do now. Well, I got a truck now, but back then, that's actually what I did. I bought a nice bike. That way I could ride up to town the 7 miles without, because some of them bikes now, they'll work you. Can't just pedal them uptown. They'll work you to death. you know, but you get you a good bike. Actually, you can. It's no problem riding it. You know, because I had to go 7 miles one way to work, and this is back when I was quitting pills too, man. I quit pain pills back then, 2012. I was doing it, man. I'd leave the house at 5 o'clock in the morning, ride my bicycle up there.
I don't like this. I gotta read this.
Okay. What is it?
It's some kind of, it's like PayPal, but it's for kids. So I'm trying to see how much percentage they charge to transfer or to put money. Because if it's like 6% or something, I'm not doing it. That's just ridiculous. There's some kind of something involved with this. It can't just be free. You know what I mean?
Yep. Read through the fine print.
Yeah, exactly. So, no go for asking from $20 for now. I mean, she just literally got money from her father. She does that. She'll ask him, and then she'll ask me, and then I don't know that she asks him.
Yeah. How old is she?
She's 13.
Yeah, it's that age where they'll do all kind of sneaky maneuvering to get money.
Just be grateful she's normal, man. Really, honestly.
I used to do that too.
Really, honestly, I was so bad. I'm so embarrassed how bad I was. But that's the only reason I even bring it up, so that hopefully somebody can learn. I sure as shit didn't. Well, I did now, but you know, not back then.
Guess you guys are stuck at looking at me. Can't turn off the mic. Can't turn off the camera.
Everybody remembers the 80s, man. It was kind of a different time back then, too. So.
Oh, I love the 80s. If I had a time machine, I'd go back to the 80s.
I can't, because then things wouldn't be like they are now then. So I'm happy with it now, I guess.
Totally different time, man. Cool.
I kind of like the 90s.
That was cool, too, I think. I was a hippie during the 90s.
I mean, even though, you know, Clinton was in office, overall the 90s were pretty cool.
Man, I used to watch those USA boxing, Tuesday night box fights on USA channel. Man, those were the best.
I've lost control of
What's up, Sarah?
Toblerone, man. I ain't had that chocolate in about 5 years.
For a second there, I thought Emerald took pro-life spike.
What's up, kitty?
You want it?
No. I got so many freaking cats.
Oh, man. I used to have Shelties, and I had some Southern Comfort.
I like that. That's good stuff.
I was curious to see what would happen if I gave my the male half a shot in some milk. He drank that sucker down, and he went out about 10 minutes later. He's outside trying to pee, and he can't pee. He can't lift his stupid leg. He kept falling over.
That's funny. That stuff's so sweet. That's probably why you drank it. It's so sweet.
Yeah, it tastes like plums.
What you doing?
It mixes really well with Dr. Pepper.
Man, they used to drink Lord Calvert and 7-Up around here. Big time.
I'm going to have to reset because I can't control anything on StreamYard. I can't turn the mic off. I can't turn the video off. Nothing. I can't look at the chat.
Sounds like you might have to reboot your phone.
I already did that once.
Yeah. Well,
I'll try it again.
It
worked really good for a while. It worked really good for a while.
Toss it into the Pacific Ocean. No, don't do that. Don't do that. That'll make it way worse. Dr. Pepper and rum is like one of the least expensive drunks you can have, I think, is what somebody told me. Root beer and rum is like the cheapest drunk you can get, just about, besides just
I've never mixed root beer with any kind of alcohol before. Oh, well, battery's frozen. I'm going to kick them so you can try and get back in.
It's been cold the last couple of nights. The cat trying to get under the covers with me. It's just funny.
Well, I got 3 indoor cats that are constantly trying to hog all the bed space when I'm sleeping. It gets rather annoying.
I hardly ever see this one, man, except if that bowl's empty, or every now and then, like right now. This is the only one I got left now, man. The other one's fuck if I know.
Everything's working now.
Cool.
But I lost Jack's address now. Dimble of Blade works at
good night.
Hey, if you need it, I know you're on Sensor Wars battery. I'll just put it in a private message to you over there.
Okay. Now I have to figure out how to get the private messages.
But I'll put it in the chat again here too. Good night, Friday. Take care, dude.
Shit, I'm glad I was able to tether, man, or I'd be dropping out all night, man. That sucks. Having to keep
tether.
Yeah, I'm tethering too.
To your cell phone?
Yeah.
That
makes it slow.
Man, when I first
Good night, Bubba.
told me about that, dude, I'd tether my phone 24 hours a day, man. Then all of a sudden they started throttling me back.
Yeah.
Well, even though the plan that I have on my phone is unlimited data, if I use so much, usually about halfway through the month, they start telling me that, oh, you're using too much, so we'll start throttling you, at peak hours. But it doesn't really affect me because I'm only streaming at night when it's not peak hours. So
yeah. When they throttle me back and I'm on my phone, I'll light that burn pile I got one night and then take my phone out there and just that way you guys
go.
The burn pile. We can hear you, battery.
I was looking at the chat through StreamYard and I was able to highlight DimbulaBladeWorks@gmail.com and save it. I can't do that on YouTube. I just learned something.
I can't get to my clipboard on my laptop.
He wants to fight himself.
And I can't
got Colonel in the house coming on stream.
Message or something.
More money than me.
An elephant and a rhino. Hey,
good morning, fellas.
How you doing, Colonel?
Daylight there.
Morning.
Hi, do you see this?
Oh wow, it's daytime by you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's beautiful.
That's pretty.
Beautiful, right?
We do.
This is just 5 minutes from my house.
Where are you from again? I forgot.
Holland.
Holland?
He's in the Netherlands.
Yes, the Netherlands.
The Netherlands. Wow.
Yeah, the Netherlands. Amsterdam. You all know that.
We have microphones. We also read the chat.
It's that
beautiful
tiny
there.
country in Europe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I got a microphone. Yeah.
I bet it's beautiful there.
Oh, now I see you. The sun was shining in my face. Yeah, it's morning here.
Oh, it's morning there.
Yes, it's wait, let me see. It's
okay.
I think it's so cool that we have people from all over the world on this channel.
Oh man, and
hi Cruz, hi Florida.
Hey Colonel Shaw. Man, Colonel Shaw's been around for years too, man. Years.
Yes. I think about something like 4 years or something, right?
Yeah,
Or at
that's
least.
crazy, man. That's cool though. That's awesome as
Yeah.
shit.
You don't get rid of me easily, I guess.
Plus, now we seen you. That's the cool part too, man. We seen you.
Yes. The sound is pretty bad. I almost cannot hear you.
I got a couple places I like to go before I kick the bucket.
And that is?
Maybe one day. I know my kids love to go to Europe and Paris and all that, but I want to go to Israel.
Israel.
Oh yes.
Oh yeah, that's cool. Beautiful, beautiful country.
My church goes every 3 years.
My church went there, and they wanted to do baptism the same place that John the Baptist did.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's cool.
They had a
The water
plane.
wasn't clean.
No.
The water was dirty.
Don't matter. What an honor that would be.
We'll see. Here it comes. It's coming back around again. They're flying the
Why is
plane.
the sound so
Neighborhood.
good?
Usually they're that means they're checking somebody that's in the neighborhood. Or
You and your cat.
Yeah.
What's that cat's name again?
this one,
Uh-huh.
Charlize, like
Charlize?
Charlie. Yeah,
That's cute.
but it's a girl.
At least you're on.
Boy names for girls. I think that's cute.
It's like Charlie. But
Boy named Sue.
Well, I don't think that. I don't know, maybe.
I tell
Johnny
you,
Cash.
you ought to see this thing climb a tree. She'll run around on the roof up there. It's funny.
Wow.
I think she does it to get away from like possums and the raccoons when they come around.
Yeah. Is she an
Awesome.
outside
Fine.
cat?
Yeah.
That is just beautiful.
Well, I got a hole in the floor in there. She can go
I love
in.
nature.
She like to kill birds.
Yep.
How is any coronavirus in the Netherlands, Colonel Shaw?
Yeah, very much.
Yeah.
Too much.
Too much? So
Yeah,
it really is spreading worldwide then.
For a small country like here, it's and I'm living right in the hotspot. Just where I live are the most cases.
So you have social distancing yourself?
Yeah. Yes, about 6 feet, I guess.
Yeah, that's what they're saying here.
Yeah.
Well,
You said you're near Rotterdam, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm about what is it? 50 miles under Rotterdam.
Hey,
I live
if
in
you
the
let me
south.
borrow COVID-19, I'll pay you back COVID-100.
I got relatives in
That's a
Stockholm,
good deal.
Sweden.
That's a good deal, Florida.
That is a good deal,
Yes, a good deal.
but it might be
Yeah,
a
sure.
while though. Might be a while.
Colonel Shaw.
So how's your sister doing? I know you said she
Yeah, she's
wasn't
better now.
feeling so hot.
She-
That's good.
She was tested and it was not corona.
That's good news.
Excellent.
Yeah, it was just the regular flu.
Well, that's good. Thank God. I mean, that's
Yeah.
not good that she had it, but thank God she, didn't
Yeah.
have anything worse. The flu lately, it seems, the flu strains, and then it seems a little worse for people who are older.
Yeah, but I mean, some teenagers are on the IC as well, so it goes randomly, I guess.
Yeah, because
Well,
I heard someone say it's not affecting children. Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
It is. It is.
We had a newborn baby die of it 2 days ago here in Ohio.
Yeah, I heard of it. I heard of that canoe. It was in the papers here. It's awful, terrible.
And
Before that, it was a 2-year-old.
was the baby? It doesn't get contracted from mother to baby. So how did the baby get it?
I have no idea.
I mean, that's what I
Nobody
heard.
knows. Nobody knows.
That's
Probably the
sad.
nursery. One of the
Still
nurses.
one big mystery.
Yeah, newborns especially are just like the senior citizens because, I mean, you think about it. Babies' lungs are developing. In elderly people, your lungs are deteriorating. So,
Well, what is autism? You know, they don't even know what that is.
That was really popular back in the 80s, but they didn't have a name for it. They called them mental retarded instead. And I don't like that.
Well, nobody knew about ADHD back then. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Yeah, that was used as a smart kid.
A lot of kids who are ADHD are really smart. And autism, too.
Yeah, especially Asperger's.
Mm-hmm.
My oldest has got the Asperger's. But
Now remind me, what is that?
It's a form of autism that makes him very hard, stubborn, very stubborn.
Okay.
And they can do no wrong. So he's really hard to talk to sometimes.
Yeah. But you love him anyway. That's important.
Yeah.
Oh, Bill, I want to say something. You said when I think about Holland, I think about World War One. Well, you shouldn't, because Holland was neutral in World War One. If you want to think about Holland, you must think about World War Two.
Yeah, I think that's what he meant.
I've been to Copenhagen.
Oh, you've been to Denmark? That's
Yeah,
cool.
I've been to Copenhagen twice.
Oh, Copenhagen, beautiful.
Nope, been there twice.
Nice.
Closest I came was Hamburg.
We only stayed a couple nights though. Right across from Tivoli Gardens. Now that was nice. That was cool. That was pretty. That Tivoli Garden. Man, it's still winter there, ain't it? Shit. Look at there. Everything here is green as shit.
I don't know. Mine's not green.
Man, it's green back there in that swamp. Oh yeah, that's nice right there. Yep.
That's my camera.
I got something like that. Zoom like that.
One of my hobbies is to photograph birds. So I'm usually in the woods early in the morning or in the weekends to photograph birds. That's a hobby of mine.
Man, Colonel Shaw, I got a bunch of video.
Is it a Canon?
Camera like that.
No, it's a Nikon.
Okay.
I bought it about 4 months ago.
That's nice. Does it take video while it's zoomed out?
Yeah, I can make videos as well. Yes.
Yeah, that's what
Blu-ray.
I got. All my like bird videos and owls and shit, I took with a Nikon 840.
Nice.
And it's got a zoom like that, and it'll take good picture, man. I got good.
Yeah, that's nice, man. Because I'm self-employed, I bought this on my business, so I get a big tax refund.
Man.
But I never use it for work. Fuck them.
Does it have like a moon setting where you set it and it zooms out to like 800 millimeters?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It goes really wide.
That's cool. I never use that though, but.
Oh, you should do it. It's fun to do. You know, I can photograph stars and everything with it.
I can't get it to focus on a star. But
yeah, but you got to do it with a how do you say that? A stative. You got to place it on the stative.
Wow, they
if you do
like
it.
barbecue instead of hot.
I don't know the English word for it.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I can't think of the name of it either.
Yeah.
Bulb.
How?
Bulb.
Oh, okay. Bulb.
See, I can't find the setting where you like can zoom focus it. You know what I mean? Like I only have like a single time focus or a continuous focus. And if I put it on continuous focus, it'll come in and it'll go back out because it's trying to zoom in. It's trying to focus it the wrong way. And
that's why this ring is for. You see
Oh
this
wow,
ring?
you got a big
no,
camera.
I don't have that. I don't have that. I don't have that.
Oh, you don't have it?
No, not that. Not that.
Oh, okay.
I got a Nikon
Because
camera.
I can focus automatically, and I can focus with this ring.
See, I can't do that. I can't do that. That one looks a little bit nicer than mine, though. Mine's a cheap one from Walmart, but it takes some good video, man. Real good.
Oh man, it's cold. It's freezing temperature.
Man, Colonel Shaw, I got some cool video you'd probably like if you ever seen it on my channel.
You have it on your YouTube channel?
Yeah.
I never been on your YouTube channel, I think.
And I got owls.
Oh, cool, man. Owls.
I
love owls.
You know, got woodpeckers.
Brother Bill.
All kinds of wildlife mostly, but recently I kind of been discouraged with the way YouTube is, but I mean, I got some cool videos, man. Alligators, freaking cool shit. Some of it's cool.
Yep.
Oh no, he left. Do you have any echo from me?
No, you're good.
No, sounds good.
That's good.
Man, I hope he didn't go check it out now. I didn't mean now. I meant whenever he.
Well,
I guarantee you.
I pushed the wrong button.
Oh. Yeah, no, I just remember those doughboy helmets in the movies of Holland, and I think they filmed it on site in Holland. You know, World War I. It was probably the early start of World War I. In most cases, where they were fighting the Germans, and they were wearing the doughboy helmets. That's why I thought World War I. It might have been World War II.
Yeah, must be because World War I was in Belgium and France. Was not in Holland was neutral. All the refugees came to Holland, but Holland was neutral. But World War II, a lot happened here. Many front lines.
Yeah, it did.
Ammunition is still over everywhere. Ammunition. We do a lot of magnet fishing, but in a way, it's really dangerous what we are doing.
Yep.
We have found
all over Europe.
Yeah, especially here in Holland and east of Berlin.
Yeah, Colonel Shaw, I saw some programs about that very thing that you're talking about, them finding unexploded shells and everything in Holland, and there was a recent documentary.
Yeah, they're everywhere. They're everywhere. Yeah.
The trick is to not set it off.
Yeah, exactly.
And they still have the trenches. There's still a lot of trenches in Holland, and they were able to find out exactly where the front lines were and everything. It was very interesting documentaries that I watched. I watched several.
Oh yeah, it's cool to see. It's cool to see. I mean, if you would come here, I mean, I could show you a lot of historic places. Not just one place, but everywhere. No?
I'm sure I would love to go there someday.
Yeah, well, maybe.
I liked Germany
if you come,
a lot.
I will pick you up, Bill, if you come. You stay at my place. You're more than welcome.
Yeah?
Yeah, of course.
That's nice. Thank you.
Cool. I will drive you around. It's not that hard because Holland is a very small country, you know. It's about 3 hours from north, 3.5 hours drive from the north to the south, and 2.5 hours from the east to the west. So I think Holland is about as big as your smallest state, I guess.
You could, I know bicycling is really popular over there. You could probably ride a bike across the country in a day or two.
I think Holland is about the size, maybe Rhode Island.
No way. No, it's got to be bigger than that.
I think it's a little
Think
bigger.
so?
Yeah.
Well, okay, like Texas then.
No, that's the biggest.
No, but
Well,
it's really small. It's small
there
and it's
are-
overpopulated.
Well, they were prolific breeders because there's a lot of Dutch people living in the United States.
Yeah, true. I think the Dutch were one of the first settlers.
True. New York was
Jamestown.
settled by the Dutch. New York itself was a Dutch settlement originally.
Yeah. New Amsterdam.
Wow, it still
Yep.
works.
But the English drove them out. Fucking
Bloody
English.
English. Fuck the
Yeah,
English.
according to
Always the
Google,
English.
they say Holland is slightly less than twice the size of the state of New Jersey. So
Okay.
to give you an idea.
That's my camera. I got a longer lens than this one, but it's upstairs in the safe. I got this about, I don't know, 14 years ago, and it still works. I would like
Colonel Shaw, I have no
Sorry?
problem. I have no problem because most of my heritage is Scottish and Welsh, so I have no problem saying fuck the English.
That's good, Bill. That's a comfort. I mean, the Welsh and the Scottish and the Irish are different, very different from the English. The English are
Yes,
arrogant.
sir.
Arrogant.
Yes, they are. Yep.
And Colonel Shaw, you're gonna trip out when you see some of my videos, man.
Morgen.
You're gonna trip out.
I'm gonna put my phone in the tree for a second, so I won't be able to hear you.
What are you trying to show us?
Oops. Yep.
That's cool, man. Colonel Shaw, shoot, man, he's been with us for years, man.
Yep.
What a trip, huh?
You eating a taco?
Yeah.
Man, my supervisor brought everybody tacos.
Nice.
Does anybody remember that song on? It was on Up in Smoke at the end, and they were having that like concert. And this one band, the song was "So Taco, So Taco, So Very Taco."
I only saw that movie once, years and years and years ago.
So,
I don't really
I
remember
was
that much
cleaning
about
out
it.
the basement again, like stuff underneath the basement, and up in the rafters. Guess what I found?
Oh hell yeah!
This was back from high
Nice.
school. It still smells.
Hey, Colonel Shaw.
I'm throwing the
Yeah.
garbage.
Colonel Shaw.
Yeah.
Do you ever
Yeah.
do you ever go to Belgium?
Yeah, I do.
Have you ever been to Belgium?
Yeah. All.
Yeah.
If I have ever been to Belgium, I live
Do
20
you like
minutes from
Belgium?
the Belgian border. With car, it's a 20 minutes drive.
Nice.
Yeah, and with the car, it's 1 hour to the
That's
German
another
border.
place
I've been there countless of times. Germany.
that's another place I've got to go is Belgium.
Yeah, Belgium is nice. Belgium. If you want to check
I
out
was
World
stationed
War
in
One, you
Nuremberg.
have to go to Belgium.
Passchendaele.
Yeah,
Yes,
Passchendaele.
sir.
Yeah,
Yep.
who said
I
that?
was stationed
Passchendaele.
in Nuremberg. Went
So
to
you
France and
even know the
Austria.
name. I don't know the name.
Canoe said it.
It was one ugly battle.
Well, I've
Who's
been all over
eating?
Germany.
Is that battery?
That was me.
Battery, is that you?
No, Canoe said that.
Battery.
What?
Oh yeah, now I see.
I
Yeah,
was
it's the
tasting
sun
Nuremberg.
reflecting in my face. It's really difficult for me to see and to hear. The sound is really bad.
Colonel
I don't know
Shaw,
why.
Canoe said that.
Oh, okay.
Canoe,
Passendal.
yeah, Canoe said that. Am I right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. 'Cause I thought-
Battery froze as soon as he took a bite of whatever he's eating.
Passendaal ligt in België. Ik woon in Nederland. Ik zit in het zuiden van Nederland. Ik ben hier in de bossen en het is heel erg mooi.
He's eating tacos.
Taco Bell.
Sounds Greek to me.
No, that's Dutch, sir.
Yeah,
Nederlands.
we roll doobies over there.
I speak German.
Because I wouldn't go if I couldn't roll a big.
Ah, sie sprechen Deutsch, das ist toll.
Ich spreche.
I know a little Hebrew.
Hebrew.
Mm-hmm.
I know a word Hebrew too. Shalom. Shalom.
Shalom. Yeah. Shalom is easy.
We all know shalom.
Well, I don't know any Hebrew. Though I have a Jew mother, but I don't speak Hebrew.
Mm-hmm. Does she speak Hebrew?
No.
Or did? No.
No, she's just a Jew by genetic. That's all.
I would love to learn Hebrew.
That's why my brown skin.
I used to have Hebrew cassettes.
Mm-hmm.
I know a little
I used to
French.
listen to Hebrew language cassette.
Yeah. They have an app that you could do.
Parlez-vous français?
It's free. I think Lahoit is goodbye.
Sliha. Sliha.
Sliha.
That's another Hebrew word.
Sliha.
Yeah.
That sounds
I
familiar.
know Mazel Tov. That's about it.
Mazel Tov.
I learned when I get a
Goyim.
taxi.
Hi, Ben Frank.
When I get a taxi, I say, Schnell.
Boker Tov is good
Schnell,
morning.
mach schnell.
Boker Tov is morning.
Yeah.
Good morgen. Good morgen.
It means very fast.
Not here.
Guten Morgen.
Right now.
Good morgen. En Dutch is goedemorgen.
Guten Morgen means good morning.
Goedemorgen.
So,
Very close.
Shalom means
Guten
hello.
Morgen. Yeah.
Guten Morgen, that's German. Guten Morgen.
Willkommen.
Yeah.
How do you say fire up the ganja?
Yeah.
Sorry?
How do you say fire up the ganja?
Fire?
Fire up the ganja.
Schiet het pistool af. Schiet het pistool af.
Yeah.
Lahoit means goodbye.
Fire is schiet. En gun is pistool.
Fire up the spliff.
Yeah. But fire
Another
is vuur.
Hebrew word is
Vuur.
when you say how are you in Hebrew is tov todah.
Pols koda.
Tov todah.
Ah.
That's Hebrew for how are you.
Come on
Okay.
up.
What is it?
I'm gonna go check my email. Come on up,
Tov
Turtle.
todah.
For
Yeah,
how
go
are
check your
you?
email, man.
Okay.
Yeah, put the link in for him, Canoes. I'll
You say
go ahead.
Yeah,
Okay,
I got
I'll
it.
be back. I'll be back.
Tov todah.
Go.
And I am fine.
Masha
is
Saha
Sliha.
means how are you? This is how are you?
Do you see the sun?
Means good.
Yep. Looks like a nuke going off.
And in Hungarian,
Oh,
My
Well,
my
now-
dad's mother, I think, was
in
Hungarian.
Hungarian,
Polish.
you
Pure Polish.
You say
My husband's family's from Poland too.
Colonel Shaw, I wanted to tell you one time about when
I took the DNA test, I could have sworn I was I had Indian blood in me, but I'm not even 1% Indian blood. So this dark skin must come from Europe, because that's where they said most of my family was from, Western Europe.
Western Europe. You know where?
No, not really. My husband knows. I don't know the name of it.
Okay. Well, you should find it out, you know. You should find out where your bloodlines come from. I think it's
I'm
important to know.
adopted, so it's very hard. That's why I did the DNA.
Okay. But Indian, I would have never guessed, Michelle.
Really? See,
Yeah, really?
my
Really?
sisters and my whole family, my dad even said I was.
Really?
Nope, not 1%, not even a small percent.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well,
No.
that is not much, huh?
Mm-hmm.
What does it matter?
Not at all.
All the same, you know, all human, right?
You don't look Native American at all.
I mean, white, black, purple, green. Who the fuck? We're all human. We all have the same desires, the same fears, the same dreams, and we all gonna die.
Amen.
And we
Amen
all
to
gonna
that.
die. We all go 6 feet deep. Everyone, rich, poor.
Yeah. Some get cremated.
I'm gonna wonder, since I paid for that, the result should still be in the computer.
Look, he's all ears.
That's true.
Some people are really good. You have these genetic banks. And some people are really good to find out the bloodlines, you know, where they come from.
Right.
But it's a lot of work.
See inside your ear canal.
I know, right? Oh, now he's got the fluss canal. There you go. And different canal.
Clean. I don't see any earwax.
Kanal. Ja, die beide ist auch Kanal.
He's got some ear.
Von den Ohren und auf den Fluss. Nicht wahr? Kanal. Hörst du mich?
I've got ear hair.
Kanaal? Channel, kanaal.
Und den Flusskanal.
I go walk around for a bit. I want to show you something.
I was going to tell. One time I hitchhiked from Frankfurt. They dropped me off at the border of Belgium. They wouldn't take me across the border. I was with a flour truck. And so I walked across the border, and then I found some other people from Holland that were into flour.
It says 46% England, Wales, and northern Western Europe. 38% what does Germanic Europe mean? I don't know.
German. Deutscher.
Okay.
Prussian.
Ja, die Deutsche, doch. Stimmt.
Wie geht es Ihnen?
Es geht gut, ja.
Ich
Ein
auch.
schönes Morgen. Alles
5%
klar.
Norway.
Aber kein
10%
Sonne.
from Ireland and
Kein
Scotland.
Sonne? Das ist den Dings mit den
3% Eastern Europe and Russian.
Ich brauche
mein Zimmer.
Zimmer. Room. Zimmer is room. Room.
Nee, du bräuchtest Summe mit den Sonne.
Oh, de zon. The sun.
Sonne!
De Zimmerschlüssel.
Hey, du musst mit den Zunge musst du aufpassen, wenn du sagst was.
Und
you mean summer?
Ja, Sommer.
Sommer.
Das ist mein Schlüssel für das Zimmer.
Ja, nee, wir haben genug mit den Zimmerzeit gehabt hier. An den Rockwiesen.
Who speaks there?
Hey,
Who
it's
is
tow
that?
truck. Tow truck
Oh.
is it.
Hey, Tow Truck.
Truck.
How you doing, man?
Oh, das wegen wenn ich
Tow
Bike.
truck is slowing down, man.
Das wegen, Colonel Shaw.
Tow Truck. Ist ein Deutscher. Du bist ein Deutscher, Mann.
You were in Germany, weren't you? Tow truck, were you in
Payan.
Germany?
Payan in
Tow truck was in Germany, weren't you?
you didn't hear me a couple years, man. I guess not. Huh. Shaw, he didn't hear me. I thought he was hearing me. Yeah, no, I had some good times over there too,
I heard.
though. Yeah, Payan.
He's hearing you.
I was
Yeah,
in
me
Germany
too.
too.
Wide open skies. How beautiful. We don't have that here. We don't get that here.
I was in Bavaria. I was in
We restricted all of our sunlight.
Yeah, Bavaria. Nuremberg.
Isn't it beautiful?
I'm walking towards a couple of cows.
I was in Nuremberg.
Youngsters. I don't know
I
if
could
they're
get
smart.
used to Holland. I think I could get used to it.
There's a bull as well. So if you come for me, I gotta run for it. You see them?
Yeah.
I don't know if this is smart what I'm doing now.
Wow,
I gotta run like hell if he comes.
Put
Bull is there as well.
Goats, put them up. Canoes, blow it
Give me a
up.
gun. Give me a gun.
No, canoes. Make it big screen, please.
And
That's not what I meant, Colonel Shaw. Well, I mean, launchy.
A first cousin popped
He's
up.
coming
and
for
that's-
ya.
I've been on this in a while.
Don't check your six.
No,
Psych off.
they're shy. They're more scared of you than you are of them.
I like the frosty. I love it like that.
goes good with bacon and cheese.
It is.
I was in
Now, if you have a wild boar come at you, then you got to worry.
Oh yeah, I know.
I was in Nuremberg.
We have him as well here. Wild boar. I'm not gonna approach them, I'm telling you.
I know you do.
I'm gonna watch my back.
For battery.
I'll be back in a
Mark
few
still
minutes,
comes.
folks.
What were you in Nuremberg for, battery?
I was with the second ACR.
We had them in Germany.
Did you do that?
I got there. I was staying at Merrill Barracks.
Was that in the mid '80s too?
Yes.
Where's that?
So that was. Remember that? What do they call that? That RadCon? No. What did they call that? USARAB? No. What did they call that battery? That recon thing? No. Dang it! What did they call that? That huge international exercise that they had in.
According to this, my third father's dead, but I don't
And
know.
making me think back now. You talking about Graf?
I think I know what you're talking about.
No. Michigan Conservative Patriot.
No, he's talking about like
Reforger.
Oh, Reforger, yeah.
Yeah, right. Is that what we're talking
Reforger.
about?
Yeah.
All right. So I'm with it. So, but that's why you were in Nuremberg for Reforger, huh?
No,
But
I was actually, that was my first unit was there.
Right. And but you were with communication at the time?
No, that was helicopters.
Oh.
Wow.
I see.
Our Our primary mission
Gotta
was
be
to
some
control
good
the border
fishing
with
over there.
Czechoslovakia.
Say what, Battery?
Our
Petrov,
mission was to
Petrov,
patrol
look
the
at that
border
lake
with
he's showing.
Czechoslovakia.
Look at that lake. Doesn't that look good?
Put it up on the big screen. Canoes. Why did he drop it? Let's see it. It's the Great Belgic Experience. We're just gabbing.
I want to go fishing. Look, that's making me want to go fishing in Holland. I want to go fishing in Holland now.
Do you have
Go fish
bass
together,
in
Bill.
Holland?
We go fish together. Holland is great for fishing.
I don't want the eels though. You can keep the eels.
Oh
I'll
man,
keep
you
the
gotta
trout
smoke
and
them.
you keep the eels, okay?
You gotta smoke them in oak wood. It's delicious.
Smoked eel?
Yeah, smoked eel. Oh man, that's wood is weight in gold here. Really, really expensive.
Well, if I have a native Nederlander to show me, maybe I'll consider tasting it, but I don't know if I'm gonna like it. They're ugly fish.
You can always taste, right? And if you don't like it, you spit it out. But at least you have tried it.
Exactly.
I mean, how can 70 million people like it? How can 70 million people like it? Gotta be a reason for it, right?
Colonel Shaw, wieso
Ja.
ist in Kosten broken immer so krass, immer so bitter, immer gegenseitig sowas?
For God's sakes, don't fuck, I'm not German, man, I'm Dutch. I can speak a little bit German, but not fully.
According to
I knew a
this-
girl from Norway. She spoke 7 languages.
I am Hollander. Holland.
Why is Dutch such a broken person all the time? I mean, Gus. Why is Gus the Broken so broken?
I don't know.
I gotta go.
I don't know. I think
All right,
he's ill.
Battery, much
I think he's ill. Gus lives about I think 130
Sarah.
miles from me.
Sarah,
If I want to go see
Yeah.
Gus,
My birth
I have to
father
drive
died.
2 hours.
yeah,
Maybe I go
that's
visit him someday. You know, maybe I
I
go
mean-
there someday.
2004.
Oh, really?
It
Yeah, why
would be
not?
a good trip.
Why not?
That sucks.
I don't
He doesn't
know.
even know
I
Gus.
spend a lot of time with Gus
I found my
chatting
first cousin.
when I watch
Gus
Alex
is
Jones.
alright.
You don't even know Gus.
You gotta know him. He's not bad at all.
He sure does bring a perspective from a different
his name.
angle of view, though.
Exactly, Toto.
So, Colonel, I got to ask you a question.
Yo,
She doesn't know what happened to him.
Can I
have
ask
never
you a
met Gus in
question?
real life, no.
Yeah, do you have a freeway system similar? Do you have a freeway like
Freeway
like
system.
Autobahn
Oh man.
in Holland?
Jesus Christ, Bill, we don't live in the we don't live in the Stone
That
Age.
is the funniest question I've ever heard,
What?
Bill.
Are you
Oh
laughing?
my God,
This is
no! The
We have made
Nazis
it to the
Is that a stupid question?
through their
Bill. Bill, we
20
made it to the 21st
fucking
century.
meters deep
We
with
have
zero
beautiful
grade.
freeways.
Too many people at one time.
There's,
I think we
I
have
asked
about,
Colonel Shaw because I've never been to Holland.
yeah.
okay.
We have about the best freeways of Europe.
To give me answers.
Really, I mean
I've
it.
seen 200-mile-an-hour crashes on the roads, man.
Well, according
That's
to
getting
this,
pretty.
Have you
looking
been
at
to
this-
Holland, Petrus?
Oh, I've been, yeah, I was saying I saw 200-mile-an-hour crashes on those roads. Freaking cops running around in
Oh,
Lamborghinis
I've never been.
and 911
Yeah, that's true.
turbos are their
They do.
favorite car
Yeah,
over
on the
there, man.
Autobahn.
Porsches and Mercedes and
I've been
Ferraris.
on the Autobahn, but I've never been to Holland.
Mm.
Well, I mean, it's
I
just
mean, you're laughing, but I've been on the Autobahn. I've never been to Holland.
Well, but even in Germany, all over the place, they just build roads better than what you probably have ever seen in America. It's a different. It's a different
Absolutely.
way. It's different.
Well, you understand? I was there for. I was in Germany for a year and a half. I was in Germany for a year and a half. I've never been to Holland the whole time. So I was just asking him if he had a freeway similar to the Autobahn.
No, it gets like a couple
I was trying to
times larger.
compare.
It goes into like 16 lanes instead of just 8.
That really sucks.
Yeah.
Sometimes being
It's
adopted
some of the
sucks
most
because
major, but it's
sometimes
all on dikes and stuff. It's
some things, being adopted sucks because you can't find out much. But I haven't logged into the ancestry in over good 9 months, and according to this, my birth father died in 2004.
our ancestry, the people that were supposed to give over their entire database to the FBI for.
No, they can't do that without legal cause. I made sure I hired a lawyer to look into it before I even took the DNA test.
Oh.
My husband too. If you make a crime and they can type in the database and say that it's there, they can access it with a court, not a court record, but you know what I mean, a judge's order.
Well, I don't know. You should probably say more about your ethnicity instead of the legality of the asshole.
Well,
Trying to
think
manage
about it.
it
I
for
want to know
us.
who my birth father was.
I know, right?
I found
For
my
sure.
birth mother, but all she could tell me was a name. But since I've logged in here, I have a first cousin that was found. And according to her tree, my father's name was David West, and he was born in 1956, which is about right, and died in 2004.
Well, the problem is, Michelle, is when you when you do this, don't you go into a database?
What do you mean a database?
Don't you go into when you get your DNA?
Yeah.
You get your DNA. It's a total map of your DNA.
Yep.
And it goes to a database.
Mm-hmm.
That's the problem. And now the government knows your freaking database.
Yeah, true, Bill. Exactly.
Well,
that's why I don't do it.
I have to do it because I have neurofibromatosis. I have other medical problems that can be very serious. So that's another reason why I did it.
You don't have to do it.
They're going to use it against you in the future.
Well, I know.
I got in a fight with my
girlfriend. Use it
against you. I got in a fight with my girlfriend, and it ended up that at some point they had to take a swab of my DNA. You know what I mean? At some point, it ended up it got that far, but that's something they really, really wanted was me to be entered into the DNA database. They really, really wanted that. That shit was crazy. And
I don't want my freaking DNA on record.
Real quickly, where you're gonna have, you know what I mean, the chip, or you're gonna have your phone with you, or you're gonna have to, you're gonna have to be locked into the database real quick, starting like real soon, before you can move about the country. Yeah.
Well, I don't. It was worth it because I found out stuff that I didn't know. So.
My auntie did one quite a few years ago.
They want $24 a month for this. That's why I quit. But you could go back and find. I mean, like my husband went back
Don't you
all
just
the
get
way
a
back.
portfolio though?
He found. Yeah, I can access my portfolio. Like I just told you guys how it was 46% from England, Wales, and Western Europe. That's available. I can send messages to the people, but I can't like really dig in. Like if I were to find uncles from centuries ago, you have to pay for that.
Well, yeah, I suppose.
But for someone like me, like again, I'm adopted, so that would be a really hard thing to do. Rather, where my husband, he found family from centuries ago that was in Poland. He's talked to a first cousin now that he found who lives in Poland as we speak, and they keep in touch now. So I think that's pretty cool, but it just sucks for me because when you're adopted, you don't know much, and it's always been that way. My sister, she took a DNA test with that 123andMe place. She found her birth father, her birth mother, and she was adopted too, and that was a closed adoption. So she was lucky. She found her birth father, who actually is a lawyer, pretty smart guy. Didn't know that his girlfriend at the time got pregnant, and then they split up. When my adoptive father found out I found my birth mother, he went off on me. It's something that to this day he will never understand. I mean, think about it. If you were adopted, wouldn't you want to know? I mean, wouldn't you want to know where you're from in that?
I'm not adopted, and I still want to know the real truth. There's so many mysteries in my life too that it's just amazing. But what were you saying? Michelle, what were you just saying? You found your birth what?
I found my birth mother, and my adoptive father was mad about it.
I don't know.
Well, I'm sorry that you got your name in that database.
Well, thank you.
I mean, no, seriously, I wouldn't have ever done it for that very reason. We have here where I live. Is there an echo?
Yeah, I hear you. No, you're good.
Oh, I am hearing a bit of an echo here, but in where I live, that the LDS Church over here has a extensive genealogical database, and
it's the biggest one in the country.
Yeah, and they take all this information, and it all goes to the NSA. And they had a thing that I found out about, that they were patenting people's DNA, and
Why do you think the NSA has that big
archiving
data processing center in Utah?
Exactly. So when they can patent your DNA and archive all your genealogical information, do you really want that? I mean, that really concerns me. And this is why I never went back.
For my reasons why I did it, I won't ever.
I went back.
I'm not. I don't know. I hear what you're saying. I mean, those were a lot of concerns that we had.
At the time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and you probably didn't really. I mean, you may not have realized it, but it's unfortunate because as a veteran, I've actually had the VA wanting my DNA, and they were claiming that it was to help other veterans and to do their tracking people's DNA. Well, what are they doing with your DNA? What in the hell are they doing with my DNA? I don't want them having my DNA. I don't even want them. I don't even want them having my fucking blood.
What are they doing with the blood? What are they doing with the babies? What are they doing with the organs? What are they doing?
What
Is
are they
this
doing with
really
the dead
happening?
baby parts?
This is really
They do
happening.
studies on it. They do studies on
No,
it, and then
this
they
is
take
really
they take
happening.
I know they take the
There's
umbilical
nothing I
cord.
can do about it. I can
Toothbrush.
sit here and observe.
They take the umbilical cord blood and,
Yeah.
and they test it for
I
people
want to
who
know
have
how I
like
can do something
cancer and
more than
stuff.
observe, man.
It's disgusting.
I'm tired of being a freaking fan of this shit.
It is disgusting what they're doing, and there's no excuse to kill a baby and then sell that baby and split that baby's organs apart and take that baby's organ to one place and another. It's disgusting. Because perfectly, when a baby's born, listen, when a baby's born, if the parents want to store that umbilical cord blood, they have that option to. It's very expensive, but it's a very smart thing to do in case that child ever becomes sick. But now they're using excuses like abortion and selling that dead baby's umbilical cord blood for the same reasons. They could get just as amount same umbilical cord blood by preserving or having real births, not killing babies. So there's just an excuse why they kill these babies. One doctor literally admitted that she specifically does certain abortions for, like, if it was a baby that was over 6 months, she would deliver that baby, and when that baby came out alive, she would hang the baby upside down by its feet and snip the umbilical cord, or not the umbilical cord. They would snip that artery from the skull to the neck, and they just clip it, and the baby instantly dies.
Hey, Michelle.
What?
Yeah, what were you saying?
If you think God is a love-based God, then why did God design a...
He doesn't do that. That's Satan's
Why did
work,
God
brother.
design a blood sacrifice, and that there
God
has
never did that.
stuff
Yeah.
involved?
That's all Satan's work. You gotta remember
why were there blood sacrifices?
The devil.
Why was it designed that the redemption was the price of Jesus' death?
Because Jesus died for our sins, for you and I, and
Why did God design it based on the death or the sacrifice or the blood or the killing? If it was all loving God, why did it come down to destruction to make the difference? To you know what I mean? Make the difference that Jesus' blood made. Why does it come down to death? Why does it come down to sacrifice?
He's talking about First Testament, Wild Bill. Wow, that's a good.
I know what he's talking about.
You know? So the same reason is, why does it come down to Satanists to have this blood of innocence? You know, I'm asking the same question twice right there, but you see what I'm saying? The yin and the yang of it all. Because I don't even get why it's real. You're telling me that this God developed a system that's based on blood sacrifices and death?
God doesn't bring death, destruction, and any of that. That was all Satan's work. You got to remember, before Jesus went home, he told John, and he told who else? One of his followers. Was it John that saw the future of the second coming? I think it was John, wasn't it, Wild Bill? Or was it Joshua? Anyways, you got to remember who's temporarily in charge right now. Yes, God can overpower Satan, and he does, but he doesn't sacrifice blood. He doesn't bring war. He doesn't create cancer. He doesn't create this flu that's going around. That's all Satan's work.
But in the Bible, God asks for our sacrifices and our firstborn and lambs and the blood on the door sills and all kinds of that stuff.
The lamb blood was to put
You're
over...
mixing all this stuff up.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Wild Bill. You probably can.
You're mixing all this stuff up. There's a lag in here. I'm sorry. You know, I'm not sure when when my voice is actually interjecting into the conversation or not because of the lag. But
right, just steady out.
The blood. Okay, blood was always from the beginning was always something that sealed the deal. So we go back all the way back to when man first came on this earth. Blood was shed. God to Cain said, "The blood brother rise up from the ground." He said this to Cain because Cain had just killed his brother, and his blood of your brother has cried up from the ground. Is where it all began, and it all started with the devil. Now I'll go ahead and let pro-life carry it on what I'm saying, but even the Native Americans understand what a blood covenant means. It's always been a blood covenant, no matter if it was the ancient Israelites or the ancient Jews. It's always been about a blood covenant. And so then God, when we fast forward and we go into the period of when the Passover. In the time of the Passover, they put the blood on the lintels of the door frames and the windows.
Yes.
And that made it so that the destroying angel would pass over, and we called that the Passover. And the blood actually protected the Israelites from having their firstborn killed when the destroying angel came. So blood kept on going. And then we have Jesus, right? And we fast forward to Jesus. Okay, I don't know the time frame exactly. I don't know if anybody does, but when we fast forward to Jesus, Jesus became the blood sacrifice because the ancient Israelites were required to shed blood on the altar from the lambs and the goats and the cows and whatever their sacrifice was to be redeemed for their sins.
That's right.
So blood is
that's
like.
So that's what I'm getting at. So that's
Matthew
what I'm getting at. Why is the system based on the death of the sacrifice?
Matthew in 26:28
covenant.
says,
Why would it be based on that?
Listen,
and it
would be the fall of Adam. It's when Adam fell and Cain killed his brother Abel. That's when it began. Okay, that's when it all began. And I'll let Michelle finish up with
Matthew 26:28
because
says, "For this is
I'm
my
saying
blood
to the best
of the New Testament, which is shed for many of the remission of sins." Remember when he had his Last Supper, too? How he specifically said, "Drink from this cup," and all this, and this is my bread, this is my body. Do this in remembrance of me.
Yeah.
He knew then, or he actually even he knew that he was about to die for our sins. He was sacrificed. Even when God is Jesus, you know that, right? He is one. He came in flesh.
So it ends. So this is what I'm saying. So that ends the blood sacrifice, but yet.
But he sacrificed us for us.
But yet the Satanists are still performing blood sacrificial.
Well, that's right in Revelations. Revelations talks about that.
Blood in these cults.
Yep, Revelation specifically talks about idolatry.
This off the blood
and all
of
that. I forgot the exact words of it. Let me look it up. Talks amongst each other while I try to
forget the exact words of what. Tell me.
She was talking about Mark 26.
I'm talking about in Revelations when he says.
Well, blood is a form of payment now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Payment.
See if I look up keyword search, that might help.
But what do I have to pay for? Because Jesus paid for everything, man. What? Why is my blood now still important?
This is why the New World Order is the New World Order. The New World Order. Well, you think your blood is important to the devil. He wants to.
No, I think it's witchcraft.
You're just talking about my soul.
The devil wants you dead.
No, the devil wants my soul.
God doesn't want you dead. He wants you to live.
Oh, he doesn't. No, well, he knows that he can't take your soul. He knows no matter what, he's not going to win against God. Idolatry, witchcraft, hatred, variant, and something like that. I forgot how it goes in the Bible.
I don't know, but I wish you'd tell me, because I've been through most all those things you mentioned. Only Jesus gets me. But
the fearful, Revelation 21.
What's with the blood sacrifice? What's with the pain?
And the abominable in murders, and the whoremongers, and the sorcerers, and the idolaters, and the liars shall have their part in the lake which burns the fire of brimstone, which is the second death.
Yeah, read that. What do you call it? The abominable?
Yep.
Like the abominable?
I love.
Yeah, I'll share it right in the chat. I used to know this one by
Good
heart.
job, sister. All right. Come on, Jesus.
You know who would actually know a lot of these answers is Jack. He's pretty smart with the Bible. So
I like these challenging questions. Well, Tow Truck asks the hard questions. It's challenging. Think of it, Michelle. It's challenging.
I know.
You know,
guys, I got a different
next person that you come across in these questions too.
There is no perspective when it comes to the Bible and God's Word.
Right.
Why do you think they confuse people with all them Bibles? I mean, there must be at least 6, I would say, good 60 different Bibles that I saw. What's that?
Different than God's? Yeah, because God is God and I'm not. So yeah,
I was asking
different. Mine's a little different than God's. Yeah.
I was asking Tow Truck.
What? Yes, sir. My perspective.
Is it a Viking perspective? Like those North things?
No, I don't know. I'm just a tow truck. Bill, you're lagging or something. I don't even hear you.
I'm listening, bro.
Somehow there's a lag between us and the conversation isn't carrying. Somehow. I just don't know what to do now. I just don't know what to do. Got to take some action. Everything's got to change. There's got to be a different structure of community.
Do you know what pre-tribulation?
No, there's got to be like different community structure in areas.
Do you know what pre-tribulation is?
Pre-trib? Oh, that's
tribulation. It's pre-tribulation is before the rapture.
Yeah.
Well, we're in that now. This plague is just another biblical prophecy. Another biblical prophecy are all these locusts that are flying around. Another biblical prophecy that came true is when the red foxes came to Jerusalem and walked on that temple. So now when the Jews saw those foxes walking on the temple, it's right in the Bible how they're prepared to build that third temple. They're going to rebuild it, the Jews, in Jerusalem.
I don't know. It's a living word. It just lives. It's so cool. If you're incorporated with the Bible, it's a living word that just goes on and on and on and on and on.
Oh, the rapture. There is still life after the rapture, but it's not going to be pretty. You think it's bad now, just wait. I mean, you know, where did Buffalo Bills go?
I don't know. No, tell me why I should wait, Michelle. Give me that one. I'd really like to know why.
I don't think anybody should wait. I think if you don't have that relationship with God now, I think this is the time now too. Because once you do, you're going to find so much, I hate to say this, but joy and love. It's like when I did it, it was like everything that happened to me bad was gone and everything ahead was good. You know? And I think this is the time now when everyone should come together and believe, repent, have that relationship with God. Because I think it's so very important, because we're not promised tomorrow, just like we're not promised next week. I can't tell
People are
you
so averse
when
to that,
Jesus is
though.
coming. All I can tell you, it's pretty soon, you know?
People are so adverse to that, though. All they want to do is pull up a lawn chair and a case of beer. Watch the Armageddon. Yeah, I don't know. Nobody's doing nothing.
Life is good.
If you live it, if you don't live it, it ain't no good. You know what I'm saying, my brother?
Yeah.
Huh?
Just
Estimate
live the life.
or not?
And life is short.
It is. And that's, like, I reached out to everybody that's done me wrong or hurt me, or if I hurt them in the last month. I have. And I wrote emails, messages, text messages. Some accepted my apology, and some didn't apologize to me. And now that's between them and God. But at least I reached out to them, because this is the time and the hour when we all should be coming together.
Yeah, but you can't be friends with everyone. That's impossible.
No, I know, because
Impossible.
the Bible says exactly this. I'll tell you what. Let me see if I can look it up. And I talk about this a lot on my channel. Hold on. It's easier when I use Bible Gateway.
Take your time.
This is something my husband had to keep reminding me of. 2 Corinthians 6:14 says, "Be ye not unevenly yoked together with unbelievers. For what fellowship has righteousness with unrighteousness? And what common hath the light with darkness?" Do you understand what that means?
Yeah, I think so.
Tow truck?
But who's a believer? But who's a believer and who is not a believer? That's the question.
Well,
many say they believe.
I
But
know a lot of people say they're believers, but they're lukewarm believers, or
yeah,
the full
hypocrites.
believers. Like every day, even if it's just 15 minutes, I will open my Bible, or I'll use Bible Gateway, or I'll listen to a sermon. I think it's all about taking your time and acknowledging God and living the Word of God as best as you can. We're not perfect. I'm not perfect. You're not perfect. Nobody in this chat room's perfect. But as long as we repent and we live the Word of God each day, do good things, godly things, like right now, helping each other out. This is the time where we reach out to our elderly neighbors, or for mowing the grass, shoveling their driveway, picking up groceries, stuff like that. Helping one another out.
Small things.
Yeah, it's the small things that count. And, and I don't want to piss anybody off in this chat room, because I know some of you guys don't believe, and some of them you do believe, but I love everyone, even my enemies.
Yeah, but if you go out online with a meaning on things, you're gonna get backfired. You cannot escape from that,
I know.
That's why you gotta wear the shield to protect yourself.
That's right.
I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn if somebody likes me or not. I don't give a damn about it. Just can't be friends with everyone. It's impossible. If you like me, you like me. If you don't like me, you don't like me. I don't care. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I don't care if people like me or not.
Yeah.
If you don't like me, then don't talk to me, I couldn't care less.
Well, we can't force people to like us, brother. I just said that on my channel earlier. You can't force anybody to be your friend. I mean,
yeah. Well, anyway, I like you, Michelle.
Oh, thank you.
You're
What
welcome.
happened to Canoes?
Canoe is a great guy.
Oh, he really is. I was just going to ask him a question, but he just disappeared.
But he does stares a lot. He likes staring into the deep. Canoes is the quiet type.
Yeah.
He only talks if he got something to say. That's good, I like that.
Yeah.
I like all you people. That's why I come here every day, If I wouldn't
thank
like
you,
you, then
brother.
I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be here.
Yeah.
Why would I be in a place with people I don't like? Right? Simple.
Or people who don't like you. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Michelle.
That is just beautiful. I love.
Beautiful, eh? Beautiful
Yes,
place.
It sure
Yes,
is.
it is.
That would be the place to just pop a tent and just breathe in the fresh air.
It's a great Saturday morning here. It's beautiful, the weather. I mean, look, with this lockdown shit, you got to see the sky, and the air is so clean. And the sky is so beautiful, I mean, about 50% of the factories are shutting down. 50% of the cars are not running,
Mm-hmm.
Look what we get back for it.
Right.
Maybe this is the way to live, Totally lock up forever.
Yep.
Know what I'm saying?
Yep, I know what you're saying.
Yeah. I think nature is healing itself very fast. If we people would disappear from the earth, I think in a couple centuries the earth would come back totally. I think, power of nature is enormous.
Well, I love watching nature take over. Like if someone, you go by and you see all these abandoned buildings and all throughout the, in Florida, especially because of all the hurricanes, and it's like nature took over.
Oh,
and
yeah.
It's a beautiful process to watch that happen.
Yeah, it is.
Even it might be an eyesore to the people from Florida, but as you walk up to it, you just see, all this nature taking back over again. That's what God intended it to happen,
Exactly.
And there's some areas in Florida, like Miami, like they just keep building and building. And there's some areas where God said, no, leave that land alone, and some people don't,
Yeah. I know what you mean.
Canoes, I wanted to ask you, how's work going with your new schedule?
It fucking sucks.
Yeah. But you're a manager, right?
I'm an assistant manager. But I pretty much run the place because my manager, he's worthless.
Right?
So
do you have to work with teenagers?
No, thank God. Because you have to be 18 years old in order to work there because we sell alcohol.
Ah.
And we've had over the years a few, 18-year-old kids work in there, but they never last long because they're worthless too.
Yeah. Teenagers are the worst because they don't want to work.
Yeah, I don't think there's anybody working there who's under the age of 35 right now.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Now, do you do everything as a manager, like stocking and stuff like that, or you run the cash?
I do everything except for the paperwork, like the orders and the bookkeeping. I run the register, I run the deli, I do maintenance, I clean, I stock.
I've done deli. Deli's fun. Only thing I had a hard time was at the end of the night, you had to count all your money, and the way they wanted you to do it, it was just so confusing.
It's fairly easy how we're set up to do it, but the way that things are right now with the schedule, is basically the only people that are working there right now is me, one other girl, and the manager. And we got 2 other people that are willing to come in just on Saturdays so that me and this other girl can have at least 1 day off a week.
Right.
So I'm making some overtime, but
well, that's good.
I got shit to do at home. I almost wish that the owner would shut down so that I could, get some things done at the farm.
Right.
And I'll be honest, I don't think we're bringing in enough business right now in order to justify us staying open.
Are you selling out of toilet paper?
Well, we did when the scare first started. It's kind of calmed down now. We got an order in about 10 days ago, and it's still on the shelf.
That's good.
They say that we're open because we're essential services, because we're technically a grocery store, but the majority of our customers, they're just coming in for beer, cigarettes, and
so it's
lottery
basically
tickets.
like your private little grocery store, or is it a chain, like a bunch of?
No, it's a family-owned independent store.
Yeah, the same one with ours up the street. That lady literally fired me over my Facebook page. She goes, "I cannot believe you. Are you in some kind of religious cult? We don't like people like you here working here." And too bad, New York State, you're allowed to fire someone for any reason. If not, you could sue them. I would have won that lawsuit. I'm like, every time I go in the store, even though it was 3 or 4 years later, yeah, I forgive the woman, but I just give her this look like, I don't know. It's funny.
So did you get any good pictures, Colonel?
That's something to do. You know what? I'm going to start doing that since we can't do anything. Maybe just start going for walks and just take pictures, and get out of the house, because I'm going crazy here.
I don't even have time to do that.
I used to go sit by the canal or the creek and just sit there.
I used to take my camera out and hang out at my pond and photograph all the dragonflies and the damselflies.
Uh-huh.
I used to be really into photography, but I don't have the time for it anymore.
Yeah. I don't think I would ever live in Europe, but I would definitely visit.
Yeah, there's a lot of places I'd like to see. I know the UK gets a lot of shit, but I've had a thing for the UK for a long time.
Yeah.
For the history. And
I wouldn't mind going to Russia just to see the history too, of everything that happened there too. Maybe go visit, I don't know. It's weird. I went to the Holocaust Museum in DC how many times? 1, 2, 3, 4 times, and I still got to go back and read everything.
That shit's too depressing for me.
It is. It was very sad. When we got on the floor, or I got on the floor where all the pictures were of the gas chamber, and they had a model of what it looked like. And you reflect on that. You think about it because you see these pictures, and the pictures are very real of what these Jewish men looked like. They were like skeletons, just with skin covering it. It was heart-wrenching. And this one area, they had all the shoes, just shoes left over from the Holocaust, and it had this, misty, moldy odor to it because they're very old. And I was even crying over that. It's just a sad thing of everything that happened, and the school doesn't teach these kids exactly what happened during the Holocaust because they think, it's just the Jewish people that were killed. Anne Frank had 13 or 30% Jewish in her, and she was still killed. Her and her whole entire family. When they finally got caught, they were split up and all killed.
It wasn't just the Jews that were killed.
Was the father. The father ended up leaving the concentration camp and then later dying of pneumonia.
It wasn't just the Jews that were targeted in the Holocaust.
The Germans were targeted too for helping the Jews.
It was the gays, the Jehovah's Witnesses, intellectuals, the intelligentsia.
Yep.
Probably 30 different groups or more.
Yep. Sad. Not a lot of documentaries and movies out there anymore to teach you the truth. I think I watched Anne Frank and I cried. I knew what was expected because I knew what happened to her, but it was just sad to watch. It's weird because he's over there and it's nighttime here.
Yeah, he's 6 hours ahead of us.
Mm-hmm.
And he's driving on the wrong side of the road.
Oh no! I was just going to say that. I couldn't do that. I don't think I would ever get used to it. Or driving on this side instead of this side. Like I couldn't do it. Could you?
No.
Yeah, I couldn't either. Statlin. Is that what he said? Statlin killed millions of his
Stalin.
Stalin? I'll have to look that up. I don't remember that name.
Joseph Stalin.
Was he Nazi?
No, he was the leader of Russia in World War II. Yeah, he was a brutal motherfucker.
I wonder how he died. I know Hitler shot himself. Hitler shot himself, and
there's varying theories on that.
Well, what do you think happened? I think he did shoot himself. I mean, at that point, he knew he was done, or he was going to be killed anyway. And there's a lot of theories where he killed himself too.
Well, the one of the most popular theories is that he did shoot himself, and Ava Braun took poison, and the Germans who were at the Führer bunker tried to burn their bodies in the courtyard, and they did a half-assed job of burying them. And when the Russians came and took over the compound, a lot of theories are that the Russians dug up the remains and took them back to Russia and buried them in the woods somewhere. And then you get all the people that think that, Hitler escaped and went to Argentina and shit like that and lived for another 20 years.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the most popular theories of why Hitler hated the Jews so much was that when he was younger, Hitler served in the German army during World War I.
Mm-hmm.
And around that time, the popular theory is that he contracted syphilis from a Jewish prostitute in Austria. So that's why people think that he hated the Jews so much, was because he got syphilis from them.
Gotta be more than that.
He was just twisted.
Yeah.
He was on drugs. He was on all kinds of methamphetamines, different kind of cocktails. People say that he was involved with the occult. He was just overall a fucked up human being, if you can call him human.
Right. It's a lot that people don't know but do know. See, I just learned something. I did not know that. I wonder how much Jack knows about World War II and all that.
Oh, quite a bit, I'm sure.
So this coronavirus really, I mean, it's spreading not only here but everywhere. It's makes me do. I mean, I know God says not to have fear, but it does. You know, it makes you worry for your family, especially your elderly.
There's nothing wrong with worrying about this, but you don't let the fear control you.
Yeah, there you go. That's a good answer.
And since you're a religious person, you know, you have your faith, and stay strong in your faith, and you're going to be all right. You just got to be smart about it.
Right. I got married young. You know, I married my husband when I was 22. I didn't have a bank account. I didn't have a driver's license. I didn't know how to, you know, take care of bills and all this other stuff. And, you know, without my husband, I would be lost. That's why I wish he would let me do the grocery shopping while he stays in the car. But he says, I need you home with the kids. And he goes, I've lived my life. If God wants me home, I'll go home. And it's like, he doesn't understand that we need him, you know, and I would be just, I don't know what to do. Maybe they do share a cell in hell. You're probably right, Buffalo Bill. I know President Trump had another press meeting. I got to watch maybe 2 minutes of it. And apparently on this video that I watched, he ended up shutting Acosta up.
This whole daily press conference thing, he needs to, okay, on one side, it's good that he's doing these pressers and letting the press, you know, make complete fools out of themselves, because it just, you know, it's going to make, you know, more for him come election time. But then again, it's just annoying as fuck to see these media people just say the stupidest fucking things.
I know, right?
And the one chick that was going off today on it, like, I wanted to reach.
Was that the one where he said, "Don't be rude," or
yeah,
or he said something about her tone in her voice or something?
Yeah. She's. I don't understand, but I give him props for, you know, being able to keep a cool head and do it day in and day out.
Whenever Trump does that, says "watch your tone" or "shh," not. It's funny how Mike Pence's face just goes.
Well, no, what he really needs is a little button on his lectern that would just shut their mics off whenever they get out of line.
Right.
But that'll never fly.
No, I can see Acosta now filing a lawsuit again. He really did. When he got kicked out of that press room, or not, wasn't it was that different room that he was in the hallway, you know, where they do those meetings. Anyway, I think that's when Acosta grabbed that microphone, right, from that lady. Really mean. Remember that? And then he got kicked out, and then he literally filed a lawsuit against the White House.
Well, that just goes to show how retarded he is, because the president is under no obligation to do daily press briefings. He's under no obligation to,
and he can kick out who he wants.
Host the media. Exactly.
And plus, he did grab that microphone. I don't care how many times people keep replaying that video. I saw it clear as day, the way he grabbed it like that and just pushed her arm like that. Like, really? don't know if the video's still on there. I'll have to see for a second. Who's still in the chat? We got Buffalo Bill still here.
I think that's it.
I think Battery went to bed.
Carpenter might still be there.
Yeah. And I know
But,
Jack said he might be back.
Now it's getting kind of late. If Jack's not back by now, I doubt he'll be back.
Okay. Well, what
I'm
time
good
is
for
it
another.
now?
I'm good for another 20 minutes, and then I'm gonna
Okay,
crash.
that sounds good. 3:30 cutoff sounds good. I jumped on and somebody was talking about some of this money from this bill went certain places, but I couldn't hear where that money went to. I thought President Trump cut off Planned Parenthood from the stimulus bill.
Yeah, but then a whole bunch of stuff got re-added to it. It was absolutely ridiculous.
See, that could hurt him in the election. What was
well,
added?
he didn't have really much of a choice because they just would have kept on denying it, and it would just get kept pushed back and back. They ended up giving a shitload of money, millions and millions of dollars, to a bunch of liberal pork causes. A bunch of funding went to National Public Radio, the Kennedy Center for the Arts, the
So
National
that is
Endowment
true.
for the Arts. Oh yeah.
What the hell does Kennedy Senator have anything to do with the stimulus coronavirus bill?
Absolutely nothing. It's just tag on pork that
the
the
Kennedy
liberals do
Center
every
also
single
donates
time.
to Planned Parenthood. So
Yep.
maybe this was a way to go to Kennedy Center to go to Planned Parenthood.
Yep. Someone broke down the numbers the other day. All right. The way it stands now, they're saying that most Americans are going to get $1,200. If they would not have added all these other pork things to that, they would have been able to give $6,000 to every American.
You know, it's these small businesses that are hurting, like restaurants and shit like that, too. I mean, my God. And I heard they also took a pay increase because Mitch McConnell, that's why he was
that's a rumor. I don't know if that's true or not. I tried looking for it. I couldn't find anything to corroborate it.
Yeah, either could I after I looked into it, too.
But it wouldn't surprise me. Because Congress people, they do that whenever they get a chance.
They don't need any more friggin' money. $167,000 is plenty enough. And to tell you the truth, the people who do most of the work are the interns and the staff. I know because I've hung out with staff members and interns every trip I went to. I mean, I sat in
the actual Congress people. They're just
Louis
figureheads.
Gohmett's office for more than an hour and a half, and we just chit chatted, and I waited as long as I could. But the senator was still dealing with all his stuff that he was dealing with when the impeachment thing was going on. They were very nice. As soon as I came in, would you like anything to drink? We're ordering some pizza and stuff. They literally, because I like thin crust, they literally ordered me a separate small thin crust pizza just for me. I was like, you didn't have to do that, but yeah, we ended up having lunch and hung out a little bit. Left all my information and left a little note for the senator, and I don't know if it was his staff that replied back for him, but I did get a reply back saying thank you for stopping in the office and voicing your concern. Because at the time, they were doing the Born Alive Protection Act bill, and they were just getting enough signatures so they could bring it to the Senate floor, which ended up not getting enough votes. And Chuck Schumer, when he went to go vote, was giving everybody high fives. Like, here we go. Let's kill babies outside the womb now. Here's a high five. Scumbag that he is. Or pretty blondes with aprons and traditional dress, wooden shoes. I don't know about the wooden shoes there. I watched the whole season of, or all the seasons of Dawson's Creek again.
Now, here's a question for you, Colonel. I keep hearing in the news how in Italy, in Venice, since the tourist trade is down, all the canals have cleared up. Is the same going for the Netherlands right now? I know there's a lot of canals and waterways. Are conditions improving?
Mm-hmm. I think fall's the nicest. I like taking pictures during fall because of all the pretty leaves and stuff. They change colors.
Yeah, fall's my favorite time of year.
I don't like winter because I hate the freezing cold. It's starting to get around 54, 59. It was 53 the other day. So it's starting to warm up. I don't think we really have to deal with snow anymore, but you never know. It seems that winters, a couple years ago, winters weren't that bad, but this year we got a lot of snow. I don't know about you, but we got a lot this year.
We didn't get much at all.
No,
we only had one significant snowfall, and that was like maybe 4 or 5 inches, and it was only on the ground for like 2 days.
but it was never enough to stick around and stick. It was always that when you pick it up, it dissolved. It wasn't that hard where you can throw a snowball or even go sledding. So
now,
we didn't get to do that
last
this year.
winter, we had some days where it dumped 8 to 10 inches in one day, and the ground was that thick for a couple of weeks.
Yeah. Death has overcome Italy. Lockdowns doesn't seem to work. Yeah, they canceled my son's field trip to Italy too.
No, any kind of
summer.
Foreign student travel, field trips and everything are all canceled.
Yeah, he was supposed to go. Now I asked my husband, I hope you got all that money back, but I guess apparently they said they were going to try going somewhere else. It's like, no matter where you go, you're not going to go. No. So give us our money back.
No, you don't want to go anywhere right now.
That's what I told him. So I said, request the money back. That's like almost $3,000. I think it was $3,500 total.
Yeah, I have a cousin who's a Spanish teacher, and she used to take students every other year to Europe, and it was expensive.
Hell yeah. When I was, our senior trip was to Europe too, and my mom couldn't afford it. Don't even get me started on those pedophile priests. Scumbags. People don't realize, I don't want to insult anybody here, but how evil that Catholic Church is. If you want to know where the devil is, it's inside that church. The Antichrist. I really believe this is the last pope too. Because he's not even a pope what a pope should be. I saw him washing.
He's a lifelong socialist.
Jihadist feet.
He's been a socialist his entire life.
Yeah. Someone close to him had to step down because he was a pedophile. Sleeping with little boys and pisses me off. I won't mention somebody's name, but I know somebody who was sexually molested by a priest. And it haunts people for the rest of their lives. It's something that will never go away. And there's this lawyer that's going around suing Catholic churches now.
Now, my main issue with the Catholic Church is more of the fact that they have so much wealth, and they say that they do everything they can to spread goodwill and help people around the world. Yeah, Vatican City, you know how much fucking gold they have in that place.
Oh, I know. My husband said inside. Well, most
not
of your
just
Catholic churches have gold anyway, but inside it's all gold.
Yeah, it's and then you got the Vatican Bank, and all the artwork and everything. They really want to help people out. They
Underneath
should,
the Vatican, they're
sell
storing stacks and stacks and stacks of gold.
Yeah.
So
Banco
never let
Vaticano.
that church fool you. Yep, that is very true. Thank you, Colonel. I think I do. You're right. You're absolutely right. My friend just told me that the other day. I have not been watching the news anymore because you can't turn it on because it's 24/7 coronavirus.
Yep.
That's all they talk about. Oh, no, it's no offense. You're good, Colonel. Nothing you say offends me here. I'm not an easily person to be offended. Life is too short. Thank you guys for all being here, though. Thank you for supporting Wizards Channel, and thank you for hanging out with us this late. We got about 15 more minutes, guys. Anything you want to talk about, let us know. They even closed all the casinos, and all of them, all the Indians here by me are just nasty people. I've worked on the reservation, so I know how they are. I'm not saying all of them are, because there are some nice ones, but the ones by me, they're all pissed right now because they don't have any income coming in right now. And do you know half of the reservation these people don't work? Because they get like $690 each. And that money's coming in from the casinos. Well, guess what? The casinos are closed, so their income has put a stop to it. So they're requesting our government, which Nancy Pelosi is considering, along with AOC and all of them, writing a huge bill to give them money as well. It's like, all their gas stations, as everything is open, even their bingo hall I saw was open the other day. So they have ways of getting jobs and making money. They just refuse to. And I don't know if you live near a reservation, but my reservation looks like it's a socialist country. I'm not kidding you.
I don't think there are any Indian reservations in Ohio. I'm pretty sure the closest ones are either in New York or Kentucky.
Yeah, Kentucky has quite a bit of them. New York has a lot. And they keep saying that we owe them something. The white man owes us. The white man owes us. How many times are they going to use that? First of all, there wasn't that many here in to begin with when Christopher Columbus discovered America. It's not like there was millions and billions of them. No white man owes them nothing. I'm sorry for what happened to them, because a lot of them were tortured and killed, and the way they were killed. I feel sorry for that. But to sit there and blame the white men today for what happened is wrong.
Well, if you look historically, the Native Americans were pretty brutal to each other before we ever showed up here.
Oh, yeah.
They had wars where, they had confederations of tribes that, went to war with each other, and they wiped themselves completely out.
Mm-hmm. I remember hearing that from my grandfather.
It's just human nature. It happens all over the world throughout history.
Well, they do by me, Florida. They think we owe them something. The other day, I don't know where I was walking to the grocery store, I think it was, just to buy eggs, which they didn't have, and something else. Some kind of spice, because I was making steak for dinner. And they looked at my hat. I was wearing this hat, and they just went off on me. Like, unbelievable. Of course, everything is Trump's fault. Trump could cure cancer, and the media would still find ways to blame him.
Yep.
Oh, thank you, Colonel Shaw. Thank you so much. Thank you for being on the panel tonight. It was nice talking to you. I was thinking last night of literally taking a whole month off of YouTube just because it's so aggravating because of all the work you put into. It's like, where's half of my subscribers? Like, where did they go? You know? Then you start to, then your mind goes in different places and say, God, what if they're sick? You know? That's why I want everyone to keep in touch with each other, even if it's just email or a text message with a smiley face. At least let me know you're alive. That's right, Buffalo Bill. That's right. Did you grow up with a religion, Canoes, or were your family? No?
Nope, my family is pretty much completely agnostic. My grandfather was the closest. When his wife died, he became Catholic, and my aunt is like a non-practicing Catholic. Other than that, that was it.
Not once in the Bible does it say worry about it, stress over it, or figure it out. But over and over, it clearly states trust God. Good point. I got to start a new fundraiser. I have a garage in a basement that's starting to get packed with all this stuff I can donate. The worst I acted was how religious my family got. Oh, family and camping. I love family and camping. That's another thing we can't do right now. That's why I'm so mad that this thing is still going on, because Six Flags opens up literally in the next 4 weeks and I can't go.
Yeah, amusement parks aren't something that you'd want to be going to right now.
I know, but still, I went just to get out of the house, and sometimes we would go for 3 days straight. Believe you me, by the time I got home, my feet were hurting because that's a lot of walking. And our Six Flags is mini compared to the Six Flags I think in Ohio they have one.
No, we have Cedar Point.
Cedar Point and another one.
There's Kings Island.
Yeah. Kings Island has that stand-up roller coaster.
The Cedar Point has one too. Yeah, I live.
Do they?
Yeah, Cedar Point has Well, they're only about a 45-minute drive from me, and I've been there many times when I was younger. It's been over 20 years since I've been there, but it used to be called what did they? It had a nickname. It was the roller coaster capital of the world, because for a long time we had the most coasters and the most record-setting coasters, the tallest one, the fastest one, and all that shit.
Cool.
It's still a cool place, but it's expensive as hell anymore. My sister takes her kid there all the time.
Yeah, it's $50 a ticket, but if you buy the season pass, it's cheaper to do.
Yeah, it pays for itself if you use it twice, but it's just not my thing.
We're gonna do that with the kids.
Like, you go there, and to eat, it's like a bottle of water is like $5.
Yeah.
Fuck that, you know?
It is crazy. It's crazy by us too. It's like, that's why I added the meal plan to our membership, because the meal plan gets you a free breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and then gets you free snacks too. Holland is very beautiful where you're through. It looks like good fishing. That's the good times, man. That's another thing we could just do, sit by the creek and go fishing. Because I'm trying to think of ideas to do with the kids.
Yeah, given the choice, I'd much rather be out in the woods than tramping around a concrete jungle like an amusement park.
Yeah. How long can you see this happening right now with all this stuff being closed down? And how long do you think schools are going to be closed? Do you have an idea?
They just, here in Ohio, the other day, the governor shut the schools down until the end of April, and that was like 3 weeks ago. He just announced a few days ago that he's pushing it back to the end of May. I think it all depends on whenever this peak comes that they're talking about.
What peak?
The case peak for people that are infected, whenever it reaches its plateau. So if it keeps going, if we don't reach peak by the end of May, I would not be surprised if schools completely shut down for the rest of the year. And that's what a lot of the local school officials are saying. So
yeah, they told me they're not even going to grade the kids' homework. They're just going to pass them. I'm like, seriously?
Yeah.
Whatever.
But as far as like the economy being shut down, I don't think it's going to be able to go for another couple of months. Hey, Jack.
Yeah. Oh shit! I'm way out of focus here. I'm focusing on the pot that I had before. I left it at that. Christ, we've had a tornado here since we've been out. Been on the phone to Tracy. We've had a tornado.
Holy shit!
It's rained in about 15 minutes.
Thank God you're all right and you're home.
Yeah. I just didn't take a look at this.
Imagine being on a computer live stream and also a tornado. Woof! What the hell was that?
Well, there's storm chasers that live stream from their trucks, and they'll actually chase those. I've seen more than once a storm chaser actually drive into a tornado and get his vehicle like completely fucked up.
emergency.vic.gov.au. It'll bring up the alerts. And have a look at the Grampians. Type in the Grampians, and it'll focus in the Grampians. You'll see in there there's 4 vehicles attending currently a rollover in a van, high wind rollover, and that. In other words, a tornado's gone through there and that. And they're a well-known YouTuber storm chaser here in Australia.
Oh wow!
So yeah, they had their van picked up and dumped on its roof.
Has anybody successfully seen inside a tornado how it happens? Has anybody successfully? I mean, I saw that movie Twister. And it looked like a pretty good idea what they made to see inside, but I know that's not true. It's just a movie.
Well, I don't know if it's not true or not. I had my eyes closed when the last big one came over here, so I can't tell you really.
I know what I wanted to ask you too, Jack. We were talking about Hitler. How do you think he died? Because I think he shot himself, but a lot of people are saying, they say different things.
Well, a lot of folks say he escaped to Argentina and lives in Schatzalp, which is a German secure compound just outside of another town, Argentine town. But the Schatzalp was Schatz is secure, a Schloss is secret. So, or Gersheim. And it was another, I don't think when it had Gersheim, it had another name in front of it, something Gersheim, but anyway, get that one. But yeah, there were plans for him to get there and all that sort of thing, and the sub that was supposed to take him was never found. So there's all this sort of conjecture, and because the Soviets had what they claim was the remains and that from the burned out thing and all that sort of stuff, but would never submit, and still haven't submitted it for DNA tests and all that sort of. And when DNA testing was invented, and they said, let's test this out against this, they've apparently got some personal article of his that he gave to some old lady, and she put it in a frame, and it sat there for fucking years when he first got it going. The Nationalist Socialist German Workers' Party. Yeah. People forget that about him. He was the socialist.
Yeah.
But funny how the socialists now call
Us the Nazis. Yep.
Yeah.
He never did have children, did he?
We don't know. There's some girl that claims to be his daughter, and that from an early period when he was a house painter, and that after World War I and all that sort of thing before he got into politics. Who knows? Actually, there was a Jewish girl that claimed to have a child by him, but the child died when it was 4 or 5 years of age, ran out in the street or something. But she was Jewish, so she made that claim just after he came to power, and she disappeared.
Huh.
Hey, Colonel Shaw, thanks for dropping in, buddy. It was good seeing you on stream again.
Yeah,
and,
good night.
Hey, Colonel Shaw, how you doing?
Or
Sorry,
good morning to you.
I've just popped in, everybody, and I'm still waiting for my chat to propagate. So I'm looking. I can show you here. Here's my chat right here, over there. Comments.
Oh wow.
There is not a. I'm scrolling all the way down to the bottom. There is not a single chat comment in there yet. So I can't see anybody. I'm sorry about that. But yeah, I'm doing my best.
Yeah, SteamYard has been having issues, they said. So.
Well, you got to think that with all this social isolation stuff, these kind of platforms are being used like crazy for people that,
I'm on satellite on a narrow bandwidth anyway to start with.
That's right. You are right.
I got bugger all chance of the third party chat working. Because StreamYards don't do their own chat. And I can see myself here. I'm currently trying to read population. Jack missed me. LOL, bye Patriots. Sorry, it's just come up now. It's just come out. Let me get that.
See, because I said something, that's why.
It has just come up now. Can you see that? Instead of being all white, now it's all gone black. And there I can see at the bottom there, Colonel Robert Gould Shaw, Jack missed me, LOL, bye Patriots. So yeah, I don't know how far behind that one. Tow truck says 3 minutes. I do 90.
Yeah, it's about a 2 or 3 minute lag. Yeah.
All right. Actually, here it's I can see it through there on YouTube. Yeah. Fuck that. All right. Yeah. Sorry, Colonel Shaw. You have a good night. Anybody else that I missed, my apologies. I'll catch up in a minute. It does catch up, but I think I'm eking out a bandwidth pipe in amongst all the rest of the bandwidth once I hit the US. Give me 20 minutes and it's not bad, but it's very slow to start with, and chat's ridiculous.
Are you still sharing your bandwidth with the people in Hong Kong?
Or it's not a share thing, and when I'm finished with it, I hand it over to them. But there's bugger all coming out of Hong Kong. They're trying to get relays out of China. We've had some good luck with that, and we've had some bad luck with it. Every one of our folks that's reported into us has now disappeared. So we don't know if the Chinese government is triangulating the folks coming out from there somehow, or they're recognising them from the thing. Some of them have been blank walls, though, behind them. It's just a general living space. There's no outside view, so they can't get a picture to triangulate on. But they disappeared. People are disappearing, and including 3 Western journalists, and none of the Western media is fucking bitching. There's a journalist from Italy who went over there. He's disappeared. There's a Germany from South Korea. She's disappeared. And there's a from the Egyptian news service, and that went over there, and she's disappeared. So
what is up with all these journalists
disappearing in China? Well, fucking maybe they're asking the wrong questions. Maybe they caught the woohoo flu.
Right.
Yeah.
Phone hotline.
How is the coronavirus by you, Jack? Is there a lot of people?
1 FITB.
Is there a lot of people infected by you?
Here, apparently we got a case about 50 miles from me.
Wow.
Salute the goat. Salute.
I haven't heard anything about China and the count there yet. I saw what was in the U.S., but not China.
Well, you can't trust the numbers that the Chinese government's going to put out.
Yeah, that's true.
Look, seriously, have a look at the financial transfers. There was a mob out there. They burned their fucking little bank out, and they made a plea on the fucking global internet banking exchange thing. Can anybody offlay fucking all these transactions? China is fucking buying fucking media stuff all over the world, and we're talking 15 grand here, 20 grand there, 28 grand here, 20 grand there. You know what I mean? And there's so many that there's transactional companies that can't keep up with the requests. They are buying the media. Excuse me for a second, my cone's blocked.
That's crazy. Yes, China does definitely lie. I seriously think China knew about this virus a long time ago, and I think certain Democrats knew about this a long time ago. Because they're all about one thing, and that's population control. Do you think Nancy Pelosi really cares that hundreds of people are being affected and dying in California? Hell no.
Nancy cares about 2 things: her pocketbook and her alcohol.
I do believe they're over-exaggerating, though, with this. You know what I mean? I know the coronavirus is serious. I know it's real. I'm not saying it's not.
Well, look,
I think they're over-exaggerating.
If you're in the target zone and all that sort of thing, weak respiratory things and that cardiopulmonary disease history, smoker, guilty, 40 years of smoking here, and being over 60, right? So there's 2 fucking checks on my personal list. But it's like every other fucking flu. Because I'm over 60 now, and I've been a smoker for 40 years, all of them are going to fuck me over if they get the chance.
Right. Because I remember when Barack Obama was president and H1N1 and the swine flu came out.
Oh, SARS.
He did nothing.
Yeah. Well, he did after 1,000 people were dead. Now
after 1,000.
But what was the total death of SARS? 8,000 and 9,000? You hit
they're saying 80,000, 90,000.
No, the SARS H1N1. That was what?
Yeah.
9,000 total. Because it kept on killing fucking 6 months out of in the news, mainly in nursing homes, but nobody gives a fuck about old folks right now. So all of a sudden they do, and that as numbers, but they don't. Not saying they're old folks, and they're cutting and pasting fucking pictures out of nursing home hospitals, which are overcrowded, in Italy, and saying that's a New York hospital.
Yeah, I saw that.
Seriously?
No, I saw that someone commenting about that on Twitter. Yeah.
And that, it's quite obviously, the sign for oxygen in English. Well, it's written in English, not Italian. And
Yeah.
their one was written in Italian.
There's one clue right there.
And they've got a different plug socket from the US one.
Mm-hmm.
Different from Australia, too.
I'm seeing commercials, too, on TV, telling people that this is very real, and they're trying to show pictures of hospitals and people inside their homes. It's like half these pictures are not pictures even from America. It's like they're deceiving people.
Look, the last flu season, which was basically is coming to an end. Well, it ended officially, February? And yet your flu season is from September to February, right? 87,000 is the official estimate. And that so far, you got, 7,000 deaths from this one? You're on par. You're on par. Actually, this flu is a little bit better than the SARS or the H1N1 because this one doesn't seem to affect so many young people.
Mm-hmm.
If they've got hidden cardiopulmonary disease or diabetic, or what's that other thing? There's a couple of illnesses that cause you to be low in zinc, and both the young folks who died both had that thing, and that which is basically an offset from fucking eating junk food, but no one's going to say that because then they'll get taken off YouTube. So sorry, Wiz, if we get you banned, but yeah, that's where it is. Trans fats, basically. Yeah, I'll say it. I'm an idiot. But you got 1,600 cases in your state. We got 7,000 cases in the fucking country, man. Yeah. This is the thing that I find funny. Our chief germ warfare sort of like hospital in Sydney is Royal Prince Alfred. But they're sending everybody to North Shore, Royal North Shore Hospital.
Mm-hmm.
So that makes sense to me. And RPA's normal. There's no crowds outside or anything else like that. I got a friend that lives across the road. They run the bloody cafe there and making a bloody monster too. Sticking people with $6 for a fucking coffee. I fucking hide of these people. Tony, I love you, but you're a fucking mercenary bastard.
Somebody's snoring. It's not my dog. It's gotta be.
Yeah, the county that I live in, there was an article in our major newspaper here the other day. The county health commissioner is refusing to disclose the actual cities that the cases are popping at in the county because he's worried that it's going to cause damage to the economy for these particular cities. He wants to keep it secret, and be politically correct about it and saying, oh, it's just, here or there, but we're not going to tell you exactly where. Retarded.
Yeah. She snores longer than the dog. Oh, goodness. I got Lucy in there and Sarah. I'm going to end up sleeping on the couch.
What a cheap bong. Is that the best I can do? Yes, I can. And it's broken. It's a patched up one that I knocked the hole in. If you can see the flat section in there, there's the hole in the glass.
That's funny.
Hey, if it works, it works.
I found this above my raft. Well, not the rafters in the basement, and I must have hit it. It was in a box.
The table there one day, and I was showing off a knife, and I went down there and I tapped it with the butt end of the knife, and it just broke this beautiful full round section out of the bong. So bought a new bong,
back from high school.
I smashed that one within 3 days. Brand new bong, 3 days old, smashed.
Well, that's why you don't buy glass ones. Buy plastic like this.
Glass tastes better.
Yeah, glass is better.
The only problem is because
I'm throwing this in the garbage, but I found it.
I've got the pink electrical tape over this thing, and that it's not hot waterproof. So cleaning this, that's going to get awful dirty before I use up a shitload more tape and that and replace the stuff. So as soon as it gets hot, the tape comes off. Just undoes. So I'm down to about a third of a roll of tape, and that I've used 2/3 so far. So it's got one more life in it. So
I never liked it. I mean, in high school, that was the one I used. I just can't believe I found it.
Yeah.
My sister gave it to me about 2 years ago, but she gave it back.
A good Christian girl like you had a favorite bong during high school.
High school. I was not a Christian in high school, brother. I got expelled. I was not a nice little girl. I was very bad. I used to smoke in the bathroom and used to get caught. And finally, after so many detentions and suspensions, they're like, that's it. You're expelled.
You were smoking in the girls' room, right?
They would leave a message on my answering machine, but my mom worked days and afternoons.
The boys' room.
So every time they would suspend me or put me in detention, they used to leave a message on the answering machine. So I got home on time.
Everybody knows that smoking ain't allowed in school.
I got home on time to delete those messages. Well, after we moved from Fort Myers or North Fort Myers to Fort Myers, my grandparents went into school to, withdraw me from that school to get my paperwork. And that's when shit hit the fan. They found out I got expelled, and boy, was I grounded. I got an ass whooping like you wouldn't believe. Oh, yeah. That's when my grandfather every day took me to school. He was there from drop off to pick up. Yeah. But I changed my life after that because that's when I joined JROTC, and then I actually enjoyed school then. And I think I did it for attention.
You joined basically the cadets. Military cadet, yeah, OTC.
I loved it. It changed my life.
Cool.
But when I got baptized, I was 24 years old, so I didn't, like I said, I was Catholic when I dated my husband, and then I changed to following Jesus, and then I got baptized.
So, and it's great, and that's why he came back for all of us, and
that's right.
We're saved by grace and through law. I grew up in a very churchy establishment. I think you went in the military. And then hang around in bars in bloody Siem Reap and Bangkok and all the rest of the stuff. I had an education. I'm still 60-something years. We're talking about 63 years of age, and crikey, I'm looking up a thing. What's a rim job? I got the answer right. But the San Francisco government spent like $60,000 US buying ad space in little magazines and things and community radio. And during the coronavirus, police killed each other.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, it just cracks me up even more now. I thought it was funny, and that I thought, please don't do what? Because I'm thinking something to do with about car wheels. I that can't be it. I googled the fucking thing.
I would have been caught a long time before that if my mother didn't work those days and afternoons.
Oh.
So every time I just deleted the answering machine, every time. They didn't know literally until they went to go pull me out of that school. Boy, was I in trouble. I'll never forget that.
I don't know, I got a headness and all that sort of thing like that, but I learned a shitload just by watching other folks out in the world.
I think we all learn from our mistakes. You know?
I just learned full stop. Haven't learned from the mistakes so much. I keep on making the same bad one over and over again. I really do. It'll come good one day.
Yeah. Show and tell time.
Oh, really?
The final piece for my AR showed up today.
Awesome.
Oh.
Cool.
My charging handle.
Uh-huh.
I got a red one. I think it'll look good with the green upper.
Hey.
And what is I forgot what does that do? That
it's the red one.
Chambers. It loads the rounds from the mag into the chamber.
Right.
Yeah.
And what did you pay for that? Do you remember?
Oh, I think it was like $23 or something.
Oh, that's not bad. That's another thing. All the gun ranges are closed.
Yeah.
I can't even go to my aunt's house because she's elderly and she doesn't want nobody visiting her, so I can't go shooting there either. So it sucks.
You have to go to the house and just say, look, we're going to stay out in the sunshine.
Yeah, very true. I don't have to go in the house. You're right.
10 feet, and you're safe. If we make it 20 feet, we've doubled your safety. So when we pull up, we'll shout outside, you say hello. You don't even have to open the door. Do it from behind the window. And we'll let you over here. We'll go over. We'll do a bit of shooting. You want a bunny dropped off? I don't think bunnies get coronavirus.
I didn't think about that. You are right. I could just do that.
Yeah. Don't have
I got to make sure before I go it doesn't rain for a couple of days.
JFDI. Just fucking do it.
Yep.
Yeah, so later today, if I get adventurous enough, I'm probably going to live stream building the rifle.
Cool.
So,
on your channel or here?
I haven't decided yet.
Do it on
It'll
yours.
either be on YouTube
Make sure you got the invites up and happening.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's another one on there. We got someone on Twitch.
I got to make sure real quick I subscribe to your channel so I get the. Sometimes you get the notification.
See all the demon, 77 cents to a man's dollar. How it should be.
Yep, I'm subscribed.
Twitch raid.
Cool.
77.
Oh man, you got a delicious
well,
pizza.
It can't apply to me because ours is around about 58 cents at the moment to the US dollar. So, and if you're going through PayPal, they charge a thing. Funny man, dirty old prospector living in the mines too. How did you know? How did you know? Actually, I was diving in the rivers and sucking them up with a dredge, so not down deep in the hole. So I'm afraid of the dark, man. That's why I got the lights on. That's why I got a girlie with see-through skin, pale, all that sort of thing. In case I get in too deep. I'm going to miss this when it runs out, I really will. And kind of like that, it's just so nice, but it's a herbal tobacco, synthetic, well, it's not synthetic, but it's a herbal pretend tobacco mix that I'm using with it. It causes me all sorts of dramas.
It sucks paying bills.
Is Florida Explorer is bend you around my fucking knee.
Yeah, it'd be nice if these trolls could actually, speak coherently.
Hey,
Why
dude,
do we have
and
a troll?
instead of doing that, come up here, say g'day, introduce yourselves, and come up and have a say.
I can eat trolls for breakfast.
You can come up here, put yourself on camera, and have a say. And be productive.
Absolutely. I can share the
Now,
link.
you're just making it look UOTHT hentai. Well, I know what hentai is, but I don't know what the fucking rest of the crap is. Words that describe you, brittle, weak. Brittle, weak. Yeah, I probably am. I get a bit old. I get snappy.
Words that describe you. Weak. I hope you didn't call me weak.
Yeah, I think it's just a little bit of good things.
Where's my
to
AR?
OTUO, I don't know how to get the TDSS. The dogo in the top right looks like he eats cement.
This is
man, not being rude, I'd suggest you grab a spoonful of cement and fucking harden the fuck up. Because if this is the best you can do, you come in here and do a fucking raid on a chat, crikey. Come up and speak. Put your face on camera. Be a man. At least fucking canoes.
Yeah, and JV fart, none of us are libtards here.
No, libtard. Hey,
absolutely, completely obvious.
Hey, dude, you know how they reckon they took all the guns from Australia? Bullshit. We got more guns now than what they took off us, and then in the gun grab. So, you don't give a fuck? Well, I don't give a fuck about you.
Baby. That's my beautiful one right there.
Anybody in Twitch at the moment, you want to fucking grab these guys and just send them to bed? Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Nice, Michelle.
Thank you. I love it. It's one of my favorites.
Now, we'd like to accommodate you, but we're actually going to be shutting down for the night here in just a couple of minutes. So,
cool.
I'm not a gun nut. I just like guns. I mean, don't you? Everybody likes guns, really.
I like guns. You like guns. I got a mate over here. He's got a song about it called "I Like Guns." Steve Lee, look him up. The Trolls. Go up there. He filmed a lot of it up there at a shooting range in Cambodia. You got to shoot an RPG and GBM GM60s and you name it. DPSKs.
Those PPSKs are mean motherfuckers.
$20. I don't know who you're donating the $20 to, but good on you, mate, for donating $20 to whoever. I've never asked for a donation for anything. Channel doesn't ask for donations for anything, does it? Wiz does, and that for your channel, for Emerald City, but that's a different thing. Yeah. And until you realise that he's 6'6" of that and weighs 350 pounds and that, and he gets his mitts on you. And then you'll be, oh, please. Oh, please, help. Yeah, we all know that type. The same as the Antifa crowd. They're great when there's 30 fucking people there, and all of a sudden there's fucking 5, and they're up against a little old lady. A little old lady, 5 Antifa. Oh! And now they're trying to sue her. She victimized us. It's absolutely filthy, I know, man. And it's got a hole on the side, you see there, and that, so it only gets a scrub very rarely because I've got to replace all the tape when I give it a good scrub. You know what practicality? I live in the bush, man. You know how hard these things are to get out here? And I don't know how to make glass. I know how to cut 3 people's throats, but I don't know how to blow glass. So these clowns don't realise. Wolf Creek is 11 kilometres from me.
Whew.
And they think we're joking out here. I live here. I know people disappear. Idiots and assholes.
Because I forgot how to block.
idiots and assholes. They fucking disappear. Nobody asks. Nobody raises a fucking point. Occasionally they make a movie about it, but it's all good. Well, go elsewhere, finicky. If you don't like it, blow. I'm sure there's some big African fella on that who'd fucking like you to assist him. Why not? You can blow him.
Oh, friggin' losers, man. He even admitted he was only like 13. What a friggin'... I swear to God, these kids today,
I
man.
mean, we're rated. Look, don't admit you're 13, man. YouTube will ban you. This is 18 plus rated. You'll get yourself shit king. Right out. Be annoying. That's fine. Like, I'm just a bit of advice. Don't admit your age. If you're under 18, this is rated 18 up, and they can you. And they can your account. I know you can make another one, and that, so you think. They also log your IP, and they ban that too. So just a word of warning.
Good choice, Jack. Not worth it.
Well, he's going to fucking lose the whole thing for 30 days, and that if he pushes on like that. See, this is a stupid thing. He can come out and make a death threat, and no one gives a fuck. But if he admits he's 13 years of age in here, and that YouTube will fucking can him for 30 days minimum. You know what I mean? You can come in here and say, "I have a 12-year-old girl for sale."
I work out, so that's my muscle right there for a girl. Check that out. Solid. Right there.
You're doing better than me, girl.
Look at that. You don't even want to check my quads and that, so please don't even try me. I could literally turn him into a pretzel. Plus, what 13-year-old talks like that? You know, like, if my 13-year-old were to talk like that, get an ass whooping. Some of these kids today have no respect. None. And then they invite their little friends over on Twitch to come over, which one of them probably has, 10 accounts each? Like, seriously, grow up.
The world's been teaching
Go watch your video games.
Moral
like you guys do.
and, bringing the kids up right and all that sort of thing for heaps. This is what you've got to expect. And everybody's allowed this. We are all responsible for this. Rightio. I know. Go Canoes. Shit.
You think you got him out? Yeah, you did.
Yeah. What do you got?
Yep.
Fucking an 8-shot revolver, or you got the fucking you're packing 2 pistols?
The one of them said
just
it was
fast
really
fingers
boring.
on my phone.
He said it was really boring over here, and I'm like, I wanted to reply, but he blocked him by then. I was like, well, then what the hell are you doing over here?
Yeah, that's it. It's like going elsewhere. You know?
Hey, you can go home. Bye. Canoes, if you want to go to bed, I can close this down.
All right. Yeah, it's about that time for me. So
I'm gonna wait another 15 minutes anyway.
Well, Tracy's happy we got the new bed, new mattress anyway.
Oh.
Now, yeah. We've never had
You
that
just
before.
need someone to cuddle, or her to cuddle with you.
No, we've got to find either a decent actual bed for the mattress to go on to, or an old antique queen size bed head and thing and that. And even if it doesn't have the connecting structure and that, I can remake. A lot of the stuff we were chasing up had this woven spring sort of system to support a down pillow. Florida makes sure to get his ugly sleep. Yeah, I feel like that at times, eh? Yeah, debate whether you can draw disability and that for having 2 butts instead
Did
of
you guys
1
ever get spanked when you were kids?
Oh, and then some.
Yeah, I did. My
Wooden
grandfather had a wooden panel with holes drilled in it.
paddle. Call it paddle.
Yep.
And that was the recommendation. Who was that? Fuck. That was before Dr. Spock. That goes back to the 30s. Who was that? Some fella. Paddle. Oh, God. Anyway, yeah. My grandmother used a wooden spoon. My grandfather used the shaving strop, leather strop.
Mm-hmm.
My father used the cord off the electric jug.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that was. I still, if I could have a hot shower today, you can still see them loops.
I know back in the 60s and 70s, they used belts, like a leather belt.
Yeah, I had to belt a couple of times and that, but like you used to lose your. My old man had the Great Australian Hangover, and it just above the belt. He liked to be. I'm a Scotch drinker, so I don't have that problem. So I follow on the family tradition that way. Yeah, big ups.
What about you, Canoes? Did you get spanked too when you were little? I mean, disciplined?
When I was little, but pretty much after 5 or 6 years old, if we misbehaved, we were made to kneel on the kitchen floor on dry rice on bare knees.
Yeah, hang five. Now, who do you know is a Mennonite?
I've heard of that, but I never had that happen to me. That's gotta hurt.
My friends when I was growing up, that's what their mum and their whole family on that side of the Mennonite group fucking used to do. It was rice or barley or something like that. Or the little pea gravel out of the chicken's yard. So you used to get the little super fine blue metal. It all depends on how nasty they were feeling.
Yeah, after an hour of that, man, your attitude was instantly adjusted.
Yeah.
Now
they'd run them through and make them read Leviticus.
So you can't discipline kids today because they'll say, "Oh,
if we mouthed off to our parents, we got a tablespoon of Tabasco sauce."
Yeah.
Well, my grandfather and that was pretty good with the back of the hand. My own father and that he'd use a clenched fist and that, but he needed to, and that because after 14 years of age, he never did it again. He hit back. My grandmother and that wooden spoon. She'd fucking race to the kitchen.
Yeah, I got that a few times from my grandma.
She didn't matter. Like, she'd race fucking 50 yards. She'd come back with a fucking spoon, and it didn't matter. 22 years of age, and that I said fuck, and I said fucking, and yeah, she raced off straight away. I knew what was going on. I said, "What are you gonna do?" And he said, "You know the rules, boy." And that my grandfather was there. He was pretty weak at the time, but yeah, you know the rules, boy. You know what's gonna happen. And I just stand there and take it, because anything less, and that he said, "No, you got to take your lickings, boy. When you fuck up, wear it." So yeah, she realised smacking me around the ribs and the ass wasn't do too much, mate. So fucking straight across the cheeks and all that sort of thing. Yeah, that got my attention.
All right, folks, I'm gonna take off.
All right.
You take there, Mr. Kebab. I'll say good night.
Definitely.
Yep. We'll catch you on the flip side.
Catch you on the flip side.
Very good there. Here you go.
Peace out.
Peace out. Got my butt tore up regularly. Well, see, that's the problem. Discipline always works, man. Love is correction, and you know, I don't do that to my kids. My husband rarely ever has to spank our kids, but he did when they were younger, and they did learn, you know. And I think that should be allowed. to a certain point. You know, you don't want to beat them to the point where they're black and blue, but nothing's wrong with a good swap on the butt or a good belt on the butt. I mean, it teaches you, you know, it makes you learn.
Yes, it does.
You know, I mean, I turned out okay.
Oh, look. When I joined the army, I was one of the last, what they call the boy soldiers over here.
Mm-hmm.
They raised the enlistment age to 17 and 6 months the month after I joined the army. So me and the intake after me were the last lot of the 16-year-olds join up. And heck, I was a bit of a smart mouth in that because I started realising that I was pretty good at this game. This is pretty easy. To me, it was pretty easy. I was a farm kid. And I grew up playing with Aboriginal kids and shearers, and that, which are a pretty tough crew. So I thought this stuff, you know, running around, you know, running 15 kilometres, that's nothing. Our back fence was fucking 28 k's away. You know, I can make that
right
about four and a bit hours, I think, as a kid.
I always knew ahead of time when it was coming. Sometimes one time I had to literally go get the paddle to bring to my grandfather.
Florida, I never had any of that. I grew up a churchy kid. Mennonite community, rural Australia, the foothills of the Warrumbungle Ranges up there, west of Coonabarabran, if you want to look it up. There's no longer a Mennonite community there. It collapsed in the 70s, just after I joined the army, the late 70s. Sad, but it wasn't viable. People were leaving too fast. I left. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But you only split land up so much and make it viable. And the world, was putting on a lot of pressures. And I wanted more out of life. I wanted an education. And my parents couldn't afford university. And I found out that if I joined the army and I did 10 years in the army, they'd pay for whatever education I wanted for life.
Mm-hmm.
Just do 10 years. Fucking deal. Done. Plus, I used to watch the guys rappel off the south pylon of the Sydney Harbour Bridge. That's the big stone section up there and that. And shit, only 8 years after the last time I saw it as a kid, I was doing it myself. It was only 11 years after I last saw it where I made up my mind I was going to join the army. I said, I want to do that in the army, and that was the sergeant of an airborne infantry platoon. So, yeah, it took me 9 years to get there, 2 years to wake up, so 11 years later, made it come true. It's all good.
Mm-hmm.
Man, 17 in jail, fuck. People say the army's like jail, but no, I couldn't do that. I did 14 days.
Military also changes people too. You know, change your way of thinking.
Yeah.
Military does discipline.
Yep.
That's what ROTC was, and that's why I joined it. I tried to join it at the other school, but they kept saying because I had neurofibromatosis, I couldn't. So then I rebelled. My mother started doing what she did. My parents were divorced. My sister finally moved out, and it was just me. So I started rebelling. And I did it for attention, but I still didn't get that attention. And look how I got in trouble. And yeah, I should have told my mom every time, but I was afraid, There
was a bloke I know, and one of the unsung American heroes of the Cold War, a guy called Pops Carter. Ended up, if people Google Pops Carter, they'll find a guy who was retired, head of the Washington State Militia, and drove a school bus to make sure the kids got to school on time in a remote area of Washington State. And he had books in the back of every seat, and he changed the books every week. And he got books from all over the country, and new books and old books and all that sort of thing for the kids to read. because it was a long bloody bus ride, and that because nobody else wanted to do it. So Pops Carter, he had Asperger's syndrome, and got through. They got drafted, and they took everybody in. It was a Cold War at the time, and he was lucky he got caught up with the commanding officer who recognised this, what they called the simp. That was his name, the nickname, the simp, the simpleton. Was the smartest bloke he'd ever run across. And Pops Carter figured out, they were in Berlin at the time, and they went across there and he said, right, yeah. And everybody asked the CO, what's this guy doing? He says, let him sort it out. And I give him a task. And he said, what's the task? He said, fuck over the Russians. All right. And that's when he come back after a couple of months. And he said, well, this is the fucking plans. You see this here? Yeah. Come with me. And they go up to because all along the tower, they had these towers and look over the wall. See over there? Yeah, go, yeah. He said, that's the local telephone exchange. He goes, yeah. When the wall went up, it was actually in the line of the wall. So it was actually here, the left-hand side of the building, just touched where the wall is now. But they moved the whole thing in 100 yards further. But there was an underground tunnel from the original exchange to that one over there.
Oh, wow.
The big connecting cables ran across. And they're single bricks. What I've done is I've removed the single bricks, gone in there, tapped into their lines, because they cut all the lines, tapped into their lines, disguised them all into what's existing there, and then bricked it all back up. And then come back through as a German worker. He said, what? He says, I ditched my uniform and went down there in civilian clothes when I bricked it up because the mortar's got to be right on their side, like it was when I took the wall down. Fucking what? You were on their side of the thing, and yeah, it's all good. They listened into that from the fucking late 50s and that until the collapse of the Soviet Union and knew every fucking step that they were making over there ahead of time, because Russia would fucking ring through to the headquarters and it all went through to the Stasi first, and then it went out from everywhere else, all the military units. So yeah, they thought they had secure lines in the telephones. Nah. Oh, Pops figured that one out.
Right.
Yeah, here's what was there. But yeah, sadly he passed away last year.
Aw.
He was a good bloke. So, what you do defines you. Yes.
Yes. Definitely. I've learned that.
So, but you also got to act with reason and measure.
Act with reason?
And measure. With measure, you know.
Mm-hmm.
In other words, don't go over the fucking top. Same as the message in the Bible. It says, if people don't want to hear your message, brush off the dust off your shoes and go on. In other words, people don't shove it down people's throats. Keep on going. And people out there are people who will listen to your message, and that's what counts. If people are not receptive to your message, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Brush it off like dust.
Mm-hmm.
That's all it is. It's dust.
Yeah.
It gets on your boots. You clean your boots every day, and that's fine. See you later.
Yep. I've learned something like that, and I had to learn to ignore the haters. That was pretty hard this year. I think that was the most thing I'm proud of myself of overcoming. I will never forget what happened, but, it's hard. And I think God says it is okay sometimes to forgive and walk away. I mean, it's okay never to want to be that person's friend. You know what I mean?
You gotta have a good look at the Bible. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Just turn the other cheek. Have a good look at the entire passage. You'll see it's only for other Christians who are acting in a Christian way.
Mm-hmm.
Rightio? Turn the other cheek. For all others, Different story, darling.
Yeah.
Now,
well, I'm just saying that because it's hard. You know, I just got done talking to my dad not too long ago, and I finally told him, you know, look, Dad, I forgive you. And then he just says something else. It's just like he's very opinionated. I don't like that. And some things he says really hurts because he says things without thinking. It's like, how many more times? I know God says forgive, 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 forgive.
all right, but what's his thrust? What's his main focus on it? Is he targeting anything in particular, or is he just running you down in general?
Well, he just said, you know, you should have never had children, stuff like that. You should have never got married, stuff like that. Because I have neurofibromatosis, and he said you should have thought about that before having kids. And now look at your son and your daughter; they're just like you. You know,
that's a narrow view. Okay, it is. I'll agree. That's a narrow view. It's a Puritan view that's been shared with a fucking shitload of dictators and all those sort of things, and eugenics types and all that sort of stuff for a couple of centuries. Improving the breed and all that sort of stuff, because you have a medical condition, you shouldn't be allowed the same rights as every other human being on the planet. You know what I mean?
Yeah. He also said when I was a kid I was ugly. I'll never amount to anything. How come you're so stupid? Stuff like that. I grew up just stuff like that. He used to say to me.
Does he have any sons?
He did have Jeff. Jeff never fully got adopted to the family, but my brother Jeff hasn't talked to him in 23 years.
All right, but how was he with Jeff?
When he was growing up, they got along until what he did to our mother, which, he gambled and cheated and all this other stuff. He did what he did. My mom did what she did. They weren't perfect, but he used to beat the shit out of Jeff all the time when he grew up. Stuff I found out that, when my parents got divorced, I was really young, younger than my daughter is now, my youngest. So I don't remember a lot. I just get told what happened, and the talks I've had with my brother, I can see why.
So I've been lucky that way. I didn't have divorce and all that sort of thing. My parents did move down to the city when I was like 11 or 12, junior high school, you'd call it, or whatever. I stayed there about a month and a half and all that sort of thing, and left and went and lived with my grandparents back up on the Mennonite community. That world didn't make sense to me, all that sort of stuff. It was, I was in strife on day one. There was a guy there who later became a football hero that played for Parramatta, which is, the rugby league, for Western Sydney hero and all that sort of thing. Greg Kenny, and he had a younger brother, Scott Kenny, and all that sort of thing. They were a bit of standover thugs, to be honest with you, when they were kids. And it wasn't good. But anyway, I ended up belting a few of them. But like I said, I grew up with Aboriginal kids and shearers, and they were pretty tough. So
yeah,
I don't know about tough like Florida, and that, like I was saying earlier, and that he spent a lot of time in the real jail. When I got locked up, like 14 days, that was army jail, so like all that sort of thing. And then when civilian stuff, 3 days, but it was all the local police cells until I got bail. And it was only because it was Friday afternoon. So Friday afternoon, sorted it all out. Monday morning, the lawyer walked in there, fucking handed him the fucking bank check around about 9:35. I think I was out the door about 9:45, and that with the paperwork filled in and all the blue pieces of paper and all that sort of thing. Then got acquitted anyway. But yeah, that's my jail time. 2 lots of 14 days in the boob in the army, which means you run around double pacing and your knees hitting your elbows while they're held parallel. So your elbows are up here and that, and you run around jumping there. Everything's double time. Digging foxholes, 6 foot deep, 6 foot long, 2 foot wide, with a teaspoon and a white glove. And if you get the white glove dirty, you get yourself an extra day. It's a bastard. If you can do 14 days in 14 days, you're doing good. So I'm told.
Right.
I did 40 days in 14 days. So he said, "Well, you're lucky to get out of here." And he says, "Why is that?" And I said, "Why is that?" And he says, "Didn't realise." And he says, "The bloke in the cell next year, he's been here to doing 14 days. He's been here 36 days."
Yeah.
Fucking what? There was a bloke there doing. He was on day 41, and that on 7 days. He got 7 days, and then we on day 41. So yeah, Australian military prisons. Yeah, they're not really user friendly. We'll put it that way.
Yes, like standing up for yourself and stuff like that. I get that, Florida. I've always had a very low self-esteem. I still do. My husband says, and that's not my fault because how my dad talked to me, and then what I went through with my mother. I missed my complete childhood because I had to take care of her, and that was horrible.
Yep. Well, I got in there and there was a Navy chief petty officer in this place because this does not Army, Navy, and Air Force. This is the Who scale for the tri-service.
Do you miss those days though, Jack, being in the military? Like if you could.
Yeah. If I could go back to Cambodia again, I'd fucking be there in a heartbeat.
My grandfather told me we would have stories. He would talk about how he was in World War II and Pearl Harbor and all that, and he was on the ship, U.S. Sierra. He would tell me all the stories, and it's like, I asked him if you could go back, would you? And he said, absolutely. Back then, men were happy to sign up for the service. Some even tried getting in there. My grandfather said, who were younger than 16 years old.
We had them over here, Bubbers, we call them. Joined up as young as 14 years of age. And they got their brother's birth certificates or their cousin's birth certificate or something like that. Signed up. I was lucky. I could sign up at 16.
So like back then, why would a 16-year-old want to go to war? What was it? Was it something about
going to war? And
being a man?
I wanted one. I wanted an education, number one. So if I did 10 years in the military, the Australian Army would pay for whatever education I wanted for life. And even today, if I wanted to go back to school today.
But was it like that during World War II? Did they give him an education? No, I don't think so.
Yeah, after World War II, and that, even in the US, you had the GI University.
Oh, yeah, okay.
All that sort of thing. We had the same thing over here. It's a standard thing. You go to war, you're guaranteed an education. All that sort of thing. Here, peacetime activity, 10 years worth and all that sort of thing. Because I thought, well, there's no more wars. Vietnam's finished and just about. When I joined anyway, it was 74. 72, Australia pulled the troops out, but we had some blokes sneaking around in the bushes with a bunch of your blokes on something called Phoenix at the time, and that's sort of how I met Jonah. But anyway, long story, a long time ago. But yeah, I wasn't in Vietnam. I was next door in Cambodia, so which we had it actually pretty much better over there because the Vietnamese had the whole run of the whole country over there. And whereas in Cambodia, the pirates, the Mekong Delta pirates, they ruled pirates. Yeah, Mekong River pirates.
I didn't think pirates really existed, but then I remember just 2 years ago where pirates tried to kidnap people. They said,
"Look, anywhere you got Islam, you'll have pirates, and Islam and water, and that you got pirates. Wherever you've got communism, you'll have a black market. Right now, and the pirates were the black market for both, and that's why they got looked at both sides. The NBA when they took over, they were getting that much fucking Western booze through the fucking pirates. It wasn't funny.
Wow.
And they were
Are they anything like the movies say? You know how they make pirates look? I hide, mate. You know, with the eye patch and the big hats. Did they really?
No,
or is that something just made up?
These guys get around generally like most average rivermen and all that sort of thing. A couple of them wore better dress clothes. There was one guy, and that he dressed up like a fucking admiral, but he never got into a boat. He just always sat on a fucking dock and drank. Apparently, he made a fortune during the Vietnam War running fucking supplies to fucking everybody who wanted them, include your folks.
So they really do exist. They really do exist.
Shit, that's how we bailed out the Aussies, and that who, as you may have noticed, there's a couple of military folks, old farts like me, on your side that have a good rapport with me. We go back to those days, and in those days, if your guys got in the shits, they could come and hide with us, and the pirates would be the taxi service.
Wow.
They'd pick them up on that side of the fucking Mekong or up the side little river or the side stream. They'd pick them up, get them out there real quick, get them over our side in Cambodia, and we had a safe haven there. Now, the Vietnamese and the Khmer Rouge were fighting each other on bullshit grounds, but it was a setup, but that was by the by. And so the two didn't like the clash. So one side of the river was, we don't go there. And both sides sort of respected that, and we could hide in amongst that, because we had a quite happy war going against the Khmer Rouge at the time. We didn't have it like as big as the Vietnamese war next door, but 10 years of playing our sort of games with no press, no politicians, and no fucking political bullshit, we won.
Right.
And so that's it. But we played hit and run for there were no big battles and that until year 8 of that war. Siem Reap, all those ones. Sihanoukville, then the big one, Phnom Penh. But there was never any more than 300 Aussies there, 150 Kiwis, 300 Sikhs, 150 Gurkhas. The rest of it was we trained up the locals, fought back.
Pretty neat.
Why? It was fun. It was the best time of my life. I got married in the middle of it to a lady, wonderful lady, and that who gave me 2 wonderful little girls, and that who became my daughters legally. And life was good.
Yes, life is good.
It was. I got to fucking blow away a shitload of fucking communists.
I would do anything for my grandfather to sit right next to me, even if it was just for 10 minutes to tell me one more story. He could tell when he was dying the last year with Alzheimer's, or I can't pronounce it right, but when he died of that, he could remember war stories, but I would walk outside the living room, come back in, and he would ask me who I was.
Yep. Hey, look, I'm the same way. I can't remember what I did half an hour ago, but ask me what I did last week, and I'm all good. I put stuff away, like I've been doing it recently because I've been harvesting pot, and then all of a sudden I'll discover and oh yeah, shit, I got a thing hanging there. Oh, there we are. My creaky chair. That's crazy. Somewhere here I have a jug of booze and I can't find it. And I had it like 30 minutes ago.
Mm-hmm.
Have I been out of my chair in the last 30 minutes? Or since I poured the last drink?
Not sure.
I must have been. It's not here either, or it's transmogrified off to the next dimension. This is the problem with fucking alcohol and drugs and old age.
I don't know. I so desperately think about it all the time. You know, smoking again, but I'm like, I got the kids. What kind of example? They sit there and they learn not to do it in school, and then I go do it. And then my governor, so what he's doing, and that's the last thing I want to do is lose my Second Amendment rights. He is really, really adamant about that. That's why a lot of veterans are losing their guns right now.
Yeah, well, see, I count that as an infringement, and
oh, definitely, because it would help me with
right
sleep,
to
anxiety,
nausea.
Nausea was my biggest thing. Now I'm on stomach GERD medicine for the rest of my life. Yeah. You know, and I got to watch what I eat, of course.
Hey, Real Jacket 4, and that. Which guns are you talking about?
Sorry, I only have one gun right now that's unlocked, and it will be going in the safe when I go to bed. So I'm not about to pull all of them out.
Well, bring it out if you got it handy.
Well, yeah, I got the AR next to me, but I don't have all my guns next to me. Those are all locked up in 3 different safes.
See, I don't think he was talking about that, but like give him a gun anyway.
I have 3 safes. That's how many guns I own. One safe is pretty much ammo, but I think I own 16 rifles total. There. Right there. This is an AR. It's modified because of Como. A lot lighter than the original. 16 clip shot, but it's not in there right now. As you can see, this is only 8 in here.
This is crazy.
I got to get a sight put on it, so that's what's going to go here. Thank you. Nothing wrong with owning guns.
I got one in the drawer down the bottom down there. And the rest of them in the locker in the next room. Except for the one next to the bed.
I would show more, but mine are all locked up. And it's something that you just don't want to broadcast, you know, all your guns. Because then people will know, you know.
I am totally stomped down amazed at that.
What's wrong?
I've lost a 2.5 gallon jug of booze, and that about with somewhat less than 1 gallon in it than I took out at lunchtime today. It's not here. Can't think of where I'd have taken it. Busy putting Hulk Hogan in a sleeper. No, I made a coffee. That's right. I made a coffee before and. Oh dear. Didn't think I was too hard to miss one of them.
Those little 2 trolls messaged me. Oh, I'll debate you. I make the rules, though.
Yeah. Only what we say matters.
He goes, I've never lost a debate to a woman. Well, let's do it.
Well, Jesus Christ, isn't that a little bit bloody sexist? It doesn't matter what sex you are, it matters about your argument. Crikey. Right. if the girlie's argument's fucking better and sounder and fact-based and that and overturns yours and that, well, so be it. That's life. It doesn't matter about what sex is presenting the facts.
Exactly. Well, these young kids, they have nothing to do. You know they're young by just the way they just
I know in the past it's been tough for girlies and that. I recently read Marie Curie's autobiography, which is quite short because she wrote it in the 4 weeks before she died.
And who was she?
Marie Curie and her husband and that discovered radiation and that radiation particles and all that sort of stuff, and that it was deadly because she was dying from it.
Ah.
She developed how and using her own experience and that how it all worked and all that sort of thing. But she developed cesium, the stuff tritium and all that sort of stuff for putting on rifle sights and all that sort of stuff. They were required for the wars and all that sort of stuff at the time. So, but by doing so, yeah, exposed herself to a lot of stuff and that caught a shitload of fucking weird ass cancers. And yeah, 4 weeks to write the autobiography in it. So it's rather short. It's like 90 pages and in a little book. She wrote them out in fullscape. So.
Oh, my hair's getting too long.
No such thing on a girl in my book, but then again, I'm biased.
Oh yeah, my husband's like, you're not cutting it. I only get the dead ends cut.
Like when I met Tracy, she had this real basic cut, around here and that, just down below the ears, and then square around the back. Oh, it was fucking horrid. Sorry, Darling, if you're watching. But
you like women with long hair, Jack, or do you prefer short hair?
Big time, for multiple reasons.
Well, yeah, it also says in the Bible too.
All of them are erotic, and that. Oh well, the Bible.
I forgot exactly what it said in the Bible about hair. Something about being a crown or a jewel or something like that.
Yes, it is. But then again, if you look at the Bible and read about Ruth and all that sort of thing, he's very forgiving about lesbianism. This is the thing that's where it's the gays have an argument, but it's very distinct about what a man should not do. Okay, if a man
wait a minute. What did you?
He would lay with a woman. Well,
I thought it was in Leviticus, which is the New Testament, saying that no man or woman shall lie with their.
No. It just says men. So you've got to stop getting these new international versions. Go back to the KJV. No, a man lays with a man as a woman, that as cast out. But the story of Ruth back in the Old Testament, she had a companion.
I don't remember Ruth. I'll have to read it.
Yeah.
But I think wouldn't God want us to be following the New Testament since we are in the?
Well, you got to take this in a weird ass aspect. Okay, now back then, polygamy was all the go. Yes or no?
Yes, because wasn't it David who had multiple wives? Was it David?
Yes. And we're talking Ruth, which is just prior, one generation before David.
Okay.
Coincidence, that one. But anyway, and all that sort of thing. And every guy's dream and that is his own little harem. Well, every other guy, not mine. It's hard enough dealing with one girlie.
Right?
Seriously. Sorry, Dylan, but yeah, it is. Half a dozen? No!
Yeah. I don't know how I don't know how the women even put up with it. Like, no, I wouldn't share my husband with you. No, sorry.
I know some Mennonites in Canada, and they're in a polygamous relationship, He's got 3 wives.
Well, I'm sure he enjoys it. Of course, the guy would,
hey, the wives
but not
do
for the
too.
woman, huh?
You want to bet?
Really?
The girlies are the biggest fans. Girlies are the biggest fans.
Maybe I'm just thinking with my head. I don't know.
They think a little bit, maybe differently. One, they think of their children
Florida.
and all that thing of the family.
Florida, you're bad.
And then they think they're getting their rocks off and all that sort of thing. The stories I heard, seriously, were you're sitting around a fire one night and it's now 3 o'clock in the morning. Everybody's been drinking way too much because they're trying to keep up with the
Things get said when you drink.
with the Aussie. And the stuff I learned that night, let's just say I'm quite envious in some ways. That was the closest I was coming to joining the men.
My mind's not going there, so I can just imagine.
But it was his missus, and all 3 of them.
I never lost a debate with your cat.
All of it. They had complaints about the relationships and all that sort of thing, but it wasn't on the intimacy side.
Mm-hmm.
It was about other stuff and all that sort of thing. Time for kids. But because at this stage of the game, I think there was 11 kids between the 3 wives. So time for kids. And all 3 wives had the same complaint. So he's got a fairly big operation up there. Something like just on 20,000 hectares. And so it's about 40, getting close to 50,000 acres. He's got split beef and wheat and a little bit of barley, and that because there's a local brewer that buys the barley, and that the specific type of barley that he wants growing. He got another little sideline up there, and then I forget what it was. But yeah. Hey, look, it works for them. I couldn't do it myself.
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't. Heck, when my own missus was alive and all that sort of thing, I was fine with that. In fact, I was pushed to fucking keep up with that.
Right.
Seriously, because to look after your girlie thing, you got to keep up to date with stuff that she's also interested in, and I'm not a big TV person. Tracy does the same thing. So Tracy likes the NCIS series of shows. So I watch those with her. All that sort of stuff. You know what I mean? That something blue, the cop show. Tom Selleck is an older senior commissioner of police or whatever. She likes that, so we watch that. And she likes the Bondi Rescue Show, which is all the buff young guys running around and that with tiny little swimsuits on. So she likes that one as well. So I watch that with her. Because this is what it...
You still there?
Yeah.
Okay.
I just cut off the word because I'm partway through reading down the chat, and then I hit a comment by Florida.
Yeah, it's okay. I told it. I was laughing at it. That was funny. No, you're good.
It stopped me in my tracks. Yeah, good on you, Flora. So, yeah. I've got to wait for my chat to come up, and
right.
It can be 15 minutes behind and sit there with the same comment. All of a sudden, I'll get 30 comments come in, and each time it does, I'll scroll back a bit. You'll notice me highlight this and then do this, and have a look at the mouse and scroll up and see what I missed, and and then I get back down, and then I get the Floridas, So I love it. Look, love making and all that sort of thing. It's a natural part of life.
That's, yeah, I don't
I don't get the stigma of it. The good book talks about it often enough, and quite openly enough, and directively enough. Oh, that you are, my friend. That you are. Funny as fuck, man. You are as funny as hell. Florida, yeah. You give me a lot of cackles, man. You really do. Yeah. What was it? Good book. Yeah. It's quite open on the subject and all that sort of thing. It notes that it's both a strength and a weakness in a man. It's both a strength and a weakness in a woman. Match the right people together and that, and you got the good strengths, and then they support each other and all that sort of thing. And long should it flourish. You know, flourish, if you don't think. The term flourish means a multiplicity or shitloads of. I forget the term that it's proper use. Excuse me, Florida. The drunken stone, and getting more so as we go on. So don't quote me exactly, but yeah. So that's what flourish means. So that's what the KJB said. So husbands and wives are supposed to bonk on a regular basis. Psalms has got a couple of verses in it. Like, it's all over the fucking place. I suppose blokes are a bit piggy-headed that way, and that, but you know they've got to be able to make the girlies happy as well. You know what I mean? In return, that's in there as well. Where was that? In Old Testament, but.
I gotta go over through the Old Testament again.
I got to get sober and that, and actually start playing up. I am running out of control the last couple of weeks. Well, I've been drinking too much. I've been smoking too much pot because my pot all came in, and I've got a new batch of brew going through, 6 gallons worth. And there's one in there now. So I probably got to behave a little bit better than what I'm doing. But say I'm here by myself, I say screw it. And if I've got to be in isolation, well, inebriated is not a bad state to be in. At least I'm not wandering down the road and doing stupid stuff. See all the stories about people going in there, going into supermarkets and coughing on fruit and veggies.
Right.
What? Why would people do that?
I don't know. I went to the grocery store just the other day, and they keep not getting enough milk, especially skim milk. It's like, look, I understand you only order one small case of skim milk, but there's a lot of elderly people who drink skim milk, and they come to your store and they don't have it. And these people don't have driver licenses. It's like I told the manager. So why can't you, for now, just start ordering extra cases? The same thing with toilet paper. I looked right at this woman and told her, not everybody in my town drives. So they only have access to walking to this grocery store.
Darling, can I tell you something?
What?
80 shipping containers full of toilet papers of various different makes and supplies, and that were shipped out of the US through the port of Seattle, and in the last 7 days. There's a list out there of stuff because they've got to declare what they're shipping internationally, unless it's got a government authority for nondescript, or it's a secure transfer or whatever. Then it's not listed, so you don't know if it's government or if it's whatever. But yeah, Chinese corporations, Chinese citizens in the US, US companies who are loyal to China and all that sort of thing, sent their staff out on a massive shopping spree to get stuff for China and ship it to China. And they congregated through offices and all that sort of stuff. So they're called Daigons. Have a look at them up. DAI. Daigons? Oh, I'm wasted. Sorry,
That's okay.
I can't be sure of anything. It's been a long day. It's it's late here.
It's okay. I was literally seeing what time it was. It's almost 5 o'clock. I better go to bed because they wake up at 7 and they're going to want breakfast.
What you gonna make them for breakfast?
Oh, I'm staying up and I'm going to be making some I'm going to be making some biscuits in a little bit here. Make some bacon and scrambled eggs.
Bacon, eggs, and biscuits.
Yep, and you can actually make a sandwich out of it too. So there you go.
Now, what's your recipe for your biscuits?
I can't figure out. I never learned how to make them homemade, so I cheat. I buy the Pillsbury.
All right. Pillsbury.
I mess them up when I make them homemade. They don't like them. I put too much flour in it, I think the kids say. So I stopped making them. I don't know. They said I just put too much flour or whatever. I don't know. They complain because that's all it is. Basically, is egg milk, or if you use buttermilk and flour.
Make them again, but before you do, either get some fine rendered pork fat.
Fine
rendered pork fat. It'll come out in a white, waxy looking block.
Okay.
Looks like paraffin wax. That's rendered pork fat. Scrape some of that off, and then throw that in there.
Okay.
Then there's a cheap chemical way of doing this. They use a artificial sweetener, fructose. They use trans fats. They use palm oil fat, palm fat.
Okay. I just type that in so I can save it.
But yeah, there's a shitload of ways that you can make biscuits. Bacon grease. Save up your bacon grease. Right? Stick it in the freezer. And then put it into ice cube maker, and 2, 3, 4 ice cubes. Put it in a plastic bag. Put them in the freezer. Take one of those ice cubes out, and that of the bacon grease. Throw that in your biscuit mix.
Okay.
And do naturally what all those artificial additives, colorings, flavorings, and chemical byproducts are doing that people like so much. But do it naturally, like they did in the old days.
Okay. I did not. I think that's something maybe my grandma used to use.
Yeah, bacon grease, damn straight. And that's why things taste better with bacon. Everything's better with bacon.
Oh, sometimes I save the bacon grease, and I used to put it in the popcorn.
Beef lard, and that which is perfect for cooking steaks in and all that sort of thing. You got mutton fat, and that you render down the big mutton roast and all that sort of thing. You get that fat out there, and that you get that top layer off there. Scrape all the liquid stuff out after it's cool, and then you boil it up and all that sort of thing. Make another layer up there. What goes solid off the top of there, what settles down there, take it all off. There's your pure mutton fat. Do the same thing with beef lard, or dripping, as they call it in some places. Where was that?
Mm-hmm. What was what?
Called it dripping. We call it dripping over here. There was a place in America when I was in my travels, and they call it Pennsylvania. Yeah, they call it beef dripping over there too. But that'd be the Amish folks, but I call it dripping over here too. Everybody else calls it beef lard. You buy a solid, like 250 gram or half pound block, wrapped up like a block of butter, a beef lard in the supermarkets. Flora Explorer. I cough a lot, but it's only from Ebola, not Corona. See, that's the problem. I got the Corona mixins here. That makes me cough like crazy. To give up tobacco, and that because of a promise I made to Tracy. So I'm not mixing tobacco in with my pot. I'm buying herbal cigarettes instead. But there's some white stuff. You can see in there, spot it, and you're doing better than me, besides a couple of seed shells in there. But there's a couple of little white bits in there. And I keep on trying to peck them out. Oh, there we go. They're sort of fibrous, and it's one of their mixes.
Mm-hmm.
If I get that in there in the bong and all that sort of thing, I cough like crazy. Like the last 3 cones, I haven't coughed. The one before that, I coughed my guts up. Next one, I don't know. And I've asked them to do it without the white stuff, and I'll buy a pound of the stuff. I'm buying, No, they don't want to admit what's in it. They don't want to play games. Say, you're just trying to steal our recipe. No, I'm not. I'm a fan of yours, and I just can't make them understand. The mix is fine. Take the white stuff away, and I don't cough my guts up. It's this lack of stuff that makes me cough, like tobacco. If I get a mild tobacco and mix it with my pot, I'm not going to cough. But this stuff and all the other herbal mixes, there's always something there that makes me cough. And I think in this one anyway, I've taken it down to 1. I just can't get it to do it, and I can't get them to understand. And I'm not trying to copy their stuff. I just want to smoke me pot without things, so I'm making butter instead. I've given up. This has been 2.5 years I've been looking for something other than tobacco that I can smoke my pot with. I can't find anything. Everything makes me cough like crazy. Maybe because I'm old and weak, and yes, that's... If the comments come through that way again, yes, I'm prepared for it because I agree. I'm old. I was a cigarette smoker for 40 odd years. As a big mea culpa, I'm not screaming victim at all. Saying mea culpa. It's my fault. I knew all the way along tobacco wasn't good for me, but it was good in another way. Like my booze is good for me in a couple of ways. Pot's not bad neither. And I'm looking forward to Tracy getting here. I think we've got everything covered. I've got a garden out the back. We've got chuggy. I've got eggs. Get a lamb every 3 months or so. Get a 9 or 10 month old calf and that every 6 months or so. Split that with the neighbours. Yeah. Life's pretty good. Anyway, some bastard come in and fuck it all up. Isn't that the way it goes?
Yeah.
Oh!
Who's still in the chat? Because I'm trying to keep reloading it. I'm over on Twitch. Oh, Florida Explorers. Okay.
Florida's definitely in there.
Yeah. I'm over on Twitch still talking to these idiots. One of them's 18 years old.
I don't know.
Bring it.
We get a weed over here that grows in the sorghum and the canola crops. And it grows up into a very, very pale yellow stalk that's got like heads like barley, but there's no big seed in there. There is a seed in there, but like it's fuck all. And there's only like 6 or 8 heads of these things over there. But the stalk growing up has this pulpy, fibrous container on the inside. And I think it's that stuff. But it's not big enough for me to figure out. I'll have to, again, duck down the city, get down to the university that I work part-time for, and run it through a gas chromatograph and do a comparison sample. Do a cellular comparison. I don't know. I don't know enough about plants to say. But I can hand it over to the plant experts and they'll be able to tell me.
Yeah.
I know, but yeah, that's going to cost me a shitload of fucking knives and favours. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Super Lufa, after I marry your mammy, you can call me Dad if you want. Did someone ask? I can't see this. Am I that far behind? I'm missing something. I'm not seeing it. Either that or I'm not seeing. I've got 2 lots of chat open and I'm still missing shit. Michelle, shoot me.
Okay, ended that conversation. Thought so. You're not going to sit there and tell me it's okay.
What's okay?
To rip babies' limbs off while their heart beats.
Oh, that's pretty gross.
It is. Deaf people on death row don't even get something like that to happen to them. I think what they're doing now here in the United States, I believe they're still using ejection, where my husband says they just go to sleep. First, they give them pain medication, and then they give them basically the poison so it doesn't, make them hurt or whatever that is.
It can take 45 minutes. If you inject the mother, it can take 45 minutes to get into the fetus, right?
Mm-hmm.
How soon after they do that do they fucking chop in? Like, pretty much straight away, don't they? Because it affects the mother pretty much straight away. So she's not going to feel anything. And the procedure is generally over and done with, and that within 45 minutes. It's actually done. I think I was reading 18 minutes to 23 minutes was the average fucking time that somebody's sucking down in the actual cubicle and all that sort of thing, and everything before and after.
Mm-hmm.
18 to 23 minutes, and that, so they give you this injection, and that 45 minutes fucking later, the baby's going to get it, and it's going to numb the baby. It's already in pieces in the bucket. Sorry. There is no justifying or making nice the whole industry of abortion. People may try. I couldn't get drunk enough to fucking buy that shit. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty good at getting fucking pissed.
I think the only thing that's in right now is only one person, so that would be me. So I can exit out of Twitch.
Well,
hey, Florida Explorer, you're still here.
Well, I can bail out of here. It's awful late anyway, and I probably should get a shower and clean up. And probably fall down on my bed and then wake up.
I'm gonna crash, set the alarm at 7, and that's when I'll wake up. Screw it. I'm gonna go cuddle with Lucy, and well, Sarah's taking half the bed. I'll have to move her.
Hubby's not home?
No, the husband fell asleep with Lucy, and they watched a movie with Anna and an empty popcorn.
Cuddle up with your fella.
Yeah, I usually do sleep with my husband, but when he starts snoring really bad, or if he has really bad back pain, I just let him be. So, but he's got a bed full himself right now.
That's sad.
Yeah. Him and Anna like watching scary movies. I can't watch that stuff. I'll have nightmares.
So that's the thing I'm looking forward to.
The bad part is the popcorn bowl is in the bed, and if that dog ate that popcorn, well, the kernels are gone, so she had to up. So, yeah, she's going to be having pooping problems tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
I told Anna how many times when she was done to take the bowl to the sink, but she must have fallen asleep.
You said 1 hour, and that 45 minutes ago. Sorry, Michelle, I'm talking to Florida.
Okay.
45 minutes ago in chat, you said 1 hour, and that until coffee. Oh, I know you go to your mum's for coffee because you don't make coffee there, or you bring it back from your mum's place. And but you said that 45. You said 1 hour, 45 minutes ago. So what? You're that far stoned and that that you lost relative track of time, or is it your timepiece over there is totally cactus? Ten to 6. Shit, would you believe it's well, yeah, all right, 10 to 6. Yeah, that works out because that's it's 11 minutes past 8 p.m. here at night. Uh-oh. Excuse me for 1 second. I had a horrid thought there for a second that I didn't do something that I should have done because it's 8 p.m. But I did it. That's all good. I hate getting old, drunk, and fucking stoned. No, I don't. I love it.
All right, guys. We will see you actually at 5 o'clock in the morning. So actually, I would see you tonight. If I go live, I will see you guys after my stream. I'm trying to have live streams at least every other day. But for some reason, all my followers are missing, and I don't know what's up with that.
The notifications aren't there.
Yeah,
please
I know.
advise everybody there to cancel their subscription and then renew their
yes, I forgot about that. Yeah, okay.
So that's what you got to do. They've all got to unsubscribe and then resubscribe, and that because every time YouTube does an update and all that sort of thing, it unsubs you from the listed groups.
Okay. Gotcha.
And we've proven that in the code. The code's there. So, it's on every fucking server. It refers to a list. That goes through a broken environment. Nobody can see what the list is, but the code out front directs you to the list. So we know it. So basically you're on the list. Your subscribers ain't going to see your stuff. It's sort of like a shadow ban. The way around that, unsubscribe, resubscribe, everything's good. You have a good night there, Michelle.
You too. Good night, Jack. And good
Florida,
night, Florida.
you take care there, man. Anybody else who's watching out there in the the internet, take good care of yourself. Be good.
Yes, may the good Lord bless you and keep you all, and we'll see you tonight.
Mightily. Cheers.